Good
We have to
point.
make a motion to reconvene?
No.
Okay. We're reconvening, you guys.
Okay. Let's do it.
Cindy, you ready to reconvene?
Let's rock and roll.
Okay. First, we have Mr. Kevin Carney or Ted LaFleur.
Kevin sends his good morning. Ted Rufflet, Deputy Director, Pennington County 911. Kevin sends his greetings. He is recovering from a little surgery last week, and he's still a little stiff and sore. He does plan to be back Monday, but so he asked me to step in today and give you a little bit of information about next year's budget, and then answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ted.
I also have Stephanie Olson here, our Operations Director. So if we get into anything operations heavy, Steph will come up and save me with the right answer. So, our budget for 2021 is fairly uneventful. We followed your guidelines. Of course, our operations budget frozen, and the small increase, our increase right now in the provisional budget is just $14,840. So in a over $4 million budget, that's a fairly small increase. And that basically reflects implementation of the proposed Gallagher wages, if that goes forward.
Nice.
That $14,840 is essentially the cost to implement that.
Thank you.
Because of how our budget is funded, this actually, if it goes forward as the provisional is, it would actually represent a very small decrease in the county and city's share of our budget. The reason is because a lot of our other revenue sources, we have an automatic 3% annual increase built into their agreement. So their share goes up every year by 3%. And in this case, your share would go down, which I think is the first time in 30-some years I've been doing this.
Wow.
The county and city share, and it's a small amount. I think the county share is down about 5,000 and the city share is down about 10, but
Nice.
that's why it goes down instead of up. So that's nice. Overall, that's just a 0.34% increase over our 2020 budget. And again, your share would be down about 0.65%. And again, as I was saying earlier, what makes our budget a little bit easier on the county's bottom line is we do get revenue from other sources. And that's how our budget is funded. So the first thing we do is we take the 911 surcharge off the top. And we did not adjust that for next year. We just left that flat because we just don't know what's going to happen there. We haven't seen any decrease, so we think it'll be about the same. So we're projecting about 1.2 million in 911 surcharge revenue comes off the top first. And then we have several other revenue sources. For example, the South Dakota Department of DPS, their share increases to $509,000 next year. And then several others, Box Elder Police Department, alarm monitoring, many other revenue sources. So when all is said and done, whatever is left to be funded then is split between the city and the county. 1/3 county, 2/3 city. So the county's share right now proposed for next year is $793,000 out of the $4.3 million budget.
Has the city ever, it seems like I remember years ago, have they tried to lower what they wanted to pay? You say 2/3, 1/3?
That is the formula we've had in place since we had that initial joint powers agreement between the city and county. And, we were just kind of taking a shot in the dark back then, 2/3 city, 1/3 county. That actually has been pretty darn accurate over the years when you look at call volume for Rapid City Police versus Pennington County
Yeah.
Sheriff. No, they've never come forward and thought that should be changed because it's really supported by the statistics every year.
Okay. Because I remember them working on calls for service, working on some places they were getting a lot of calls for service that were really errors, like in some of the motels and stuff.
Sure. Yep.
Okay.
No. And I thought, again, since we don't have a lot of big things in the budget, I thought I would stop there and see if you had any questions before we went on to a couple other things I'd like to talk to you about.
You look pretty dialed in there, Ted. We've never had to, since I've been here, we've never had to worry about your budget and how you run things at 911. I'll just tell you that. You've been straight up. You use the money efficiently and effectively on everything you guys do. And if you ever need anything or you're going to spend more money or do something, you always come in and tell us. You've been very open with everything you've done, so,
Thank you.
but go ahead, sir.
Well, the only thing I know, I did watch some of the budget hearings yesterday, just to see how things were going. And one of the, and maybe it would be a question you've asked, but one of the things you would ask some other department heads is, how is the proposed Gallagher study going to affect us? And so if I may, I'd like to speak to that just
Yes,
a little
sir.
bit.
Yes, sir.
And I've talked with Kevin and Stephanie, and we've talked to John, and we've had a lot of discussions about this. And I will tell you that we feel it'll have a very negative impact on our operation, and especially on our key 911 dispatcher positions. And the main reason is it's going to lower our starting wage by about $3 an hour, and that's a concern to us. And the reason is because we, as John knows, and as we knew, we really didn't get a lot of responses from other dispatch centers, especially the ones we compete with. And we do compete with the other dispatch centers for people. We've hired people from Sioux Falls. We've hired people from Meade County, Spearfish, Pierre. So to give you an example, if this goes forward next year, we will start people at $3 less an hour than Meade County 911. Now, there's a lot of difference between our two dispatch centers. One of the differences, of course, is volume. Our issue in our center, and the reason we don't think that the decision-based method of coming up with pay works for us, is that 911 dispatchers that is not your typical job and environment that most of these jobs fall into, where it's your 8 to 5, your traditional government office type work. This is very stressful, very intense. I know Sheriff Thome yesterday spent some time talking to you about some of the healthcare initiatives that are going on. Please understand, and I know you do, the same issues that deputies and firefighters and paramedics deal with, we deal with in the dispatch center. We're not there in person. We don't see it. We don't deal with it in person. But, without getting too graphic, you can imagine that we're really the first responders. The very first people that are on scene with what's happening is when we pick up that phone and we hear what's going on. And our dispatchers have to stay calm. They got to try and calm the situation down so we can get key information. But, as you can imagine, we've had to deal with suicides that have happened on the phone, shootings, violent crimes. A lot of bad things happen before the responders get there. And that affects our people. And so we have those same mental health concerns that you have in your field responders. And so, John, yes. No, don't stop. Talk about the class. Sure. Sure. Yeah. And John brings up a good point. As you know, and I believe what he's talking about is there's two classes of retirement in South Dakota retirement, Class A, Class B. The field responders are Class B. Dispatchers are still Class A, and we've been fighting that battle for a long time, because this job, age affects your ability. That's the reason, the main reason for Class B is you can't be chasing bad guys and doing a lot of things, fighting fires, when you're 63, 64, 59. You just can't. You physically can't do it. No different with dispatchers. We kind of joke in the business. At 15 years, you used to wear your headset on this side. At 15 years, you're over on this side because this ear's shot. It's blowing out. You can't hear in this ear anymore. And at the end of the other 15 years, now you can't hear out of this one either. And the effects of stress and the long term and the shift work. So we meet all the criteria to be in Class B. We just haven't been able to convince them to put us in Class B yet.
So Ted, actually, our commission, we implemented the wage study. And
Absolutely.
we gave all the issues to John. So we would ask, if people aren't agreeing with some of it and some of the pay, is to try to find that solution with John. And then at that point, then we might have to find some of that solution.
Yes.
So again, I know John's taken the burden of our
Absolutely.
of our wage study. It has to do with this commission, and you are doing the right thing. You're bringing it forward, but we are having him as the HR take the burden of all of these stuff that I hate this or this sucks stuff. So
my next sentence is going to be, we have been working with John, and we will continue to work with John. I think we've reviewed 3 or 4 jobs. You and Kevin have worked a lot on it. So far, we haven't got where we need to be, but we're going to continue to work with John. And I think it's important enough to Kevin that if we don't get where we feel we need to be in some of those key positions before the end of the year, we may come talk to you directly, but we are working through the process. So
And Ted,
I'm not telling you anything that we haven't
well,
already shared with
you're,
John.
you're not saying anything bad, you're saying everything good. I
Yeah.
mean, that's what you're supposed to say, but I also wanted to tell, so department heads were listening, that, it's not
Absolutely.
John's fault.
Yep.
We thought it was a great idea with him. The other thing is, again, we're the final decision makers. John is just trying to do the best he can to find solution, and if he
Absolutely.
can't, it's up to us. So
Yep.
it's never shut down or you're never done. He's just trying to do the best with the process and procedure that we gave him. So,
Absolutely. And we will continue working that process.
And I appreciate bringing that up because that was something that was brought up during the study, but we also, as a commission, knew that there was going to be some reworking of the job descriptions, and maybe that's what we need to do
Yep.
to get them up
And
there.
that's what we're
Because
doing.
most definitely, I don't want to lose our people
Yeah.
to Meade and Lawrence. I mean, absolutely not.
They're great
we're not
dispatch
gonna-
centers.
That's right, they are.
Just very
hopefully-
different operations.
So hopefully we don't give him PTSD after this wage study,
Yeah,
Right.
this hate monger thing we're going
Ted,
on.
it sounds to me your concern is actually in hiring.
It's the hiring. Yeah.
Yes.
The wage scale is okay, it's where we're bringing them in.
Correct.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Right.
And I mean, you can go, and again, I'll just use Meade County or Spearfish. If you can go to Meade County or Sturgis or Spearfish and work, you'll have less call volume. One agency or, one primary agency to work with versus us, which, you have to really, that's our problem is job complexity. We do so much in there.
Yes, sir.
You really have to intimately know how the 20 or 30 different agencies work, and that's why we have the different job scales, because somebody who's been here 4 or 5 years and gets up to that dispatcher 4 level, the amount of knowledge they have and the value to the county is we've got to be paying them right to keep them.
And we're finding that in Janet's office and Cindy's office for elections, we're finding in Pennington County, we're a big county. And so we're taking the brunt of a lot of other areas, and we
Yep.
have a lot more distribution of a lot of things, more than other counties do, including 911 calls. So we're looking at that with what you guys do for your work, because we do appreciate the employees here and what they do. So
And we appreciate your support. You've always been very supportive of us, and you have a dispatch center to be proud of. Stephanie knows, Kevin knows, and many of you know. A lot of people in the state come to Pennington County to see how we're doing it. Why is it working here? How are you doing things? And we are involved in key positions at the state level on the 911 board and other positions. So we help set policies and procedures. And so we're very happy with the support the city and county give us.
we've been bringing you lots of sugar to keep you all awake.
Thank you.
So our commission has been doing well at sugaring you up so you stay awake all night.
Madam Chair,
Thank you. Commissioner
what,
Bartlett.
a new employee would be a dispatcher one?
That would be a telecommunicator one.
Okay, so
One.
that would be an A13?
No, that would be
On the
that's I think it's
BBM, it
17.
says A13?
Starting wage would be.
1783 right now is what I believe our starting wage is.
And so I believe the starting wage under the new system was 14 something, 14, I don't remember the exact cents.
I just wondered what the Gallagher rating is, and if we had to go $3 an hour higher, what that Gallagher rating would have to change to.
Sure.
I think John's looking.
And that's one of the, and we've talked to John about, and that's one of the problems is we currently have, this many bands, and now we go to this many. So with our job descriptions where we've got those 6 different levels, how do we get them in there without, and we really don't want to do away with any of them because every one of those positions is very key, and there's a reason why we've developed it over 30 years into that model.
Sounds like maybe just modifying that job description that would get you to the level that you need to be to get these, so that we've got competitive
Miss Steph.
salaries.
We've been doing a lot of work on the job descriptions. I'm Stephanie Olson, Deputy Director of Operations. We've worked with John. We've looked at some other job descriptions. What we're finding are challenges that the Gallagher is based on a lot of decision making, and that's how it bases where it puts you on the scale. the dispatcher's job is more of a job of complexity, of having their decisions are based on policies that are in place and procedures, but they're so complex that they have to. We're finding that we're trying to find a line or how to fit the complexity into the decision making model, and I think that's where our challenge is, because it's almost as if maybe our job description reads more as like someone could sit down and just follow a procedure and they're not really making decisions, but they are, what they're doing is very complex and they're under stress while they're doing it. So we're trying to find a way to work that into the Gallagher model, and I think that's kind of been our challenge so far. We have been trying to, and we also don't want to change our job descriptions into something that they're really not. You know, we want to keep them in line with what they actually are. So that's what our challenge has been so far.
And is there something wrong with us being different on our scale than what Gallagher is putting some of the job descriptions, John? You know what I'm saying? Based on the complexity and the balance in order to fit that job description.
No. So again, John Morrow, Pennington County Human Resources, thank you for the discussion on this today. I have been working with the department quite a bit recently, and we've reviewed a number of job descriptions, have some new recommended ratings that we've bumped back and forth. We still have to get back together. It's been a couple of weeks now since we met most recently. The real challenge right now is getting that entry-level telecommunicator position to be one that could be rated higher. Any change to that then will impact all the subsequent steps. Based upon this model with the decision-making, that will throw a wrench, if you will, into the total mix of positions, because they're all rated upon that characteristic, the decision-making challenges within the position. The job descriptions, they've done an amazing job of updating those and continue to do those. We've actually worked through where we've decreased the level of one of the positions, and we're changing the ratings for others as well. But we still can't figure out what to do with that entry-level first step telecommunicator. So they're the initial, and forgive me if I make this oversimplified, their initial role in the department is to take all of the initial calls and then to redirect where they get more skills, more training, and understand the different call systems that they have within the department. That's where they move up in from a telecommunicator up into dispatchers, up to dispatcher 4, and then up into the supervisory positions. So,
But-
long answer to the question. So will it screw it up if we change this? It'd be better to have something else to offset that, because at the point you change the rating process for one of these, then it throws out the equity of the ratings within the county.
But let me ask you something, John.
Yeah.
So if I'm a telecommunicator plus I'm playing basically deputy, listening to problems that people are having, do I have a combination of two job descriptions in one? And what does a deputy that works in, I'm just using, I don't know
Yeah.
if that's what you use, but you see what I mean? And so you're actually counseling and you're also telecommunicating.
The
Can you
stress levels are
balance?
huge.
Can you balance that number between that and
Mm-hmm.
say, you know, this has two job descriptions?
Yeah,
It
most
doesn't,
definitely.
so it doesn't have to, and maybe they don't do that. I don't know how that works in Gallagher, but you guys
Sure.
see what I'm saying? Because that's what we're having problems with. We do what Minnehaha does for telecommuting for one thing is not what we do in Pennington County, because what we did is be more efficient and we added two things in Janet's office that are three things that these people do.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I said you might be doing combination job descriptions for two different descriptions
Sure.
in order to find a balance of that $3 an hour or that job description.
Right.
Madam Chair.
Because
We're trying to incorporate those pieces into
Yeah.
this. That's the update.
we're trying to fit it, sorry, Commissioner, we're trying to fit it in one category where it might not fit in just one.
Yeah.
So you see where I'm going, John?
Yeah,
And you know.
I get it.
Okay.
So, and that's a good point, Deb. I mean, I guess when this Gallagher study and the wages came in, I, for one, seen it as a structure changing over, but I knew it wasn't going to work for everybody. I mean, quite frankly, I mean, nothing ever does. I mean, our county has been very creative at getting things done and working together to get things done. And the 911 is a prime example of a multitude of things happening. And so I kind of foreseen some of this coming, and I'm not, I'm not afraid for us to dig into it and work on it if we have to do some changes in some of these other deals. But at least I think the Gallagher was going to give us the structure to follow. But
Right.
we know every department's a different family and a different.
And commissioners, the old guy here, I think this is the fourth, or Cindy maybe can, this is the fourth or fifth wage study I've been through.
Yeah.
The most,
They're fun, aren't they?
second one, okay. The challenge,
Ted.
and they've all, every time we've implemented one, we have made improvements, and there's been good things about them. The challenge with this one is that you've got less compression, so it is hard. It's hard to move, or you don't have as much room to maneuver, is what I call it. So we'll keep working with you. We will find a way, but we are concerned, and we actually have a couple of problems. We got the entry level, and then we've got a couple of positions where a dispatcher 4 and an assistant are at the same grade. Well, good luck finding people that are going to want to put in for a supervisor position when they're not going to make any more money.
Yeah.
But
Right.
now they have more responsibility. So
And
we
then
got to work through those things.
To build on that too, once they move from the dispatcher 4 over to the supervisory position, they become exempt, so the overtime aspect goes away as well. The
Yeah.
same thing we saw with highway with their foreman, so.
Well, and hopefully, we're at a starting point, and that's where you've been, John, and you're starting it. And now, John, you're gonna have to find some unique ways how to maneuver it that works so it doesn't change, so it's unfair that, but in the sense, like I said, it's not unfair when you're counseling and you're doing, telecommuting at the same time. If I'm just having, and Dustin goes, well, I really like Deb, she telecommunicates and look what they get in 911. That's not how it works. You can justify it by putting down, this is why the increase, when you come to us, they telecommunicate, they counsel, they do this, this, and this.
Yeah.
And that's why we put them on this scale. If you have justification, and in any job you do, justification above and beyond where that, I'm not just doing that one point of entry, I'm doing 6, you're going to pay people more at any job.
Yeah.
So take that in consideration and maybe use some of that job description to take the telecommunication into counseling and some other stuff and then balance that in between. And John knows how to do that. It's just a thing that however you get it.
The good news is we've still got about half a year to get these adjustments made.
Well, I
so.
also was going to say that you guys got time to
Yeah.
work with John, so it's going to be this is
Absolutely.
driving me nuts. But once you get it, I think you'll find that you'll treat your people right, and then we can move forward.
That's the best thing about these hearings is
Yeah.
we get to hear from you guys what's going on and the problems, and I think you see the support that that we have. So
And we appreciate that. And we've had a lot of good discussions, and
Yeah.
we'll keep working on it.
Thank you,
been
John,
fun.
for your help.
The Class A, Class B distinction is a big thing, and I don't know
Yeah.
what role you guys could play in helping get that changed, but they have as much stress, if not more, because they're on the phone from the moment those things happen. I actually just got an email yesterday with history on lifespans and career spans and things like that. People in a public safety role usually have a lifespan 20 years less than people with non-safety, and that would impact this group as well.
We just went through that with the sheriff, and he showed us. So
Yep.
anything we can do as a commission, if I could speak for our commission, to move you to that class A to B or B to A, wherever you're just saying, then maybe if you do a presentation on us and we have to
Right.
write something or sign something, that's how we usually get things done to help you guys.
Well, I think we could also
Resolution of
bring it
support.
before the Association of County Commissioners.
Yeah.
Every county commission is dealing with this.
Yeah, we've tried, we got very close one time, and I don't know how much time I have, but
You're
we
good.
got very close one time, and we had the solid support, the Mitchell dispatchers took it forward. They were gonna do it similar to how the jailers are, some jailers are not in Class B and some are, the ones that are strictly jailers. So we were gonna try and do it the same way, because 911 dispatchers in some places have a very different job from some in others. But we got close, and it was the teachers on the retirement system that shot us down. We had the support of the counties, the police chiefs, fire chiefs. The teachers said, when we're in Class B, then they can get in Class B. And that was our struggle. That was about 10 years ago, and we haven't, the count on the SDRS board is still the same. So that was what stopped us then. Otherwise, it would have happened.
What was their justification?
At that time, the big thing in the world of education was danger in the classroom, teachers being assaulted, their argument was our job is just as dangerous to us physically as theirs is. They were referring more to public safety police, and that was their argument. So they said, so then when we get in Class B, then we'll support others. And that's where we've been stuck. So we've had support from cities and counties and other public safety entities. It's the teachers we haven't been able to.
And were they able to back that up with statistics?
I don't recall. You know, that was just the opinion of the teachers on the board.
Ted, it couldn't hurt to try it again, and
Oh, definitely.
we'd be willing, sounds like from
maybe.
this commission to support. We do have Holly and Lloyd that are the president, and are you the vice president, Holly? Secretary. Well, those two are a good team to bring that forward.
I did say one time I'd like to get that done as one of my last goals of my career was to get us in Class B. And
Let's go.
I
Let's go, Ted. Come on, Ted. You're losing time here.
We
Madam Chair.
get a resolution put together by next commission meeting, because we have our district meeting next month.
Yeah.
Now, we have not factored that into this budget. Understand that would increase our budget. Class B, you know, is a little more expensive. There's more employer share. Yeah. So,
You just look into it and tell us all the
all right,
details.
I will. Thank you. We
And
will.
Holly will work with you, and then Lloyd can help. If I could speak for you, Lloyd, bring it forward from
Okay.
this commission.
Thank you.
One last thought on that. I believe KJ is sitting on the retirement board right now too.
Yeah.
So we have a voice there.
We
nice.
had plenty. Oh, is she off now?
On retirement board, she's done now.
Is she now?
Yeah,
When the new officers take it.
next month, I think, next month.
It literally was a vote where everybody that was not in the education field voted for it. Everyone and they had more seats on the board, and it was that close. So,
We'll have to check
anyway, I'm sorry.
I
I
got
really
one
digressed
last
here.
question.
Yes, sir.
Just a line item. The lease purchase interest, just wondered what that is, because I don't see it in 17 and 18 and 19 and 20. I see it. I just wondered what that,
My fault.
Go ahead.
It's an accounting thing.
okay.
They were paying interest, they had just always lumped it together under one budget, and in our budget, it's actually two separate budgets. One for principal and one for interest on leases and on.
Okay. Question answered.
Thank you very much, Ted. And bring that with Holly, that resolution forward, so we can help you.
Will do. Thank you very
sir.
much.
Good job.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Dustin. How much money did you bring us, Dustin?
And oodles of paper. Good morning, Commission. Dustin Willett, Pennington County Emergency Manager. I've got a couple of budgets to answer any questions on, and one pitch that makes sense to me, but we'll see how it goes. Which budget do you have in front of you that I can start with?
Anybody have
Emergency
questions on his
response.
budget?
Emergency response. So emergency response, the overview of this budget is our MET-WARN flood warning system. So that's the series of gauges that are on different drainages and creeks and streams in the area.
Hold on just a sec.
oh.
You okay, Roskinek?
Yeah, when I can find the right tab.
Beginning?
We're in.
All right. So again, the emergency response budget, 101-0285. There's three things in that budget. The one is the MET-WARN flood warning system. The other two are our contributions as a county to our regional hazardous materials response team and our regional water rescue team. Those two contributions are matched by the city. So the city and the county contribute equal amounts to maintain those regional teams because they respond throughout the county. They're not just a city-only team. And then the flood warning system, we bill partners, municipal partners, through, we just redid and I know Lloyd was in many of those meetings, but we just redid a joint powers agreement for how we separate those costs out. So on the revenue side of that, you can see that 32,000 and change out of the 42,000 is reimbursed by other partners in the MET-WARN system. So the one thing we were asked to not mess with operational expenditures. That was direction from the board. So I gave you two budgets on this one. One is one that shows absolutely no rise in 422 or services and fees, which is where that Met Warren budget, that Met Warren system gets paid out of. The issue there is this is a contract with USGS. So
Justin.
we,
422?
line 422.
Okay, thank you.
So services and fees, you asked us to hold the line on all operational things in the budget. The problem is this is contract-based, and that contract goes up $30. So USGS expects $30 more from us next year. And so in that line item, honestly, I need an extra $30 in that line item.
Dustin,
So
what?
Breaking our budget, Dustin.
Come in here and ask us for something like that.
oh, that's not the big one yet. That's okay. I'm going to save you money.
Turning red.
I'm going to save you money in one of these other ones. So more than make up for it.
Okay.
What's next?
Your
Or,
sev- your
I'm sorry,
sev-
any,
your
happy to
700
stand for any questions on that emergency response.
700 increase too? Is the 700 increase, you have it at the bottom on this page too, at 2021? This includes a cost share agreement with City of Rapid City. There's a planned 700 increase of 2021.
Meaning that our portion, Pennington County's portion of that, so the operating transfer that'll come into this is $700 more than it was last year.
Okay, and where's that show on here? It's built in it?
It's just built in. The total cost of the system is $42,030.
Okay.
Out of that $42,030, we will receive $32,051.87 from our other partners. So then we pay the balance. That note there is our balance will be $700 more next year than it was this year because of that renegotiated JPA.
Okay.
That
Cindy?
makes sense?
I don't necessarily need a motion, but board's desire for me to go ahead and adjust that $30
Yes.
into what I'm doing.
Everybody okay?
I
Do we
don't
have to
need a
make,
motion, but
okay.
as long as everybody's on the same page, that's when we go back and figure that works.
Following the letter of the law.
We'll just take it out of his fee every day that he works.
Your next section is emergency management.
Okay, any other questions on emergency responses?
Everybody good on that? Okay.
Yep, fantastic. And you said the emergency management budget? Okay, so the emergency management budget, 226-0285. This is my, for lack of a better term, main budget. This is what we run my office, all of our staff, the Emergency Operations Center. So this is our main budget. So a couple of different calculations there. There was the original submission based on your original guidance, and then the requested, which is when we put performance steps back in. So the performance steps, putting performance steps back into our budget is about a $1,100 change. It's about an $1,100 change for us. So to reinstitute performance steps increases our budget by $1,100. What I would, so a little bit on our revenue. So we have three primary revenue streams that support this budget. The first is a federal FEMA DHS grant that's passed through, administered by the state down to the county, which is the Emergency Management Performance Grant, EMPG grant. Now the state controls the rules on how we get that money, and they've changed the rules recently. We had some spirited discussions on how that was all going to work for Pennington County. But ultimately, what it comes down to right now is that EMPG grant pays 50% of three of our salaries: my salary, Alexa's salary, and Mark's salary. So those three positions, half of those salaries, which include insurance, roll-ups, the whole compensation package for those three employees, half of that is taken care of by that emergency management performance grant. The remainder of our budget, the remainder of the budget that is not covered by the EMPG grant, is split equitably between the City of Rapid City and Pennington County. So those are the three. Yes, ma'am.
So Dustin, so you take the 170 plus your 158,750, that's the total amount of salaries, because you said your salary's under services and fees.
It is included in that, and it's not that whole amount. There's a
Okay.
whole lot of other services and fees that we have.
So what is your total amount of?
My
basically
total
yours?
compensation, everything wrapped up for me, is $110,000.
And how about with your people?
in terms of,
Is there's 107,250?
for the original submission, yes.
So the total is 280,000 for salaries.
Yeah, approximately.
Okay, thank you.
So those are the three primary drivers or revenue sources for this budget. So two things that I wanted to bring forward. One, and you just mentioned that, thank you very much, Chairwoman Hadcock, is, again, you asked that the operation side of the budget not increase, but as you mentioned, my salary is included in there. So my normal increases, which are relatively low this year, the city's not in any better shape financially than anybody else. But those, again, you see there, it's a $1,700 increase from this year to next year. That $1,700 increase is my salary. But it's not up in salaries, it's down in services and fees.
Salaries and roll-ups, that's not just.
Right. That's everything. That's insurance, workers' comp, all that stuff for me gets paid through the city. So that number reflects all of my costs through the city.
We're giving you a couple $100 extra a month? Looking at
No,
me.
but I am compensated fairly, and I appreciate.
Any
where-
questions on the salaries?
I do have one more thought on salaries.
Okay.
So again, keeping in mind that and I'm going to take a slightly different approach from the last presenter. I had breakfast this morning with Ted, and we had a good discussion. I'm a fan of the Gallagher process and study and the way it works and the way I can understand it and the way things are graded out. Gallagher works great for us. I love it. The one point that I would bring up, here's my pitch, is bringing Alexa, we bring everybody onto the Gallagher scale at a point where they don't lose money is the direction. So Alexa moves into the pay band that the Gallagher study puts her at, C42, I believe is what that band is. Moving her to step 1 of that C42 pay band gives her an increase in salary. It's I don't have that right in front of me, but it's minimal. It's not a whole lot.
Okay.
However, the way the Gallagher study is, or the Gallagher scale is designed, the board chose to institute or use the 7 steps to midpoint. And that whole midpoint, and John can certainly correct me if I'm wrong, but that midpoint equates to competency in a position. So when you know what you're doing, you should be at that midpoint on that scale. Alexa's been in the job longer than I have. She's been in emergency management longer than I have. She's incredible. I've wanted to compensate her appropriately. My pitch is to bring Alexa to that C42, as Gallagher says. What I've done in my budget for next year as a thought is I've moved her to midpoint, that step 7, which is competent. She is more than competent in her job, but I want to bring her to that competent position. What I've done is reduced the operation side of the budget, reallocated what that would take up into payroll, so my bottom line doesn't change. The total budget doesn't change. I've found those dollars in operations to bring Alexa to midpoint. What that does on the revenue side is, because 50% of our salaries are paid through that grant, the operating transfer, the city side and the county side of my budget actually go down to several years ago, because that increase for Alexa, half of that will be covered by the emergency management performance grant. So on the revenue side, the ask, if we do the performance steps, the city and the county would each contribute $151,320. That would be the OTI from the county into my budget. If I can move Alexa to that midpoint, get more money from the EMPG grant, that OTI drops to $148,205. So it actually, instead of going up 0.25% over last year, the OTI would actually decrease by 1.8%.
So John and Cindy, any questions? John's smiling and
Where did
Cindy's
you
like,
find that in operations?
What's that?
Where did you find that in operations?
So travel and training, it means we go to one less conference So I took that out of travel and training, and then in supplies. We were able to do some stuff this year through COVID, that I'm able to do those things this year with COVID, and they don't have to come out of next year.
So how sustainable is this? You know, you're talking about taking some out of the operations, but if these positions are really supposed to be paid 50-50, we should really be doing that, not being, you know, I understand some of the grants and stuff like that, but you get what I'm saying? Because you're saying operational to do it this year, and we're actually going down in costs. I'm looking at next year, the following year, the following year. When's it going to go back in to how wages and salaries really should be?
So if I were looking into a crystal ball and giving you my best guess, I would expect that as we prepare for the 2022 budget, I would ask for a marginal increase in OTI, but not making up for everything this year and then continuing
That's what
on.
I
It
was
would
gonna
not be
ask. Yeah.
I see, if you look at the OTI, the way it's crept up, 2% on average, a year. But keep in mind, 2% for a budget my size is not a very big number.
No.
Usually just our normal salary stuff bumps my budget up almost 2%. So the best answer I can give you, Commissioner LaCroix, is I'm not going to come back. It is not my intention to come back and ask for all of that money that I'm saving and then say, oh, surprise, this year I need a huge OTI. That's not my intent.
Well, I just wanted to clarify that, and I'm glad that you brought it to the commission, because I do believe, Alexa, you know, if you have that type of experience, and I think we need to get her up to where that midpoint is, because she does have that knowledge. So I was just questioning the creativity of the.
So the philosophy is my people are more valuable than things. The work that my people do is incredible. The things that emergency management does is not because of the toys that we have necessarily. They help. They're force multipliers. They improve efficiency. But the skill in our office and the work that comes out of our office is due to our staff. And I would much rather take this opportunity as we're adjusting to a new pay scale, as we're adjusting to a new system. I would much rather take this opportunity to invest in my staff that so
So Dustin,
they deserve it.
what is that change? What is that amount that you're transferring or you're moving from operations to
About 12,000 a year.
what?
About 12,000 a year.
12,000 a year?
And Dustin, do you expect that you're going to have to, I know Lloyd sort of asked this question, but maybe a little more specifically, you're not going to a convention. Are you going to have to go to it next year? Or is this something that you've decided really isn't applicable to what you guys need? The training or whatever.
I would not go so far as to say not applicable. I would say that we've all been forced to re-examine how we do business and what we spend taxpayer dollars on and how we run our budgets. This current cycle has caused us to look deep. And when I look at the dollars that are available and how best to allocate them within my organization, I think it's reasonable to take from some areas and bolster others. And in this particular case, I would like to reinvest that money into my staff and basically take it from supplies.
So John,
Okay.
you're listening to this, your advice, and what do you think about bumping someone up to midpoint? And what does that do for the scale and emergency management and what we do for the study we just did?
No, thank you, Commissioner. John Morrill, Pennington County Human Resources. Couple points I want to be sure to call out. Dustin's evaluation of Gallagher is correct. That midpoint is a value that's applied to a person that's fully competent and has progressed in their role.
Okay.
That said, every time you move to a new structure, pay scale, you don't automatically move everybody to midpoint if they were at some point or have been with you prior to that.
Okay.
The new scale starts a new part in the history of the employer, if you will.
So John,
So
one
it is
question.
roughly a $12,000 change from midpoint on her current scale to midpoint on the new scale.
So she's getting $12,000 raise.
Yes, it would
Okay.
be approximately that, I'm guessing.
So then
I
what
don't have the
happens when you're at
details.
midpoint? Then where's she going?
Well, she would start at step one, which is still an increase from where she currently is.
Right, so there'd be midpoint, step 7, am I correct?
Yes, correct.
And then there'd still be steps
There's
for-
still another 15 steps after that for
Okay,
progression.
okay.
So part of what I was going to actually speak about today was the pay administration practices and policies. We've bumped them around a few times since probably March. That part has to be determined for us to really know how the dollars and cents are going to play out next year.
Yes.
That's a missing link right now. So right now, we're still playing with the what ifs and not knowing exactly where the rules are going to fall with regard to increases for promotions, reclasses, demotions.
So that brings me back to Dustin. So the 12,000, if he's doing OTI or whatever that is, operating transfers, the 12,000 comes out of general fund this year?
Next,
6,000.
Okay,
Start until next year.
that's why.
6,000 comes
That's-
out of the grant,
okay.
and then 3,000 comes out of the county.
Right.
Okay, and 3,000 comes out of the city?
Right.
Okay, just making sure we're.
so it's not
coming-
all one pot, it's
Yes.
spread out.
Yeah,
That's what I needed to know.
make a big difference.
Okay. And the city, you have talked to them about this and they are good with this?
Most of my in-depth conversation like this, the budget hearing, is on the county side. The city waits for the number that I present them.
Okay, we'll tell them you're increasing when they, just kidding.
The county portion decreases, just like the county portion decreases. So
Dustin, I'm teasing.
So again, to answer the second question then, the movement to midpoint, completely at the discretion of the commission. What was proposed for pay administration roles is that the departments could move people up to 5 steps
Yeah.
on their own. Anything above the 5 steps requires board review and approval. So it definitely would be within the means of the board to make that determination.
Say that again?
I had not heard that one.
The what? The 5 steps?
I can move someone 5 steps
Yeah,
farther up
so
on the
from
chain
point of
with
hire or
those.
promotion, yeah, from point of hire or promotion, the board, the departments would be able to do that with their own folks.
I thought,
She's
I,
getting a promotion and she's not a
Oh,
new
so that
hire.
wouldn't apply in that case. No, this would definitely require the approval of the board for all of the steps.
yeah,
Because
that 0 to
promotions and new
5 was
hires.
for new hire.
Yep,
Yes, yep. Yeah,
so
thank you.
6,
Which with that 0 to 5 for the new hire,
Mhm.
wouldn't that cover Ted's problem?
Yes, there's other options available. We just haven't had a chance. I gave them back their reviews.
what I was
They,
thinking.
about 2 weeks ago, we just haven't had a chance to connect again since then. There's
Okay.
a lot of moving
Yeah.
parts. For most of the departments, we've resolved most of those concerns. There's still a couple where there's a position or two that don't fit. So like within the sheriff's department, for example, correctional officer 1, we don't have a solution for that ironed out yet. There's a lot of options to address it. The rest of the law enforcement ones, though, we figured out. On the highway department, we still have our entry-level highway maintenance worker. We don't have an answer for that one yet. The rest of those, though, have been ironed out.
bottom line, John, you got 6 months. Guys, he's got
Yeah,
6
it's
months
working.
to
They
figure
go,
this
they
out.
go fast.
And for us, we need to have a certain amount of money that we know, so hopefully we can get it soon, because during this budget time is what we're looking, John, so we have
Sure.
a
Yes, ma'am.
guesstimate at least, or know how much Cindy needs to budget for the change of the Gallagher study. So we, one sense, we don't start it for 6 months, I should
Right.
reframe that, but in the next couple months, we need Holly and.
There's some
Cindy
pieces we have
need
to
that.
finalize, so
We
we
need it
can,
finalized.
Like
as soon
now.
as possible.
Yeah.
The pay administration rules really impact the budget.
So,
Sorry,
so now
Leslie.
we're clarified with the 0 to 5 was the new hire, and that
And
we want the
promotions.
commission for the midpoint. So how does Dustin come to us to make that request?
It-
Today or?
Through executive session, just like we always have, when we're
Okay.
talking about an individual person.
Or right now, budget.
Yeah, he's here to talk about
The
it, so
budget
that's
is where
fine as
we're
well.
changing what we think Dustin should get in Holly and
The opportunity, since
auditor.
we're moving people onto a new pay band with this budget, that was my.
This is the,
Okay.
yep,
It's something that I hadn't thought about that a department might want to do, but I really would caution the board, because if you do it for his department, you're gonna have to let
It's
every
gonna snowball.
department do it. And that affects one employee in my department.
But do they get a grant and 9,000 is paid from somewhere
It
else?
It
shouldn't
doesn't.
matter.
Yeah. The source of
Exactly.
money doesn't
Even if it
matter.
doesn't come out of our budget?
Yeah.
For me, when I do something, if it's not coming out of my budget, my money, that's a little bit different than, you're taking all the money for that promotion or that thing out of
But there's been
general fund.
concerns expressed that you've got one employee who's literally getting like 0.4% of an increase
Correct.
coming onto the new scale. That should there be a minimum set
So
for what an
what
employee
this
could
comes down to,
get?
John, is then you need to work with Dustin so he's following process and procedure. So if it works, and
That part we
Dustin,
don't
maybe I'm
have yet,
wrong,
though.
but how it works on our scale and how you can still do what you're doing, Dustin.
Sure.
That way we don't feel like people are,
That's playing the game. I'm sorry.
We,
That's
we,
playing the game. That's
so
rewriting the job description to move it up so you can give her.
part of the implementation process is understanding it's a phased implementation. It won't be perfect for everybody the first year, okay? Our goal was to get everybody on the scale first year. Second year, they actually get the real step. So that means some people first year are gonna see maybe $100 or $200 a year increase. You're gonna have some that may see a few $1,000s increase first year. Second year, that normalizes. First year is tough. Some people are gonna get very, very small increases for the year. There's no way to change that without changing the rollout. And honestly, that's gonna require another whole complete study in order to make that possible.
well, and I'm sorry, but I feel if most of that money, we're putting in 3,000, that's a little bit different change than it is, that's my opinion, than it is, Holly gets a grant and gets paid for by somebody else besides us and gets half of that through something else, and they're in agreement with it. That's a, they don't do a wage, they're not changing the wage scale or anything at the city. I mean, so you've got some different circumstances coming in for how his stuff is getting paid.
Okay. So,
And it's not just this wage study. I mean, this wages, he gets a lot of his money, from other entities as well. So it is unique compared to, and you might feel that's unfair, but if you get a grant and you get money from somewhere else, Holly, and they're not disagreeing with it, we kind of follow what the city does as well with increases or decreases or whatever. Am I correct, Dustin?
For my position, yes.
So,
so the other ones are county employees, and that's where the standardization and the consistency matters. So we can't apply different rules depending on the funding sources. That throws the whole system out of whack. I mean, in my scientific terminology there, it just throws it out of whack.
I buy that, but,
Yeah.
you know, and we've struggled with this over the last 3 years. That I still say every department is unique and different in how things are working. You know, when we just had emergency management, city and county working together. One requires the money to be the same, the grants. That's different than going up in Cindy's office where you're all county, all your money, it's budgeted through the, I think there is some differences in how, just because we're all underneath the same roof doesn't mean we're all equal. That's my,
No, and I understand.
or
your
all do the
perspective.
same job, all do the same,
same with, we just talked about it.
yeah.
And not that you guys, and you could take it as less than, but it's, we're not saying you're less than, and you want to
No.
get paid accordingly. But like I said, if someone's paying half my salary somewhere else, or I'm getting money from somewhere else, and a lot of my funding and the grants and stuff that he gets, that's a different entity. And if you feel that she's getting paid more than you because of it, that's unfortunate. Maybe Cindy, go ahead and justify.
I'm just gonna reiterate what John says. She's still a county employee. You can't treat her any differently than you treat the person in my office that has been there for 5 or 6 years that could be on step 7 or has the competency to do that job at midpoint. So I do have an employee in my office that this would affect. If he gets to do it, I don't care what his funding source is, his person is still a county employee, then I should be able to do it for mine. The sheriff should be able to do it for his. It's gonna snowball on you.
So Dustin,
Weed and Pest
the
gets grant
county,
money too,
she's
so
a
that
county
shouldn't be-
employee, but do you get money for grants, or do you get any, you're paying some of this through, tell me how you're paying, is it all county funds for Alexis?
No, so two things. One, no, half of her salary is paid, but I agree that the funding source doesn't matter. But her salary, half of it is paid by a grant. The remaining 25% is city, 25% county. So the county OTI, if we're talking strictly funding sources, the county OTI covers 25% of Alexa's salary. But I would agree that, and that honestly was not a opinion I had heard. So I'm not in disagreement here. And if the appropriate thing, because I know for years and years and years and years through the compensation committee and other things, people get moved on steps. We move people on steps all the time. So if you're saying that this is not the appropriate time to do this, and so January 1, I'm in executive session asking for 7 steps, are we not still at the same place? And I don't know,
Well, if
but
if they grant those 7 steps, they're gonna have a flow of people into
Well,
executive session.
well, I think,
Can I
you know,
say
the
something?
difference
Can
that
I say
I'm,
something?
Done, guys. Lloyd?
I appreciate the conversation. I think we're getting a little bit into the grant money. For me personally, Cindy, if you got an employee who's been around long enough and you feel that that's where they need to be, you need to come to us, just like anybody else. That's the appropriate way to go because you're showing your appreciation for that employee and you believe in them. Let's do that. Let's not play a game and move things around just to get them to where they want to be. We support our employees. I mean, and I understand you think it might be a snowball effect, but quite frankly, that's what we as commissioners need to know. What kind of job, why you feel they need to be there. And to hear that personally to make that decision. That's just my opinion, but I mean,
Madam Chair,
Commissioner DeSanto?
I think we're missing something here. We're all focusing on the grants and so forth and so on. But if I heard correctly, he's eliminated something else that he was going to pay for to apply it towards this person's
Good point.
increase.
correct, my total budget does not change.
He's not taking it, he's at, I mean, if every department was willing to give up a convention or whatever, a new Sherpa, what, you know.
That's changing his bottom line.
In order to utilize that money in a different area in their department, giving somebody a raise because they earned it, whatever, then
Morning, Gary.
I think that's the difference that I see here. It's not whether it's grant money or whether it's where the money's coming from, as far as from an outside source. It's that he's taken a part of his budget from somewhere else and is utilizing that to increase an employee's
If I
wage.
may chime in, I think the most important thing that we got to take into consideration here is be consistent. Whatever we do, we just got to make sure that we are consistent. I think we can do anything we want, but it's got to be consistent.
But right now, that's not the case. Because in essence, no
No,
disrespect,
no, I'm
Dustin.
totally, this might not have been the right place to bring this up, but it affected my
No,
revenue.
I think it was, Dustin.
But what I'm
It's good
saying is he
conversation.
did not follow the direction that was given by the commission in preparation of budget. Now, in Mark's scenario, if that same direction was given to every other department head, I guarantee you these budgets would look a whole lot different than they do right now. So we're talking apples and oranges here, and Cindy could have very well done the same thing, and her salary line is gonna be a lot higher. But Dustin went and did a different type of structure and didn't place her on the schedule or on the scale at the next highest step, which every other department did.
I did, I just added another scenario.
Correct. Just saying, if everybody else was given that option,
But Holly, and I understand that, but he also is giving a funding source. That's the bottom line.
but how can you treat an employee different based on funding sources?
Excuse me? If someone gave me 30,000 more for you, because we get a grant for you and we get to keep you, they're doing that all the time in different areas in Pennington County, where people are paying half people's salaries and when that goes up. So,
The
If
only
we're,
thing,
go ahead, Dustin.
yeah, I'm sorry. So one, again, I apologize if this is not the right mechanism for this. It was
No,
just
it's
a
good
thought.
conversation.
But, and if this
It
is
is.
not successful now, I will certainly, I will be steadfast in
Right.
saying Alexa deserves this, and I will fight. I've been fighting for a long time to try to get Alexa more fairly compensated, and I'll continue that fight. The only thing, just to address a side comment that was made, is our job description for Alexa did not change prior to the Gallagher study. It was the same job description we've had for years, so I did not manipulate
No,
any
no, that
job description to get more money.
I'm sorry,
It
that's the
was,
way it sounded. I
it was
was talking
simply,
going forward, people would do that in order to.
I mean, my understanding, and
I
I
got
I
one
wasn't
final
trying to
comment.
play a game, I was
Go on.
trying to say Gallagher says 7 steps to competency. Alexa is competent, this is her new band, this is where I'd like to take
Okay,
her.
Dustin, hold on a sec. So bottom line, guys, is it's never a bad time to discuss things. Nobody's mad. I mean, we're all just trying to get, I mean, we might look like we're getting a little frustrated with stuff.
Nope, I'm good.
But nobody's mad at Dustin and no one's mad at any of you. This is how we learn this process. Lloyd?
Thank you. Thanks, Holly, for the clarification, because we get into these deep conversations, sometimes we forget where we come from. And the directive of what was sent out is what we need to follow. And that's why Cindy feels the way she did. That clarification helped me a lot on this. Because I do believe our employees are our number one asset. And if this is what you want to do, it's fair to everybody else to be able to do the same thing. And as I said earlier, I think if you have that feeling, then they should come to us like that. But he's just presenting this and giving us this option so he could come back.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. I'd look forward to sitting back and having a separate conversation. And now that everybody's heard all this, if somebody else feels they have an outstanding employee that needs to be that, then they should.
It
Well-
changes my funding.
Yeah.
Well, and also, Dustin, it makes sense what they're saying because now that my brain's going into there again. So when you give a direction, stay at that direction, and then we also should see where our budget lies, just where we're at the direction we have. And then if we find we have funding source or you have more funding source, just like we said before, then we come back and we say, okay, guys, maybe that's the first of the year, Dustin. We're going to find out where that funding source is by the end of the year. So what you did is nothing wrong. It
What I
brought
did was
some
try to save
conversation,
money, and that's not going to,
but,
that won't be the case.
well, it might be for by the time we're done with the direction of a lot of this.
The OTI stays the same.
But going forward into the following years, if they were to grant it next year.
So, it was a,
You
That's-
are unique in the fact that you have the opportunity for grants and you are
This-
partially funded by the city and partially funded by the county. It's not all reliant upon county tax dollars.
I have a question, Dustin.
the city
So
and the
if-
county were very concerned about money, and this was a way to actually come in cheaper and pass some of my payroll costs onto the grant. And really, that seemed like a pretty good argument to come before you, and because my ultimate goal is to compensate Alexa.
So Dustin, if you didn't use any of the county money in this sense, and you gave her that grant money, just like anybody else would, like they do the Vukovich or anything else, how they pay funding, does that still count as doing something wrong as a county employee?
She's a county employee. That's an absolute valid argument. There's no end run around that.
Well, where you're on grants, are you a county employee?
Absolutely. All of her stuff is governed by county policy and payroll. I don't think there's no end run around that, nor would I try that. She's a county employee. Absolutely.
Yeah, but if a county employee gets increased because of a grant and not because you add to a general fund, I keep saying, because they're doing above and beyond or they're doing something more, then that's a
I
little
was
bit
coming at
different
this
than
from
me
a
just.
dollars and cents and trying to advocate for Alexa. Honestly, the discussion that we've had raised points that I hadn't fully internalized or thought about, or I still struggle with. We are allowed to come to the commission at any time and ask to move somebody on the scale, and we do it all the time. So just because another department comes in and moves somebody on the scale does not mean then we have to do that for every employee in the county. We don't treat every employee exactly the same because a department head can come and advocate for moving somebody
And I
on
was
steps.
just strictly speaking budget numbers
Yep.
presentation wise.
The thing is, if I can
That's
do
all I
that
was
today,
talking.
that changes the
Correct.
amount of money I have to ask for from the county. If we do it now, I can save money. That was the intent.
I get
So how much are you asking again from us? No, there is no change, is there, from on your budget? He's not asking for anything different.
It reduces his operating transfer from general fund to support his emergency management fund budget.
And we told them they couldn't change their operations. No,
But Dustin, remind me, is the agreement with the city, who pays your pay, who writes your paycheck?
My paycheck comes from the city of Rapid
Okay,
City.
okay, so we pay, so the county is reimbursing or paying.
The county is, just like Alexa and Mark, the county contributes 25% of my compensation.
Okay,
But
so-
my check and my employee policies and my raises and my, all that kind of stuff are through the Rapid City Fire
okay, so
Department.
Gary wasn't here on this conversation. Tell him what you want to do with Alexis.
And
I apologize for not being here.
I apologize for diving into such a deep conversation. Again, my budget, this budget that we're talking about, 50% of a pass-through grant for 50% of our salaries, and then 25% city, 25% county. So my total budget for people, we're talking about myself, Mark, and Alexa. Half of our salaries are covered by a federal grant. It's managed by the state. My pitch that absolutely, as Holly pointed out, goes beyond the scope of the direction that we were provided as department heads to create a budget. Absolutely valid point. What I did is said, I move Alexa to the Gallagher band where she's supposed to be through this study, and that moves her to step one in that band, that C42. In the Gallagher mechanism, 7, the midpoint, indicates competency. And Alexa's been in emergency management longer than I have, and I've been advocating for a better compensation for Alexa for a long time. So my proposal was to move Alexa to C42, but then also move her to midpoint. I found savings in operations to transfer into payroll to cover that expense, and because 50% of that expense is passed then through to a federal grant, the actual operating transfer that I would need in my 2021 budget from the county goes from a 0.25% increase to a 1.8% decrease. I'd actually need less money from the county to pay Alexa more. And that was my pitch.
Okay.
And it went down some rabbit holes that I didn't foresee.
Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
DeSanto.
But keep in mind that if Dustin doesn't have this information to base his budget on, how's he going to give us an accurate budget?
I personally, if you get 6,000 from a grant, 3,000 from the city and 3,000 county, I'm sorry, it's not it's not the same for me as changing everybody else's salary because they go to midpoint. Everything is unique in the county in how we do it and how we work, everything we do. So we're finding that through 911, we're finding that through everything. So I don't know.
Now, it certainly was not my intent to create inequity. That was not
Madam Chair.
not my purpose for coming.
Commissioner.
Dustin, I would request that you also explain to Gary the point that you made about that you would rather compensate an employee accurately rather than utilize money for something that you don't necessarily feel is as important as compensating that.
Matter of priority. We have X number of dollars as a county, X number of dollars as a department. We allocate those dollars based on priorities. And in this proposal, I prioritized Alexa's compensation higher than some other. I'll still say there were needs. There's not a lot of fat or fluff in my budget. It's just a matter of prioritization and reprioritization. And I saw an opportunity to as we were already moving people, and that was really where this came from, is if we're already moving people, well, let me just make the move that I would like to make and pitch that. So really, that's where this this came from. But yes, it's a matter of reprioritization.
Question, Dustin, you said C, 42 on the
Yes.
Gallagher? So mid-range would be 34.52 an hour?
Sounds right.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm following this.
$34.52.
34.52.
For a deputy director
Base is
position that's been with the county for 11 years.
29.25, top is 43.87.
Okay, we'll consider it when, because we're not making the final decisions today anyway, but it'd be something we need to consider.
Yeah, vigorous discussion, and again,
So that would be our discussion for Friday.
For changes.
I-
Holly can write.
I just got one more comment, and I appreciate what Mark just said, because he made the point that out of all this discussion that we had today, what you brought forward is the change. It doesn't matter where the money's coming from, but you found it, and you found it within the budget as told to come to, present. So, I mean, he reduced some in order to get that for his employee, which shows great initiative to do that, and I would follow that with any future ones that would come forward.
Well, and based on the changes in the money and different stuff for me,
Yeah.
that makes a huge difference. Okay,
so outside of that, any questions on the?
One quick question
Yes, sir.
on Alexa. Is she based on a 40-hour week or a 30-hour week?
40-hour week,
40,
but
okay.
she's an exempt employee.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions about emergency management? This is also when you asked for a breakdown of services and fees. Obviously, services and fees are a huge part of the EM budget. But again, my salary being the largest, and then our Everbridge mass notification system being the second largest, and then various different service contracts, most of which for the technology pieces that we utilize in the EOC and the training room.
anybody else have questions on the rest of his budget, by the way?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay, Dustin, that way you don't have to go
Okay.
through it all. Did you have any other changes on any of these?
That was the only hand grenade that I lost. In my mind, it made perfect sense. I did not anticipate that, but it was honestly because I did not see some of those arguments. So I
Been
had a
there,
great
done that.
discussion.
Well, we'll pick our hands up off the ground and wipe our brows when you leave the room.
So, what's that I've got? Homeland Security and Hazardous Material, or LEPC, left, both of which are
Good.
easy.
We're good.
Oh, gotcha.
That's why I
so
said
much.
you don't have any other changes besides that, Dustin.
Well, my time's already gone, so I think just say it's okay and move on. Next.
Thanks, Dustin.
Actually, you got, 8 minutes or
Oh,
5,
yeah, I
10?
do have some time.
Come on, John.
So, morning, Commissioners. John Morrow, Pennington County Human Resources. Couple of thoughts before we actually get into the budget. One is the compensation administration rules and processes. We need to have something in place for us to know how the next year is going to shake out. So that's a given. If we use current rules, which actually can be done if that's the interest. Understand that new hires can be placed up to 7 steps if they're in a non-supervisory position. They can be placed up to step 15 if they're in a supervisory position under current rules. Proposed rules changes that to 5 steps, either upon hire or during the first year. That impacts the potential budget immensely.
Okay, so the bottom line with that, and that is a true statement you guys have said, Cindy and Holly. We figured about 500,000. We could change that a whole lot.
Yeah.
By changing the rules of how we told the department heads to do.
Those
this
forecasts are
overall.
built upon the projected
Okay,
rules.
Cindy.
That minimizes the amount of movement.
5 step.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cindy,
Maybe not correct.
maybe I misstated that. Okay.
My understanding was the estimated 500,000 that Gallagher gave us was just to get people on the scale where they made more than they are now.
Right.
Not moving them to step 7, not granting
Right.
promotions in the midst of this. It was to get them on the scale at where they make
And that
more.
was our direction as a board, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's why you're saying that's the bottom line.
That's just getting them onto
Yep,
the
on the scale.
I mean, I have an employee that it's like 0.32%. is all she will get of an increase, and she's been here 19 years.
Okay.
I mean, but that was the direction of the board.
So that, and you're right, you guys, Holly and Cindy, on that point, you're right, because it doesn't, change the budget and the rules. I just was saying, if somebody else is paying for that, it's not really, it's changing the rules in a sense that he's putting someone at a higher scale, but it's not changing the total amount. And that was our biggest thing, is we didn't want that amount coming, we wanted our reserves bigger.
Right, right.
And if that amount isn't really changing, by 3,000 in his OTI or our operating transfers, I didn't see that, we're affecting what we have said or did, except that when you guys explained that it was,
I for one, when this all come forward, didn't ever expect that implementation. I understood the 500,000 was the deal. I estimated we were going to have problems because we're not all the same. We're going to work through this and get through it. And I think we're seeing these now, and I think that's good because we're going to deal with it. If we end up having to adjust the 500 to 600 to make everybody feel equal, I'm willing to work on those to get what we need to do done.
we need to see what,
Yeah.
like we said, once John works with everybody, what that total is first. And then that's why we're doing a budget. Because it might already increase from what we said already by the time he comes back, because they still aren't at that bottom line for our budget yet. So we're saying 5, but we're not at the, like you guys said, we'd like that in the next, hopefully, budget time or now.
Couple
If that's
months,
what
it
we're
should
doing.
be finalized, I would hope.
We've got the preliminary numbers of
Yeah.
if the board re-implements the performance step that was suspended for this year, and then what it affects for changes in salaries next year, you're looking, 170 to put the performance step back in,
Okay.
and 156 for 2021. So bottom line, it barely, if I'm correct,
170,000
Cindy.
retroactive.
170 is for the step that we missed, the people that missed that second half.
20
Okay, and then the 156 is what, Holly?
would be the additional movement that we would have to account for Gallagher.
So it's only
But that's
156?
part of the 500.
Right.
So
Yes.
that wouldn't be over and above. That's already accounted for.
Say that again. What do you mean, part of the 500?
It's
Can I
included.
show you
Yeah.
a worksheet?
Yes.
Like how you understand
Oh, cool.
what she's saying.
Can we print one of those? Get it
I have
printed?
names on here,
Oh.
does that matter?
Not for this purpose, as long as we gather it
Guys,
again and it's.
Okay.
come here, guys.
I
Let her show us this.
spelled it out in a memo,
Already
but
understand.
since I did put names, then I got to thinking about it.
Yeah.
HR, I probably shouldn't have done that.
Mark.
That's cool.
Ron, Mark.
I get it.
I can't see.
But like with Lori Severson, she did not get her performance step yet.
Okay.
So here's where she would be, and here's where she would be on Gallagher.
If she
Which
got the
is
performance step, this is where she would be?
Without performance, this is where she would
Okay,
be. So
okay.
her increase is 0.06%. If we give her a performance, her increase is 0.32%
Okay.
going to Gallagher next year. So that's where that 170, so if people got their step and it made a difference
Now
where
I
they
get
go
it.
on
They have
Gallagher,
bumped them up.
that's where she would fall.
So it's either 170 or 156.
It's 170 for 2020.
2020,
That's how it will
retroactive.
But if we added that other step, it's added another 156 into it?
But it's built
If
in.
you add the step back in, it would be 156 out of the 500,000 that you've already accounted for.
Okay.
That's what we
Okay,
would
now
have
I-
saved.
Okay.
And those numbers are how big of an impact of our budget, overall budget?
They decreased it.
It's only the 170,000.
Make or break us one way or the other in the general fund.
Right.
But if you
So-
start going 7 steps on.
Without mean John and ruining your budget, we were
7 or
thinking on
5?
Friday or tomorrow about
Thought it was 5.
implementing that, giving them that second half of their step because of
The performance
how our
step.
budget's
That's
doing
enough.
and how much it was gonna cost us. We're,
I know that, but we need to keep in mind that we haven't received October's taxes yet. That's the big if. And what happens when this whole thing catches up?
And it will.
Because, you know, obviously you all know what business I'm in. I didn't see any effect, frankly, in people cutting back on what they were contributing to their IRAs and what they were paying for their insurance and so forth and so on. I'm starting to see it now. So what they lost back then is finally catching up with them now, and they're going, whoa, wait a minute, we kept funneling money into our retirement, now we can't, you know.
But also, people
So-
got a lot of breaks on a lot of things, like if they wanted to, that on their loans, on their house loans, on their regular loans, on a lot of things where it saved them for 3 months, where it didn't kill them off. The
Well, the
people,
truth is, frankly, if you look at it from an economic standpoint, a lot of people actually wound up with more discretionary income
Yeah.
and less expense per month because they weren't driving, they weren't going out to eat, they weren't doing all these different things. However, as I pointed out, I think a long time ago when we were talking about this, what we were going to do, a lot of people took that money and went and wasted it instead of setting it aside for,
Human nature.
yeah. And
Boats
that's
and
what's catching up to them now is that they went, woo, we got an extra whatever per month because we're not spending it. But instead of saying, let's stick that in savings because this might catch up with us later, they blew it. And
My guess is that, you know, people bought cars, they bought boats, but their most valuable asset's probably their real estate. So my guess is that they're gonna have to sell cars and boats and campers to pay their real estate taxes, or they're gonna lose their real estate. And there will be people out there that'll buy it.
Sure.
And we have to pay the taxes to
Holly.
keep that real estate.
Gary?
So could be a good time to buy campers and cars and boats in about 4 months.
Gary,
Holly, let me understand this 170,000. So you're saying if we make it retroactive, going back to whatever that date was in April,
April 10th.
through the remainder of this year, is the 170,000.
It's $170,000.
first,
Yes, sir.
170, right?
That does, I mean, it doesn't hardly seem possible it could be that low, but
I know, that seems like a low number to me too.
I'll make you a copy of the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
It's, granted, that is every department across. I mean, I didn't break it by general fund, fire fund, highway
right,
fund.
no.
That's everybody across the board, retroactive April 10th to December 31st.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, John.
Okay.
But that's only 1.25%.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, John.
And again, not everybody's going to get it. So this is our
Correct.
probably worst
True.
case as far as
True,
expense.
yeah.
So again, two things, the administration process, we just need to have some guidance on that. There's got to be a structure and process in place for departments to follow with regard to raises, increases, hiring, all of those types of things. I'll send that back out to you guys again later today.
Say what you're saying, that we already gave direction, didn't we, on operation and,
Not for compensation structure and
Wants
process.
to know whether
There is
we're
no
gonna-
structure approved for next year.
what do you mean structure?
The
Say-
rules that evolve around promotions, new hires, demotions, how many performance steps, all of those things have to be in a documented process. We don't have that right now.
So we have the direction now, but we need to get that
We have the
done.
direction as to how to set our budget to hit the first year. But for any movement within the year, those rules, and again, we recommended those probably back in March when we first started talking about the Gallagher results and what to do. We just need to have those rules in place, just like we have now. As I explained earlier, we've got, you can do up to 7 steps with a new hire if it's a non-supervisor, up to 15 if they're a supervisor, on a 34-step structure.
John, we do have working sessions that we have with budget. And that might be part of what we do for a working session when we're doing our budget to figure out bottom line. Remember, we always have like one working session or something to figure out what motions or where we're going. That could be part of
Okay.
that working session. Am I correct, Holly? About what we're gonna do with compensations? Is everybody okay with that?
There's
And we're
one,
kind of behind the ball on this one.
Mm-hmm.
They really should have been in place already before we started budgets, but it's something that the board just needs to take action on. So if you want to have a working session to discuss it before we go into a board meeting, we can schedule that.
I thought when we were discussing this, that we had decided that we were gonna go with the maximum 5 a month.
I
It's never been official.
don't recall any kind of a decision, formal decision.
Okay,
I know
so
we talked about it a couple of times.
Okay, I just thought.
So send it out again, John, to us so we can look at it.
Sure.
And then if we have to have a working session for budget to figure out where we're going
Is
with
that
this and
something we
that.
can do tomorrow?
It becomes part of the handbook as well. So I mean, it's publicized for the employees to understand, the public to understand. It's available.
I think we could make that decision tomorrow, I think.
Do you guys have time to stay longer tomorrow on some of the stuff that we
What
need
time
to
were we
work
gonna
on?
get out?
We're supposed to get out at
One.
11:30 with board
11:30.
discussion,
I
so.
can
Well,
stay later.
so tomorrow, I guess for the whole board's notice, is I kind of goofed this year, and I did not send out hearing notice letters to all the subsidies. So you're not gonna be hearing from all the outside pitches like we have in the past. So we will definitely save some time there tomorrow, not hearing from everybody. We'll still go over them and see if you guys want me to bring them in separately, but I think you have plenty of time to have those discussions tomorrow if that's the board's wish.
John, what was yours called? A what? That we need to discuss?
Oh, it's compensation administration,
Compensation.
policies and practices,
And
or
you have-
pay administration policies.
You have
and
time to
practices.
help us with that too, if
Most
we want to
definitely.
do that? Okay, so
Yeah.
everybody okay with those
Yeah.
discussions at 10:30 tomorrow? Okay.
I just wanted to clarify one thing. I remember when we did the gallery,
Yeah.
the study, John, me and you and having a discussion on how this process goes. My biggest concern was, and I think the board even is to work with you as much as possible on all the things that concern this, but I always wanted to make clear that the buck doesn't stop at your desk, that it's the
Correct.
commissions, that
Exactly.
they can come, you know, you work hard at trying to find differences, but
Oh, I agree, sir. I think that's on the last page of what we had
Yeah.
proposed, was the process for reviewing it with the board. So that hasn't been eliminated. It's actually called out in more clarity than it had
yeah,
been.
I'm just
So,
wanting to
yeah.
make the voice that
You bet.
that's what we're here for, and we've had
Exactly.
some great discussions today, and I appreciate it.
So Holly, you're writing down the discussions that we need to
I
have
have 9
tomorrow.
items so far.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, John, you're gonna get you're
Back on
done.
track.
No big changes. So what you'll see with the budget, we moved some things from software expense to contract expense. We realized that as contracts, they were just being paid on the wrong line item. So there's about $25,000 was shifted from one account to another, same total balance on the bottom. The challenge we have with the operations being frozen is similar to what Dustin had mentioned. The contracts we have with software providers provide them a 3% increase, up to a 3% increase. They haven't shown us what that increase will be for next year, but if we're frozen, we'll probably be short about $1,250 on software contracts. And I don't know that I've got a lot of other room to find that from an operations
How much
perspective.
was that, John?
It's on the NeoGov and Relia software packages.
Yeah, no, how
It's
much?
about $1,200.
So Holly, you're putting that as one of the parts for discussion. Thank you, John.
Yep. Other than that, you'll see an increase in wages. The other thing I wanted to talk about today was getting approval to actually fill our HR position. When I turned in the 10% reduction for the year, it was to not have that position filled through the end of June. Coming up in July now, we would like to repost and have that position in my office filled. So you'll see that on there as an increase as well.
So that's, you're increasing, you're taking the 10% reduction and using that money now? Is
Well,
that what you're
the
saying?
reduction was just through June. So when I did the reduced expenses for my department, that was the wage savings that I had. Where other departments furloughed people, I just didn't fill that spot for the first 6 months.
I thought it was for the year. 10% reduction on the overall budget?
That allows me to achieve the 10% reduction for the
Yeah,
year.
just 6
Oh,
months.
because you just did it through
I
6.
calculated that 6 months of no person.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
yes,
then
ma'am.
you wouldn't be taking the 10% back,
No.
you'd just be,
No, it just allows me to get it back up on the internet and get people interviewed and hired. So it has put us in a bit of a bind trying to keep up with things. Had COVID not popped up, we probably would have been perfect.
so if you had it in your budget, John, just like the other departments, we
Yes.
said, you don't have to ask us,
I
you
know.
already had it, so,
I just wanted it to be on
right?
the discussion.
He's looking at me like, okay.
argue with you.
Okay.
Fancy, I like that.
That's a first. Come on, Cindy, it's been quite fun.
But I'll,
No, it makes, I'm sure that John actually needs this person to help catch up on some stuff
yeah,
that he's had to deal with.
Okay.
um,
Any other questions for John?
COVID has kind of ruined our year so far. And the wage study has turned into now a 17th month project. I was thinking maybe 12 months tops,
I wasn't.
but I didn't know what to expect. I've never had one last that long. The ones I've done in the past, usually 6 to 8 months, you're able to do them, boom, put them in place, implement a new software payroll
Did you have
system.
17 honorary department heads?
No, I probably only had 8 there, but I had about 1,500 employees in the one facility, and we were still able to get it done. This is a very different duck, I agree. So there's regular mallards and then there's Muscovies. We are a
You're funny.
Muscovy.
I got a simple question, John.
Yes, sir.
If somebody got a $12,000 a year increase, if I wanted to equate that to hourly, would I just divide that by 2,080?
2,080.
And that's $5.76
Yes, sir.
an hour.
Yep. Yep.
Good
No,
point.
good question, right?
Any questions for John? John, you've been taking a lot of brunt for this Gallagher study. I'll
I'm
say it
cool.
again, but you got to keep telling them this board implemented and not you. You're just trying to follow that process through it. Anything we can do for a solution for before it gets here,
Oh, yeah.
we're with you, John.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. Commissioners, the discussions with the departments have been really good. I mean, even on the ones that we disagree with, we've found a way to update the job descriptions, implement new job descriptions, find solutions. We just have a few of them out there yet. Now, you're going to have Miss Lori come up here in a minute. We're still working on her job descriptions. So I've got them on my desk.
So
I have
before
some
she beats
questions.
you up, you're just going to just say it
Yeah,
up
I'm gonna
straight.
say, hey, I've got them, I've got some questions, but, she's the last big group of job descriptions to do. Everybody else is onesies, twosies now, so it's pretty cool.
Good job, John.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Miss Lori, we're going past Holly. Holly will be last. Hi, Miss Lori.
Good morning, Commission. Lori Wager, Pennington County IT Director. So I'm not going to go over each line item on my budget. I'm going to let you guys ask, but I am going to hit some highlights of some stuff that's going to be happening next year for 2021 and some of my other goals for future, which include 2021 also.
Did you reduce though?
A bunch.
Well, that's because
lose?
I pushed the JCI project last year and you guys authorized me to put that additional 100,000 in it, in my budget for it. So I took that back out because I'm not going to do that twice. So, big projects next year. We have been working very hard, Mike and I, on putting money away for stuff that we know that's going to be coming up in the future. So we put money into reserves every year. Next year, we're going to have 3 big projects coming across. We're going to have to replace our QNAP, our Barracuda, and our firewall. So those are big projects, but that money's not coming out of, they're not in my budget. They're coming out of my reserves. So we have that handled. This year, I'm probably going to have to take a little bit out of my reserves because we have a software that is utilized by the 2 title companies in town. And with that software, it was wrote in Silverlight, and Silverlight is going away at the end of this year. And so I've had an outside company quote on how much it would cost to convert it, and it's going to be about 40,000, maybe not quite. And I'm trying to work it in my budget this year, but I might have to pull a little bit of reserves to get it finished up. But I want to get that project off of our plate so we don't have issues coming up towards the end of this year when Silverlight goes away. Speaking of software, my goal is to get a bunch of these departments off of their in-house software and get them off onto CAN software. B&G has accomplished this. They are now on PubWorks, yay. Or not B&G, Highway. B&G is going to be going off in July, I believe, and they're also going to be going to a new timesheet or timekeeping application in July also, so that also helps. We can get rid of a few softwares there. Detox is going to be going off of their software. Hopefully by the end of the year, they have one selected and they want to implement September, October timeframe. Public Defender is one of my last ones that I'm working with. I spoke to him yesterday. He's supposed to be getting to me some ideas of numbers of how much it would cost to get them off of the software that they're on right now, which was wrote in-house and is not super stable. We need to get them off of that. I know you guys support this, and so I've encouraged them to start, get looking, find something. We got to figure out something with their software. Now, Shannon said he talked to you about reserves and they can't put money into reserves for something like that, for public defender? Okay. He didn't say it. He said he didn't say software to you.
He didn't say anything about reserves.
He didn't, okay. So that's a discussion that's ongoing, trying to get them off of that software. I'm trying to revamp our office, and as John said, I'm redoing job descriptions. This whole wage study has made me step back and look at things. And before, our layout of our office was not real good. And I never stopped and thought about it, and that's my fault. We have revamped the layout in the office. I really like the way the new layout is. It would take a lot of pressure off of my assistant director, bringing it down to some other levels, laying them out a little bit differently. And along with that, we rewrote our job descriptions, which we should have done before the wage study started. Our fault. But we are doing it now. We're very excited about what we've done. And as John said, we still have some discussions to go through. So I have about 3 employees that are maxed or next to maxing, and they're only been here for a few years. So we need to relook because they're not maxed out. They shouldn't be maxed out. So I gotta step back and look at some stuff with payroll. Hopefully I can do it all within my budget. So hopefully that all works through. We're looking at our workload in personnel to see how much hardware we need, how many hardware people we need versus software. Right now, I only have 2 people on software, and I'm hoping I can keep it at that level. If we have to continue to build more software, it's not going to stay. Omnitech is a good, viable option for us to go to, but they are kind of expensive. But once the code is wrote, we own it. We can go in and make changes, little changes. Oh, we got to add a report to this, or oh, we got to do this. So we own the code, and we can go out. Now they've done one program for us so far for highway, so we got to start on them with that. So highway needs anything, we can either add it, or if it's beyond our skills that we have in our office, we can ask Omnitech to do it. So we have that availability. What else do we got going on here?
You don't have much.
Huh? My big software conversion, of course, involves Cindy, and that is with the software that right now is being wrote by Tyler Technology. Tyler Tech is the company that DOE uses. We have viewed their software, really like it. I contacted Ron at Tyler Technology, and their plans is to finish it up this year and into 2021 and be able to give us an option maybe to start looking at it in 2021, 2022. It's a tax product that they're gearing towards South Dakota with all the South Dakota laws. And just recently I received something from the state in regards to our abstract. So it's like all the changes that they make, we can't keep up with it. So hopefully this Tyler Technology software will work out, and that would replace the software that Janet uses and the software that hopefully Cindy uses. So
Okay.
hopefully that will happen, and I'll have that off the plate before I retire someday, and then Mike don't have to deal with it.
You have a bunch of stuff on license fees
Yes.
that has to do with Janet's office? And
No.
that's software,
Well,
or is that something different?
the licensing on this that you're seeing underneath of my professional service and fees
Yes, ma'am.
is licensing for equipment
Okay.
and
Okay.
software
Sorry.
for the entire county.
I don't know why I thought that.
Yeah, none of it is specific to any specific department. If it was specific to a specific department, we make them pay for it. They can pay for their own software licensing.
Okay.
Like Cindy pays for her software licensing for Springbrook.
Yes, I got it.
Ours is
I
the
don't know why I
hardware
just said that.
portion of it. And if you guys have any questions about that, let me know. Now at the top with that Visual Studio and the Dev Express, I usually alternate those. You might not see the Dev Express or you might not see the SQL Server. I usually alternate those because it's software related, and we may do one year and the other year, just to keep them up current. We don't have to do them both every year. But I have 4 seats wrote in there. We used to have 4 software developers. We'll be able to reduce that number once we come to a conclusion of how many people we actually need in
So
the office.
all these fees, some are re-upped every year and some are not at 94,000?
Most of these that are on this here
Yes, ma'am.
are every year, with the exception of, sometimes we have to replace the Barracuda Messenger, for example, and because we're replacing it, the fee is built into the replacement of that unit, and so we don't have to pay for a year because it's already built in.
Okay.
But
So Lori, how do we fund your reserve accumulation?
every year I put a dollar amount in for my reserves, and ask Cindy how that's handled. I don't know. It's
Assigned.
confusing. I just keep a balance. I just know how much I have.
Do we have we must have established a policy at some point in time of what we do on that, or?
A lot of times they tell us kind of what, if I'm correct, Cindy, a lot of times they just tell us, what they're building towards and then how much they need in order to get to that amount. Am I correct? And then we decide as a
Right, like
team if we want to do that for them.
with the way it was established when Julie was here, in order to help people build those reserves, rather than going along without a huge expenditure of like $500,000 for the sheriff's bus, she put a line item within our budget to accumulate, and he accumulates $100,000 every year. And so what we do is we come to you and say, we're gonna put that $100,000 now into assigned reserve. And so then that's moved down there. In a sense, it's still in his budget, but we expect that at the end of the year, he will not have spent that $100,000, and that's what enables us at the end of the year to make sure it's in
Okay.
his accumulated assigned reserve.
Okay.
Yep.
So, you do that, and I do that, and the sheriff does that. I think that's the only ones that actually have
Not how
an
highway
annual budgeted assigned reserve.
and Hawaii highway?
No,
No?
no. Mm-mm. His money is all specific to him anyway, so there's no need to do an assigned reserve for a specific project within his budget.
Okay, so,
He has an assigned reserve, yes.
right.
But that's not specific to any project like our general fund individual departments have reserves.
So him having that reserve for Sheridan Lake, and isn't that kind of like what you guys are doing? He has to keep it for a certain project?
Well, he does, yeah, but we don't look at it his quite the same way because we don't budget a certain amount every year to be placed into that reserve.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's the difference.
Different animal.
That's from a different,
Yeah.
that's from feds. Okay.
Yep.
And mine is, I don't specifically say it's for this. Most of the time, it's just for hardware. And Mike and I sit down every year and we reevaluate what is coming up, what are we going to need to do, how much money are we going to have. And I have this whole spreadsheet set up and I have it laid out. And every year we reanalyze. Okay, in 5 years, are we going to have enough money to do this? So I have it slated that in.
So if you're not assigned, Lori, then we can use it at any time from the
Yeah,
budget.
like in 2024, I am going to be replacing servers to the tune of $200,000. I'm sure you guys don't want me to put that all in my budget in 1 year. So we've kind of laid it out. We have network core switches that are going to be replaced, just like our computers, and so we have them on a rotation schedule.
Okay, so my question is then, okay, you're showing proposed for 2021 still the 65,000
Yes.
with no increase.
No, not this year. Not for 2021. We're not increasing it. 2022, we may look at it and see what the cost of stuff has done, see if there's anything additional that has come up if we need to. Like I'm needing to use some probably this year for this $40,000 project for my software. So I may have to readjust next year, but I may not. It all just depends. We sit down and reanalyze it every year.
Okay,
Just
thank
to
you.
make sure
Lori,
that
on
we
your
don't.
on your breakdown here,
On,
the IT breakdown, professional services fees.
okay,
Some of the numbers are adding up for your last column, but some of them aren't. So like Visual Studio, 4 seats, 1,500. You got 6,250, that's only 6,000, 1,500 times 4.
oh wait, just,
Software, Visual Studio, 4 seats at 1,500 each.
Oh, yeah. Well, the left side is just my general notes. When the guys come in and give me actual numbers, I put them on the right-hand side, and I may not have changed that left-hand side.
Okay, because the
The
big one is,
2,600, yeah, I see
yeah,
that.
that's 10 grand.
That's,
not
Yeah.
that's just
60.
called creative accounting, Mark.
Well, I kind of rough guess. We have to rough guess because today's prices versus next year's prices. So I do the budget number and lay something in there and hope that we don't go over it. And I don't think you guys can see the SQL Server, so there's something that I flip. So one year I'll do the SQL Server, which I have listed at 12.5, and the next year I'll do the Visual Studio and Dev Express, which will be 12.5. So I kind of flip flop those two.
All right, just as long as you're aware of it.
Yeah.
So now with these new servers, that means we can keep our emails?
No.
That's,
It's not longer. They're all out there, you guys, for I think 6 or 7 years.
They are, and we're thankful that they are. We've
Yeah.
used that.
We just can't use our email server as a document storage unit.
just thought I'd ask.
Nobody likes me when it comes to email. We've got to be more creative of what we use our expensive storage for.
Any other questions on Lori's budget, Commission?
No.
All right, good job, Lori.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks, Lori.
Lori,
Yes, Brian, do you have an update? Is the food ready?
A little bit of an update for you.
Okay.
Got some bad news for you on the kitchen. Our kitchen manager had a fever this morning and was sent home, so I don't want to expose
We're
you
not
guys
going to
to
COVID.
I thought I better tell that to you today than tomorrow after you've sat in there. I don't think we had any mass exposure or anything, but he was in yesterday, he was in today, he's had a fever, we sent him home, so I think we should scrap that. Now, there's a church that's feeding first responders over at the public safety building, so if you guys want to eat, we'll come get you and take you over there at noon, we could still eat
That'd be cool.
over there, if
You
you
guys
want to
good
do
with
that.
That'd be cool to see the first responders.
Yep,
Enough?
yep.
I eat a lot.
We'll see. Starting at 11, so if they're gonna run out, I'll stop by and let you know, but I think they'll have enough food, so
Okay,
I'll come get you, we can walk over there and eat.
we're done. You guys, Mike, you can do yours this afternoon. We're gonna go eat.
All right, I'll stop back.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Mike, you're up, son.
I was looking forward to turkey.
Turkey, hot turkey.
Hot turkey sandwich, man.
Yeah.
Good morning. Mike Cool, Director of Buildings and Grounds. I brought Rita Bender, our office manager, with me so she can help me with questions that you may have.
So, you did his budget and he has to explain it. Is that what you're saying, Rita?
Yes.
I'm teasing. Rita, we haven't seen you for a while. You do an amazing job. You don't get to hear that much from us because you're in your office all the time, but we know how much you do for buildings and ground, and you're pretty amazing over there, Miss Rita. Thank you for all you do.
Well, the number of times she gets up here to talk will tell us how well they communicate.
That may be true. One thing I would like to point out is that Rita actually has not been working in the office for some time because I am very concerned about if we end up with it in our COVID within our department. She is the only one who can do a lot of the things in our relative to it, so I've had her working at home.
So if the sheriff sends any food over to you in the next couple of days, don't eat it.
So we've followed, basically the commission's direction relative to how to prepare a budget this year. We did not alter our operations budget. And we have a slight increase with personnel that equals $52,066. This is based on the latest revisions that were requested. If we add performance numbers back in, or steps back in for the year. There are some, I do have some concerns that, when we cut 10% off of our budget when we limit our, no growth within the operations and stuff, we still have things like, utilities that we can't change, stuff. So that takes a bigger chunk out of other areas in our budget that, for maintenance and supplies. I understand the need for us to try and get ahead of this with these cuts. So we're trying to do our best with our share, and we'll deal with what we have to. It probably means that things that may be considered along the line, the needs that are there that were maybe considered optional or something are just not possible right now. So.
Well, Mike, the option too is, we're discussing needs of people, not wants of people in this budget, and maybe, if I'm correct, it'd be the time if some of those needs need to come back, or some of those have-tos that are actually affecting your operations, you might want to bring that forward during this budget time, Mike.
I think that, I, there's so much unknown for us right now in terms of what needs the county has relative to dealing with COVID and such that I'm expecting we'll know more at the end of this month when departments come in, but it'll take us getting through July probably to understand some of the expectations and if things really change within the county when we start bringing people back into the facilities. So it's hard for us. I think that we can make do. We just can't do those optional things that people will be asking for.
Well, where is that affecting your operations at? Meaning, is it because of the hours put in, or is it both of the changes, like putting up screens and different stuff? I mean, if that's stuff that is affecting your budget and it's not coming out of the other budgets, that needs to be somehow put back in, so you can keep functioning and building grounds where you need to in order to keep that budget where it needs to be. Does that make sense?
Yes. Well, my approach so far has been relative to dealing with like the sneeze guards and stuff. I think we're right around $31,000 being spent on trying to deal with some of that stuff.
Just for materials?
Just for
And labor.
materials, we had got some outside help early on to get to jumpstart some stuff that was additional costs, but and there's still more to do. And my expectation is there going to be, when people start coming back in, there's going to be more requests for additional differences. We're trying to cover the public interfaces as much as we can. But my expectation is that anybody who's making requests for like barriers between workstations, things like that, that needs to be their cost to bear.
That was gonna be my next question is how some of the, are we billing some of these departments for the materials? It's just-
I have continued to state along the way is that they may need to help cover those costs depending on where we're at. We've made some assumptions on where we thought we were going to have to put some barriers and tried to plan based on that. But what I believe is going to happen is that what I think where there may need to be some, and what other people think there is need to bring that comfort level up, there's going to be a difference there.
That's what I've heard, with a lot of companies trying to get people back to work. They're putting up the barriers and so forth. So I understand that's kind of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You don't know how things are going to be in the next
Right.
6 months. In order to get all our employees back, and what we may have to do, put up some different type of barriers. But that's going to have to come with a cost that I don't think buildings grounds can
Okay.
bear on themselves. We got to figure out
No,
how to do it.
we won't be able to cover all those costs.
Yeah.
And where it could become a problem down the road is, you know, if we have some significant failure in a system in a building someplace along the line this year, that's where it's going to get us into trouble.
A good point. We should hopefully get paid back on COVID on some of these issues, Mike. And it goes in the general fund, and if everybody's kept track like they were supposed to of how it affected them, you already know, then this commission is going to, that's not just, we're gonna dump it in general fund for reserves at that point. It needs to go back to those departments that were affected by it, and that's, for me, that's just common sense where that would be going, because you guys spent it out of your budget, so.
So any cost you incurred on that should come right back to you.
Okay.
If
My
you keep
concern
track
is,
of it.
when is that going to happen? And I got to get through the year somehow. So that's what I'm trying to navigate, I guess, is.
Cindy said she'd give you
I'll be, you know, saying no to the things that I consider maybe not necessary that people think are needed.
Okay.
And I'm going to be trying to just deal with the things that are safety or health related or have a significant impact on operations
As you
or
should.
we have some additional damage occurring because something's not being addressed.
And for us, Mike, just keep us up to date, because some of those things those aren't wants, those are have to. So, this board needs to know that, and you have buildings and grounds, and you have two commissioners in there that could bring some of that forward as well. So maybe some of that discussion needs to be when,
Yeah.
it is about buildings and grounds and what's happening, in order to update and make sure things, again, are being put forward in order to, chillers and different things that you're gonna need. I don't know if it's chillers, but some of those bigger items that you don't wanna come in and say, okay, we just had this fail, there's no way. I need $1 million, so.
I got a question for Cindy. You know, because just as you brought up, is there is going to be some funding coming back, supposedly for expenses for the COVID from not only the state, if I'm right, Gary. There was some funding from the state that was given from the feds that we could possibly come back just like emergency management related to the COVID. So for like Mike's case, to do for the protection, we can say that, and that's $30,000. We don't know when it's going to come back, if it's going to come back. He's in limbo. So do we take a look at that and say it comes out of our reserves, knowing that we could get it back? The reason why I ask is I've got several like insurance claims right now that's what they're telling me to do is we're going to cover it, but they ain't giving me the money yet.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen is that there may be departments that are going to end up needing a supplement. My suggestion is that we don't do $10,000 here because we got this donation and $15,000 here because we got this donation, and then we got $22,000 back from FEMA here, that we wait until
Accumulate it.
October and really start to look at those numbers so that A, we're not wasting a bunch of time doing a bunch of little supplements all year long, and B, we will have a better picture of what you've actually been able to claim for COVID expenses, and hopefully we'll have an idea if those have been approved, whether we get them back this year or next year is kind of,
Good point.
I mean, it'll be irrelevant in the end as long as we get some money back to
Who's-
cover those things.
Whose kind of spirit is that? Dustin, who's kind of taking those numbers in and keeping track? Who's actually keeping?
I think the individual departments are
Each-
keeping track of their own right now. When it comes time that we know what funding sources we can apply to, I'm sure Dustin will be happy to spearhead that because he knows exactly how to get through all those FEMA hoops.
There's a few people working on that, and
Yeah.
we should know more maybe in the next couple of weeks of what's really happening.
Yeah, and then we should.
As a leadership here, we'll bring that information back. So right now, we have no definite of anything right now, but when we do, we've been talking to a few of the different people about that cash flow.
October, we'll probably have a good
think we'll have a
good
better
sense
idea.
of what the total, okay.
I know that just within the elections budget, we've sent our expenses that were over and above what a normal primary would be. We've sent those to the Secretary of State's office, and it sounds like we're gonna get about 80% of that back.
Awesome.
That's good.
Okay, thanks.
Another thing that I guess I would like to note that, relative to COVID is, I have some concerns about strain on our staff of, relative, right now I have our Texan specialists doing wipe downs during the day and stuff. It limits, limits our ability to get other work done that's necessary. So we got things that are going to be, that are kind of sliding and stuff, plus having, wrapping up, at the end of any one of our construction projects, Buildings and Grounds ends up doing, has a lot of work to do to prepare the buildings for occupancy and
What's the
such.
solution, Mike?
Well, we just got a highway employee that can help with doing wipe downs or something, and that's a start where we could do something. But I've been contemplating is there, and I'm expecting that there are going to be more demands asked as more people come back in to work from Buildings and Grounds. And so my thought is, I've been contemplating is, maybe we be allowed to hire some, some temporary people. If I've suggested that if we had more people who need work, that we could utilize them, but I can't, this worked out well for us because highway's covering the cost of it, but,
So bottom line, Mike,
Oh, no.
he's not going to agree with that, but that's what made it work for us is
so
the.
Mike, bottom line, you're trying to tell us you got more of a workload than you can handle. So this is the time to bring that up because we're having discussions tomorrow. What's that look like? How many people is that in order to make you having a functioning buildings and grounds? Because you're overloaded is what you're trying to say. So what's that solution that you want to offer the board and how many people is that? 2 temps for 6 months? Is that, I mean, this is the time to figure out and then bring it forward, Mike,
Okay.
instead of waiting till, okay, the budget's done and guys, I really can't do this.
Well, I mean, but what is the reality that we face next year?
Okay. Well, your
Uh,
reality now is you need 2 temps. You might be having those temps end up having to be full-time because there's no way, once you see the load that you have and the changes, maybe in the fall, it might be different. But right now, start with what the solution is now in order to get you through the next months.
Temps are good on the job training.
There
yeah,
you go. And then you could see if you found some new employees.
yeah. I, I, I am, so is that something you'd like me to,
You guys okay with
put
that?
together some numbers for?
Gary Lloyd? Yep.
Okay.
By tomorrow.
Rita?
Rita,
Yes.
go home now and figure that out.
We are, another thing that we're working on, and we are currently trying to transition from in software for, our accounting in here, but it's also a new component to this is really asset management. This is what Lori noted just prior to me coming up here. She said that our goal had been to try and transition off in July. We pushed that back to August because we just we can't. There's these additional needs are just don't allow enough time to deal with all of that. So,
Okay, so on that, what is your needs for the asset management software?
I'm not asking for anything relative to that. It's just a matter of working through that. Our expectation is that this could really change what we need for staffing and stuff. So we kind of want to get this in place and start seeing what kind of demand it has, but COVID didn't help us any for trying to transition. So it just slowed us some.
So look at that and what you're saying with the temps and kind of brings something forward, Mike,
Okay.
based on all the stuff you're talking about and you can't get done and your needs.
Yeah, and I don't want to say that I'm certainly not trying to imply that we can't get things done in the long term. I am concerned about the strain it's putting on our staff.
Well, that's why you're saying
They-
temporary, Mike.
yeah.
So
So it would be, my expectation, my hope had truly been earlier that the way COVID maybe worked was that it would be through the summer months, it was diminishing or something, and maybe we could step away from doing the daily wipe downs and stuff. And that isn't what has happened.
you have
So,
to go to the jail now because they need some more wipe downs today.
right.
I got one comment. You know, Mike, I work in a division that's construction and maintenance, building maintenance and so forth. And one thing I do have to say for your crew and your division, what's going on, the standards that you've set for your people has created pride in the work that they do. I mean, you walk around this building and I look. I mean, that's just in my brain, and we're looking at some of the stuff that's going on, and you can tell that your folks take pride in what they do,
Yeah.
and that means a lot. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I'm thankful that you realize that because that is a goal of us is we want our people to own what they're doing and take a lot of pride in it. I think we get more from them. They get better satisfaction from that.
So bottom line, Mike, on this, bring forth your needs in order to move forward to keep up your operations. Start it as temporary, and if it has to move forward differently, but at least start it with temporary and show us what that looks like. Because I don't know about you guys, but do you have any questions on his regular budget? Because
No.
that looks good, but we kind of want to see what that's going to look like. So,
Okay.
other than that, Lloyd's right. We all agree you've been kicking some butt on how you've run your operations, but just because it looks good doesn't mean it always feels good on the backside. Meaning how much work that takes from you and your guys.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, you got a huge project you're trying to finish. So work with John, if I'm correct, Board. I'm not speaking for myself, that we're bringing forth what your needs are to keep up your operations.
Another thing I guess I'd like to raise is, I've talked with John to a limited degree about the Gallagher study. I know I've heard some of the discussions there. We have some concerns about our employees. One of the biggest ones I probably have is where our custodians have been placed. I hope through all of this that there's a greater appreciation for what custodians do. But they're pretty, what did we figure, 13, even giving them 5 steps to start, it's 1388 or something. That seems pretty low for, for the job that we expect of them. And I hope that you would see that some of the requirements relative to working within law enforcement, we need, I would say that we're shooting for an upper layer of person, somebody who's got some experience and is trustworthy versus where somebody else may be working in another facility. That's a concern I have that I feel like it needs to be addressed and stuff. And with everything that we have going on, we haven't been able to spend the time. We don't have a problem with the budget right now relative to that. But what I'm just saying is that
Something needs to change.
that's something that needs to be looked at.
Mike, are you
That's-
talking starting wages or current wages?
Starting wages.
Okay.
John's having a lot of concern with that in many departments, so he's probably going to have to readjust or do something that.
I know, and that's not just a simple thing that
Well,
there's an effort to that.
and it's
And
not
John's
just,
got a huge amount of stuff to deal with
well, and
as well.
it's not just John. So John's gonna bring forth 10 people, Mike's gonna be one, and 911's gonna be one, and there's gonna be, and we have to make a decision as a board, but at least we know at this board of where those issues are and what our decision's gonna be. So if we're having departments that are having those issues, they're gonna go to John first, and then that's gonna be a discussion that we have. So, and we're discussing some of it tomorrow on compensation and administration, so that could be another subject is, some people they aren't gonna make it and nobody's gonna apply for some of these jobs at that starting wage. Where are we gonna go with that? So,
Yeah. Um,
but that's a good point.
yeah. I heard prior discussion about it as well. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in regard to that. Um, the, the last thing I'd like to note is in regard to the $800,000 that's allocated to us. Most of that money and from the prior year that we were going to request be used was intended to go for security system upgrades and stuff. When we rolled into this COVID stuff, we hadn't signed an agreement for a big chunk of that. I held off on it, and I no longer think that we can do as much as we thought because of where we're going to have to reallocate money. Where I thought I might have money to cover some expenses, some other way, I'm going to have to take out of accumulated building, I think. So I don't think I can cover all those.
So put that down again for the request for tomorrow. I mean, like I said, we're looking at areas where people are having issues. And if this board wants to cover those issues or say, make do. So that's why we keep seeing people that, okay, this is my budget, but I do need 2 temps and my budget's not gonna cover all the needs that I need to do for changes. How much is that, Mike, is a good way to put it?
Well, I mean, some of this to me can be just pushed down into another
Right.
year. Now, there will be people that are upset that we haven't upgraded the security systems in one of their buildings or something.
Yeah. But you'd put that down. You'd put, these are the things I'm supposed to do this year. If, these are the things that I would, have to push down the road, then we would look and say, security systems, no, we gotta find the money for Mike to still do his security system. Some of that stuff, you're not gonna be able to do all of it anyway, because you're not gonna have the manpower, so you're not gonna put that down.
Yeah, and generally, these are outside contracts,
So you wanted to put those down as well, something you're holding off that probably needs to be done, but you only have so much money, and so,
And is,
Mike, you'd bring those forward as well with your temps.
Yeah.
and
Okay,
is that gonna cost us more if we push it off down the road? I mean, that's a big thing too.
Yeah.
It's okay
I'm not expecting, one of the things that's come up from this, certainly there's a lot. Are we faring any better with plastics? It's getting better. Is it? Things delivered. Yeah. Plastics and stuff that were made in China have been way out of whack in terms of knowing whether we're going to get them. We've had to make some adjustments for supply. Some of the bigger things is we're trying to have people provide some materials for departments that they can utilize to wipe down their personal areas, or if they want to feel more comfortable to have something to wipe down the counter with, that they have that stuff. So that's a new expense, which we can try and account for to a degree as well, if you wish.
So bottom line is, Mike, on your budget, these are the things that you put down. That's what some of the departments, these are the things that, this is great. I did what you guys said, but bottom line, it's not gonna work if I don't get some of this done, and I'm not gonna be able to do these things, and I'm not gonna be able to keep this up. Cleaning and doing everything, and you guys wanna open a building, which is even gonna make it worse on me, so, put your needs down. That, you know, and then also when those needs come up, Cindy might not get her plastic on her windows or her whatever guards right away because we don't have any plastic. But bottom line is, we need to know, what those changes need to be in order for you to be a functioning department, Mike.
Okay.
We can't take less than when it comes to some areas, in any areas in the county, but, sometimes we forget about you guys, because we see people cleaning, but we forget how all the snow removal is done and how the utilities are put on and how this building is functioning is from you guys. So we're not recognizing all your needs or that you're overworked or, you know what I mean, in a sense.
Yes, I want to make it clear, though, my intention coming here today was not to try and make a case for finding additional funds here. What I was trying to do is point out that there is going to be things that people have to do without, that maybe we were planning to try and get done,
So
that we can't. And some of those maybe aren't that big a deal, and people are going to have differing opinions about that. And what I'm trying to tell you is, you guys are going to hear about that,
okay.
and because they're going to get pushed down the line.
But if we can help it not get pushed down the line and make you a more functioning department, that's what we're trying to tell you. We're here to help.
Yeah.
And if you feel that all that's going to be good and you're functioning and you want to keep moving forward, but you're going to have to push people off and you're good. It's up to you.
No, I'm happy to provide what you asked for. I just wanted to make it clear that's not what my intent was in coming in here, was that
Okay.
we were trying to do our part in terms of helping meet your objectives, and we will find a way to make it work.
Anything else you need to tell us about your budget?
I don't believe so. I think I probably said too much already.
I got a question.
No,
Mike?
you did good.
What determines how much we get for public service building reimbursement or public safety building reimbursement?
It's based on an agreement, a written and established agreement. What is the percentage?
With the city?
It's kind of a, it's not just PSB.
Building is 41%.
We'll take that.
Evidence is a different percentage, and the grounds is another percentage.
Oh, all different, okay.
And is the parking structure?
Yep, and the parking structure's in there.
But it's all wrapped into this number?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Just wondered.
I
Hadn't asked it in the past. It had popped into my head and I decided, you know what, I'll ask today. What? So,
thank you,
and I
Mike.
think what Mike's actually trying to roll up in a ball is that if there's things he can't get done, we might hear about it. So
Yes.
be prepared.
Thank you for putting that so succinctly.
Thank you for the warning.
That
Mike,
there
you
will be
guys,
there will be people that raise concerns that we are not able to address, and
I
just
think
wanted-
there's going to be a lot of concerns once we open the building and some other stuff. It isn't just going to be you, Mike. So,
Yeah.
well, we need to be ready for that no matter what. It's not just going to be your issues. It's going to be a lot of areas. So,
Yeah.
we know you guys do a good job and
Yeah.
things happen.
I would greatly appreciate the help with
Temps.
taking some, maybe trying to take some of the stress off of the employees, if we could use some temporary people, so.
Okay. You can show us what that looks like, Mike.
Okay,
Thank you, Rita, too.
thank.
Get on that, Rita, and then Mike will come present it. You guys do a great job. Let's take 5, board.
I know we are, but.
Okay, go ahead, Miss Holly.
Okay, Commissioners, we're gonna start with the insurance budgets. It would be the last page in your commission portion of your budget books. And I'm gonna rely heavily on Cindy and Gary on this portion.
Talking to that mic, Miss Holly, for me.
I do somewhat with the insurance, not a lot in depth with our insurance. So, if anybody has any specific questions, Mike Gould is here to answer any questions as well. if the board has any.
Mine is weed and pest. Where's the insurance?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Look in your commission tab. Look in your commission tab. And it's
Commission
the
tab.
last
This?
sheet in your commission section.
Commission.
Oh,
Go to
commission.
commission
Okay, go to
section.
commission and then look in the tab.
Page.
That's what you meant, go to
Last
my,
sheet of
our
paper in
tab.
there.
Okay,
Gotcha.
sorry, we were all confused looking for your tab, Holly. Insurance budgets 101 through 0113.
Yes.
Everybody got it? All righty, Miss Holly.
Anybody have anything specific that they would like to talk to Mike about, ask about? I know discussion a little bit about agent fee. Mike, I guess I can let you speak to that a little bit more. I believe we're at 7.5% we pay. Is that correct,
Right.
Mike?
That's correct. Do you want me to, let me just jump in here a little bit. First off, it's a pleasure to be able to be in front of you guys. We normally work with department heads and very seldom get to actually, in this case, sit before you. I'm Mike Gould. I've been in the business quite a while. I'm joined today by Dave Schmid from Dave Schmid Insurers, Perry Barella, who's with Hub International, a gentleman I've worked with for many, many years, as well as Nathan Larson, who's having some connectivity issues. Nathan represents Western Dakota Insurers. 4 insurance agencies, 4 insurance agents working on your account. I've been working on your account for about 30 years. Approximately 50 years ago, there was a philanthropic insurance group started literally to write the community's insurance needs. So we wound up not just writing the county, we insure the city, we insure the school district, we insure the airport, virtually anything that has to do with the community or municipality. We work together basically for the benefit of the insurance. Each year we take the earned revenue and we donate that back after expenses to the community. So as a local agent, there's a lot of things going on. We're watching constantly, as you are with COVID-19, the pandemic, as it unfolds. We're learning every day. There's a lot of coverage issues that we need to address on a daily basis. As the end of this month approaches, approximately half of the reinsurance contracts in the United States will be renegotiated, and many of them are going to have specific COVID exclusions. So we keep our eye on that as well. One of the interesting issues that I wanted to bring up, because not only do we just, we do oversight of the market conditions and coverages, but we also try and get ahead of the curve. For example, right now we're hearing people having to sign waivers of liability for attending an event that they may or may not get COVID at. Mm-hmm. How does that affect you guys as public officials, I guess would be the big question you're thinking. Well, if the county commission made a decision on a pandemic issue which adversely affected a third party, you could be liable. If you didn't make a decision, let's say you failed to act, you could possibly be liable. Obviously, we know you can be sued for just about anything. But with COVID, it brings interesting issues, certainly. And at this point, you do not have an exclusion under the errors and omissions coverage for public officials' errors and omissions. Nor do you want one. And we're going to do our best to fight to prevent that type of coverage from occurring on your policy. We routinely spend a lot of time with your department heads, as I mentioned earlier, but also with your legal advisors. Jay has been always sending us contract Aldrin. We routinely review these for insurance issues, particularly with contractors. When you're doing something, look for hold harmless agreements, waivers of subrogation, that sort of thing. But without boring you guys to tears, I would certainly open this to questions. Dave, but before I do that, David Schmid, unmute yourself a little bit, and he's the head of, he's also on this committee, has been for a long time, but he also wears a hat as chairman of the public relations of the Independent Insurance Agents Association, which is who actually your agent is. It's not me, it's not Dave, it's not one person, it's actually an organization. So Dave, why don't you tell them a little bit about who we are and what we do?
Good morning. Thanks, Mike. Everybody hear me?
You bet.
Yep.
Great. So as Mike said, that the association is approximately 50 years in existence, and the member agencies are Agents of Insurance, Black Hills Insurance Agency, Dave Schmidt Insurance Agency, Hub International Insurance, Professional Insurers, Security First Insurance, and Western Dakota Insurance. And it really is, rather than competing for public entity business, we're collaborating, taking the collective markets that we have and relationships with those markets, plus our collective expertise, to kind of meld together a business model for the benefit of the community at whole. So I thought I would just give you a little bit of overview of how the association works. We're not a 501c3, we're a for-profit organization. And so when a dollar of revenue comes into the association, here's how the money goes. The agency who has the market, the places, the coverage, gets 20% of that revenue. These are approximate numbers. 40% goes to the committee members, and then the association keeps 40%. And what many people may or may not know is that after we pay our expenses, which are basically our own insurance, our accountant, and our taxes, and for the commissions that are placed, about 40% of that is donated back to the community. And in the past 10 years, the association has donated over $1 million back into the community. And some of those charities, larger charities that we've donated to, are Wellspring, United Way, Volunteers of America. Other ones are, we have a backpack program for kids at the school, Black Hills Children's Home, Youth and Family Services. You just name, the list goes on.
So Dave, not to interrupt you, but so you have an agent fee. Is that given to charities as well?
A portion of it is, yes.
And what portion? Like, do you have a percentage or?
40%.
How much?
40.
40% of the
agents of the service fee that you see, is, and now that's just on the service fee, because that part of your insurance is with the Public Assurance Alliance. We may, with a regular insurance company, be getting 15% commission on something, and so on the property, Perry could address that, but I have no idea what the revenue side is on that. But we, again, take any commission or any revenue earned and put it into the pot and donate it back to the community, basically 40%.
So the service fee is $24,000 and 40% goes to, you said, charity? And the other 60% is charged for what? I mean, where does that go?
We buy errors and omissions insurance. The servicing agency basically has customer service reps that back us up, that do all the policy work. So it's basically at cost. I mean, that's 40% that we otherwise would probably be putting in our pocket is what we donate back to the community.
So let me ask you something up straight. You have many companies that cover this. Is it cheaper? Are we getting the best bang for our buck if we're going with what you guys are moving us forward? Or is it, Mike, I'm not trying to be rude to you, or is it easier to go with one company, or is that just not, that's just not how you're covered in insurance through counties? Do you see what I'm saying? Because if you're going through a committee, if you're going through association, that's a lot of extra areas that you're having us go through in order to get that coverage, instead of going with one company like Acuity or something like that. I guess I don't know how counties do insurance. I'll just tell you that up straight, except by what you're telling me today.
Right. Okay, here's the deal. We, for instance, Hub International represents, who knows, 80 to 100 insurance markets. And so if we were to shop your property insurance, it's going to go literally to those that are going to have an appetite for municipal entities. So a company, no, we're not in love with any particular company. I am an advocate for the customer. In this case, for the community. So is it better to go direct to an insurance company? I guess if you wanted to give them, unfettered control over your account. But I'll give you an example how we save money by having all these other companies involved. We only probably have three or four insurance companies representing the county right now. And we play one against the other. We try and keep a little tension out there. We don't just give somebody the renewal or the benefit of renewal without knowing basically the market condition and who's going to be best for it. In the last 5 years, your premium has basically come down from 180 some thousand to 326,000, and that's just on the general liability, which is what is included with the most recent renewal, which is in May. The workers' compensation is another 300,000 roughly. The property, Perry, approximately, can you tell us how much we're dealing with there?
Premium's about 210,000.
Okay, what company is that with?
With Nationwide.
Okay. And then auto is with Assurance Alliance?
Yes.
So do most counties, do they have, I guess I haven't looked into it, and you guys know better than I do. Do they have one company, or do they have several companies that work together like you do? Is that why you guys ended up doing what you're doing with this, or you just see so many multiple areas that one insurance company, like you said, couldn't cover and figure out how the county could cover it just through Mike Cools or just through Mr. Schmitz? Why did you end up, because to me, that brings a lot more overhead, doesn't it? When you add
No.
multiple agencies?
Not really. First off, because we're donating our time back to the community. I mean, it's just another way for us to serve. It's a philanthropic organization for insurance brokers, commercial insurance brokers in this case. As the number of companies, we each represent a myriad of companies. And the company that has the best appetite with the best coverage, with the best premium is the one that we're going to bring to bear.
Okay.
The particular company you're with for general liability is they have very broad coverage. It's a risk pool, which is unique in itself. It's different than traditional insurance. But again, without a specific question, I think that your question is the overhead higher because we have all these companies to deal with? No, we have all these companies to deal with literally to make sure we're getting the best deal for each individual customer, not just the county, but we do the same thing on the school district. We probably had that out to, 10 different markets recently.
So Mike, I have a couple questions on, because of riots and damage to city, what is the future cost of liability coverage? And then to add into the cyber coverage, has it become a new concern? And to what extent does our current coverage extend to these cyber activities? So one question is on cyber and is a concern for us in Pennington County. And also because of the turmoil, we realize the property coverage is written through a different company, but I would ask the same question on future property coverages also.
Sure. Let me split that up. Dave, I'm gonna let you answer the cyber side, if you would. You're kind of an expert on that. On property, though, I'd be happy to field that.
Thank you, Mike.
The perils that are covered basically for property would be vandalism, riot while attending a strike. These are old name perils that have been consistently included in property policies. And then we went to what those were called named perils, specific perils. Now we go into what's an all risk policy that basically is a lot broader. But the short answer is that riot is covered and vandalism is covered. Of course, fire is going to be covered. Now,
Does it go up now that you're seeing it more or anything? I mean, now that you would see, okay, we have a lot more turmoil, a lot more things up, are you guys moving that price on the perils, which you have changed to all at-risk
risk,
policies?
yeah.
Policies, I cannot say the word.
Yeah, we don't, Deb, we don't really price the policy. An underwriter does that. But what we are seeing is that we are seeing increases in premiums, and where we're not seeing that, we're seeing exclusions. So rather than charge more to provide a coverage, they're going to exclude the coverage possibly. And
So you're telling me that we could take out the ride, the damage, and basically the risk policies in some of the areas and save money, but we also would have to pay more because their future, they see by the underwriters is probably gonna add that a little bit higher, just because they're seeing more of that happening. I mean, most companies do that when they see, things changing generally in anything.
right?
You know what I'm saying? So,
No, you're correct. You're correct. We don't have a market, though, that would probably be affordable, that would be just writing riot or just writing vandalism coverage on separate coverage issues.
Right.
They're included as basically, part of the basket of coverages that a policy gives. So when we look at companies and when we shop the insurance, we are looking to make sure that all of these coverages are included.
and that the price is not, we'd like to know when those prices are going up because of that, those changes of,
Yeah.
when you're seeing something different and why, based on turmoils or riots, or even in cyber. I mean, those things, for us are becoming a big concern, as you know.
Absolutely.
I truly
I'll tell
believe
you
cyber's
exactly.
gonna come at us if it hasn't already, and turmoils and riots for the future, I don't think are gonna quit. I just wondered how much that goes up and what that
It
does.
affects, it does. I mean, these national issues become trends in the insurance business. There's no question that we're going to have an increase in liability in law enforcement liability coverages. There's no question that we're going to have increases in larger communities that have more of a propensity to riot than probably Rapid City does.
So what really triggers that?
We're not immune.
So Mike, what
The
triggers,
reinsurance market.
what percentage triggers that? I mean, like, you're seeing it all across the country, does that trigger Rapid City when they see that? Like you said, the police force, so now they're gonna do that in Rapid City, even though that's not hit us. The cyber might have hit 3 other places, but are we gonna be affected in the future by, that, and is it a pretty big?
I guess the
When you
answer to that,
underwrite
Deb,
it.
is yes and yes.
Yes.
The future basically is determined by the reinsurance market. Reinsurance market are the insurance companies that insure the primary markets that we bring to you. The Public Assurance Alliance is reinsured. The nationwide program on your property is reinsured, meaning that one company doesn't want to take all of the risk. So, for example, the Public Assurance Alliance, if they take in $10 million, they're probably ceding $2 million of it off to a reinsurer to assume a large portion of the loss.
But do they put that all in one pool across the country of what's happening?
Yeah.
Or do they take into account Pennington County in this area or South Dakota?
Madam Chair. Mind if I answer that?
Sorry,
Go ahead.
Claims experience is spread amongst everybody that's insured by a particular company or in a particular area. So the actuarials that determine the cost that they're gonna pay for the insurance is determined by claims experience. So if you have claims experience and those claims increase substantially throughout the coverage area, which is the nation, it's not just Rapid City, South Dakota, then yes, premiums are going to increase. Or, as Mike said, they're going to start trying to mitigate their risk by removing some coverages or excluding some coverages. And what Mike's saying is that's one of the things that the group of them are paying attention to is whether or not these policies that we're purchasing or that we're getting involved in are not excluding the things that we deem necessary to protect the county. But the bottom line is, the answer to your question is absolutely, premiums are going to go up because claims experience has gone up. Am I correct, Mike?
That would be well said, I guess, in a nutshell. Now, what we try and do, though, is we try and look for markets that are going to be able to retain more risk, so they're going to probably buy less front-end reinsurance.
Right.
And we might wind up with a little better deal than we would. But we're going to see increases of 25% probably as a result of the issues of COVID, the result of the issues of national rioting and strikes, protests, marches. The economic ramifications are absolutely magnificent. They're huge.
Astronomical.
But so Mike, on that note, so what is the cost for the liability coverage for government in the future? Does that get extremely, does that make it a lot different from government as well as personal business, or how does that work for future costs for liability coverage?
I think right now, I think depending on what happens in July 1st with the renewals on the reinsurance market, but I think you're going to see modest increases across the board for all lines of insurance going forward for the next 12 months. If I had a crystal ball, which of course I don't have, and I hope I'm wrong, I mean, then you get the benefit of it. But more than likely, a year from this next May renewal, I would budget for at least a 10% increase personally.
Thank you.
Then, yell at me if I was wrong. I'd rather be overestimating than, I'd rather be on the high side and tell you good news than on the low side going, geez, I would miss that by a mile.
Okay, and then on the cyber, you already know that's becoming a new concern. And you
Yeah.
said somebody could answer that. And to what extent does our current coverage extend to cyber activities? Do we have any
David, go
coverage? Are we
ahead.
covered by cyber at this time?
Yes, you are. But I'm going to let David explain it.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Mike.
I'm talking too much.
Well, cyber liability, the advent of cyber liability is really the result of an exclusion in a commercial general liability policy. So companies are carving out specific policies. And one of the things in the industry right now is there's not a lot of uniformity in cyber coverages. Each carrier that's playing in this market is developing their own language. But let me give you kind of an example. And actually, I read a case of a municipal facility that had this, where a third party, that would be a non-employee, hacked into the municipality's system and got the names and addresses and dates of birth, social security numbers of 3,200 employees. And then they go out into the black market and they sell this information. And the award that the judge made was that they had to take restitution for all the attorney's fees of the injured parties, and they had to provide a identity fraud policy for all of the affected people for I think it was 2 years. So you take 3,200 people and start multiplying the remedy, it gets to be a pretty big number. So that's an example of cyber. And one of the things, to be honest with you, that you can do to mitigate things is to use all the risk management information we provide through the carrier to facilitate tightening up all your facilities for a potential hack. And some of those come into two-factor authentication and just a variety of IT things that you just need to be real cautious on. And but that's essentially, in an overview, that's just how the liability works. You're legally liable for protecting your employees and all your private records. Then there's a variety of other things that are happening through fraudulent funds transfer, where they're hacking into system and transferring funds out, and that's a cyber crime coverage. And be more than happy to just write a kind of a systematic analysis for all of the commissioners on this particular issue, and because there's a whole host of other coverages that are involved that, from a liability standpoint, I think, in purposes of this discussion, that's really how it works from a cyber liability standpoint.
I would appreciate that, and then if you just send that to Miss Holly for all of us, and then she'll print that off for us, Dave, that would be well appreciated.
Certainly, and the other thing that going to the marketplace, I agree with Mike. We're in a cycle right now where capacity in the insurance industry is shrinking. And that just simply means this, that the number of carriers that are willing to participate is becoming less and less. And what's happened is that reinsurance contracts are being renegotiated because of all the property losses and liability losses, et cetera, nationwide. And an insurance company also works on investment income. And when that investment income drops and the combined loss ratios increase, they have to get more back to what they called strict underwriting, and they take the money that they would ordinarily get out of investment income, and it may not be there. So they take it in premium increases. And it's happening in the marketplace. And you see these cycles about every 2 out of 10 years. And now we got extenuating circumstances with COVID. But I think it's a reasonable expectation for the county to anticipate that they're going to have rate increases.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dave. Commissioner DeSanto.
Dave, one question I do have as far as the cybersecurity is concerned, or the cyber coverage, are there companies out there that will give, let's say, this county a discount if they look at our technology that we're using to protect ourselves and we're meeting a certain standard? Will that translate into a possible discount? Or do they even do that?
Well, that's a good question. Yes, it does factor into the pricing of it, and it also factors into what coverages that they're willing to afford. But I think you make a good point that we should make certain that we know all of the risk management techniques that the county has, so we can get the best scale for you with the carriers. And I've got a pretty in-depth questionnaire that we could send to you, and you could just do a cyber checklist and get that to us, and we can get it to the carriers. And that's a very good point, because the more information that an underwriter has and a company has about the internal risk management techniques of the organization of the county, then the better coverage offer that we're going to get and the better consideration for premium.
Absolutely. We'd appreciate that, I believe.
Yep. Good point, Dave. Any other questions? You did well. You passed the test.
I want you to know also that Gould's been in the business for 43 years, and he's got me beat by 15 days.
Wow. That's
So
pretty
he has
good.
to kind of refer to me as his senior, I think.
You're funny. I think we always have, Mike. I'm teasing you.
Sometimes we reach a certain age where we don't want to be referred to as somebody's senior.
Somebody has to harass you, Mike. You know, it wouldn't be any fun.
Thank you for the information.
Well,
Thanks,
I can
guys.
count on you, I know that. I can count on you, so.
All right, you guys have a great day.
Thanks for the.
Okay, Miss Holly, you're up.
It's lunchtime.
Do you want to do commission later?
Hold on just a sec.
I brought you lunch. They were running out of food, so they made to-go boxes. So you want to eat up there or whatever they're saying, the commission.
You're awesome.
Hey,
Thank you, Brian.
what a guy. Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
What a
That was
guy.
nice.
What a guy.
It's gonna-
Okay,
That's just, Brian, that's just after we just learned that we're gonna have to pay more for coverage for law enforcement in the future, so.
So we'll bring our bills later then.
You know, you could have interrupted us at any point in time, so you didn't have to sit through for an hour.
Listen to insurance. Hey, he's learning something through the police association.
By the way,
Holly won't
Brian,
take long.
just so you know, that because your officers kept things under control here in Rapid City, that might lower our insurance rates. That's right.
Miss Holly? Thank you, Bri.
Thank you, Brian.
Okay, commission budget presented in front of you, same direction as everybody. Salaries for Joan and myself and for the Board of Commissioners. I took the liberty of increasing the commissioner salaries to 24,000 a year, which would be 923 biweekly. If you have different ideas on that, please let me know and we can adjust. Otherwise, we just had a change in insurance for one of our participants, so you can see an increase in there. Other than that, it's pretty standard.
Any questions for Holly? There's professional fees and stuff behind the budget if you want to look at those, what she uses them for. Now let's go eat.
One quick thing with
Jason Holly.
operations,
Okay.
I would like to ask for an exception to the no increase in that the projector we have in here is getting towards the end of its life, and I personally think it gets lighter and lighter, and I'm struggling to see it. So
You're gonna do a,
we need to replace the projector in here. I will have that marked down for Friday for you guys to decide if that's one that you
How
would
much
like
is
to
it?
consider. 5,000.
About how much?
5,000
I thought so, yeah. Okay.
So you're going to swap that out for the attorney fees?
for the attorney's fees. If we don't get appealed for this year.
How much did we wind up being able to put back into the budget because of COVID being, basically eliminating all of our travel?
run that for us,
What's that, huh?
this management policy for us. Is somebody here?
This year, I'm gonna say it'll be about 15,000,
That we get to put back?
rough estimate.
Okay.
Okay, because that was gonna be my question. This is for 2021, and I'm hoping things get back to where we could have some of the conventions, because I think those are very beneficial.
Yep,
So hopefully by next summer.
So Miss Holly, you'll put that in our discussion for the projector on.
Friday. Yep,
Okay.
absolutely.
Any questions for Holly?
No?
Holly, that chart that I asked you to make for me, can you put the commission in that chart too?
Absolutely,
Thank
I'll
you.
do all departments.
Perfect.
I have one question for John,
Go ahead.
nothing to do with the commission.
'Kay.
So,
What happens when you stay?
yeah.
Thank you, Miss Holly. One thing, Mark, if I could. I don't know, you guys, we all know, I should say, how much Holly and Joan do for us. You're well appreciated. You guys are amazing. We've had a great, 6 months and everything has been, running, I think, a lot smoother with, Holly, helping all the departments and everybody, around here. So, just to let you know, Holly, you've gone above and beyond on everything we've done, and I'm glad that we had raised you last year, I think, because you are well appreciated, and Joan, you too as well. You keep us laughing, and you also work very hard, and you're a great team together, which is quite amazing to watch how close you guys are at getting things done and coordinating things. So, if I could say on behalf of our commission, you're doing an amazing job.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you for keeping us well fed.
Absolutely.
Okay, Mark, sorry about that. But
So what I wanted to find out, John, is with who's going to determine, will it be department heads? Will it be you with the department heads as far as, I'm sure we have discovered that many of our employees could continue to work from home, and maybe that'd actually be better for a department. When and how give me a quick explanation how those decisions are going to be made.
Great questions. Excuse me. So personally, I'm very supportive of remote work.
Absolutely.
I think there's huge benefits for the county, for the employees, for the departments. Productivity and monitoring that creates extra work, if you will, to manage and monitor and stay on top of. But from an office space perspective, I think Mr. Vargo talked about that. There's benefits to not having bodies in the building. And a lot of companies do that intentionally. We didn't, but we're seeing those same benefits, potential benefits. It really comes back to the departments. If the commissioners decide that they want everybody back working at a desk, we could, recommend that. Personally, I don't see any benefit to doing that. I think each department understands what their work needs are and what mix of that works for them personally. The challenges from the people side that I just want to make sure to call out. We have to be doing that in a legal manner, determining who gets to work at home. We can't be assuming people need to work because of an age or perceived disability or because they may be a parent or not. Those things can't be considered.
Right.
So if we're looking at offering it needs to be offered to all. And then we can factor in other decisions saying, okay, productivity, experience, type of work.
That's what I was just gonna say,
Yeah.
John, because I would like to see the productivity at home basis, and it doesn't have to be a person. It, productivity basis at a work environment, meaning staying at work or having a home environment. Because like you said, some people are very productive more at home. They like working, they have time. Some people like working at 4 in the morning or whatever, and some people
Right.
like working at starting at 6. It just depends on their level. So it'd be nice to be able to monitor that somehow if it even was efficient in the long run anyway, compared to what has been done last year. So I'd like to also see that if we're going to start letting people go at home or be at home for work.
Some of the other things to be considered from a structure perspective, if we decide that we are going to make people work at home, then we have other obligations as the employer, providing equipment, internet, telephones, those types of things. If we're offering it as an option for them to work at home, we don't have those same requirements. So there's other pieces to be considered as well as we take a look at that.
Okay.
And obviously, there are certain employees that we can't offer that to, because it's impossible for them to do their work from home.
Yes, sir.
So when it comes to legal, we got to make sure that we're offering it to the people that the capability is there. One other area that comes into play, and obviously I work remotely and have been for 24 years, is cybersecurity.
Correct.
I mean, we've gotten to the point now where 10 years ago, we took basically a cybersecurity course once every 3 or 4 years. Now we're taking them twice a year.
Oh, wow.
Cybersecurity courses and tests
And that
twice a year.
And Mark, also, you talked about the insurance and how much does that make the insurance and everything go up to? So
That's a good point too.
and risk,
I'm sure
that risk, what do we call it, risk management policy, that might change too, based on how we're doing our.
True.
So
Right. So we did kick around some thoughts on that early in this process as well about remote work agreements and policies and all those things. If it becomes a regular practice and it extends, those are things that we'd want to have in place.
Absolutely.
something we have to think about seriously.
No, overall, I'm a big proponent. I think it's a great option. Certain positions are really best suited for that, and others not.
Right.
But the more we can do that, it makes it much easier to recruit as well. So selfishly, I see it as a bonus.
All right, guys. We're
Thanks,
gonna
John.
go
Appreciate the
into
answer.
recess if that's okay.
You bet.
Be that much was what he was
Ready,
talking
Donna?
about. So
Sure.
She was gonna go.
Motion to reconvene.
And get the number.
Second.
Second by Lloyd. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. You're in, Miss
Okay.
Dunn.
Okay.
Donna Meyer, Register of Deeds. You're a Register of Deeds?
We have not seen you for a while, Miss Dunn. We've been looking at Audra for a long time.
Yeah, you have been. I know you have. I sneak in on the weekends. I sneak in at other times too. Okay, what do we want to discuss?
Your budget.
Well, the only only thing I have to say,
Do you have changes?
no, the only thing on, okay, you asked as to what the professional fees were used for. And I had put on there an unknown with the asterisk and put some items down there that has been used. What I missed was, new employee drug screening test. We don't have that happen there that often, so that also comes out of the professional fees,
Okay.
okay? So, I don't have anything for the 101, for the regular Register of Deeds budget. It's as been presented to you.
Anybody have any questions for Miss Donna that they've seen on her that brings forth any questions?
So total of 8 employees, Donna?
Correct.
The 5775 net change in salaries is due to the new wage scale?
Wage scale? Yep.
Wage scale, yes. Yeah, everything that you told us to do for wage scale and et cetera, we did.
Okay.
Audrey did. And I did.
You've been trained well, is what Audra's
Well,
saying.
it's the way to do it, not come in and be completely, have some
Second.
experience, but not, not as much hands-on as I did. So,
Audra's been doing a good job, and between the two of you, like I said, with Holly and Joan, you're a good team with the rest of your employees, so.
and it's been really pushed lately. Like I had said, that our document count is way up, and we were getting, just normally, our e-recording side, we were used to be averaging 15 to 17 packages per day, and now we're averaging 30 to 31 packages per day. That's on top of the mail that comes in and on top of what the title companies are bringing in.
Since COVID has been around, have you had a lot of complaints since you kind of closed? About service or what you should open because, and it's the same complaint over and over again. You'll have some, but usually it's one's more repetitive or two.
The public isn't maybe necessarily that happy that we've had
Sorry,
the doors closed to the public, but overall they've been pretty understanding with it.
And your service hasn't went down or been overloaded by the closure?
No.
Okay.
No.
Donna,
Yes.
in the change column, you have 3.31%, and then as a total, you only have 3.08
Which one?
on revenues. Sorry.
Oh,
The 3.31 should have carried down all the way to the,
that's computer. Okay.
Our new accountant.
Probably, yes, I have noticed he's very good with numbers. Yeah, I don't know as to why that didn't carry down. We'll blame that on the computer.
it carried the numbers correctly, but it didn't carry the
Yeah.
percentage right. So,
Yeah.
just so you know.
Is that the last page, Mark?
No.
Revenues
Second-
page?
Second page.
Mark is our executive commission auditor,
Second page on the
commissioner
change.
auditor. It's a good thing, Mark.
If you do the 40,000 against the
Right.
11,865.
Be 308.
3.08, that's probably where that formula's.
Right.
Yeah, but that would,
It still should be
it
the
would have
same.
come to that up at the top column
Oh,
too.
that's 2019.
That's
Oh, yeah.
2019, and I had the wrong amount, so that fixed it on what we had.
Okay.
1,186,500.
1,106,500, right?
86.5.
I'm wondering.
Oh, you're looking at the right one. If you add,
This is the one that
she's correct.
she's correct?
Because it's on that line item, it's carrying it over as the 40,000 is 3.31% of 1,100,000. But then you add 6,500 to that, it would change
Brings
it
it
that
down to
much.
308.
The overall revenue, that's.
There you go.
Donna, we've asked the other department heads if they're ready for the Gallagher system and
Do what?
we've asked the other departments, a lot of them, if they're ready to make the transition into the Gallagher system.
Wage.
Wage
Yeah.
study.
Study?
I mean.
We
I'll
just
work with
wondered
it.
if you had any comments.
Audra or
I did
Donna?
have to, yeah, I guess I just live with it.
Yeah, you just
We just
go
live
with
with
the
it.
flow.
We go with the flow. I mean, that's what's been decided. We just work with it and
And it works in your budget.
and worked it in the budget, yeah.
Okay,
And
that
it
was a
worked out,
question.
it worked out good. My staff were able to take a little bit of a increase. So there wasn't anybody that's,
Some departments it's a little tougher that make the transition, and some it's easier.
oh, okay, okay. No, I've been through it enough times, different times that you just kind of go with the flow with it. Don't fight it. Just
Wow.
just
Did you hear
shut
that,
up
you two?
and just shut up and do it.
Did you hear that, you two?
I got a question.
Wow, I like her attitude.
Now, don't let that go to your head because you get me angry and you come at me.
There are things behind closed doors you don't get to see.
Don't want to hear.
Has no filter.
And
Girls, let's stop right
all
now.
right. And you got to
I
remember,
started it.
I'm in that elder age, and women, as we get older, get more truthful. So
See, that was
And
getting
more
to that was
forgetful.
getting to my question is, has this affected the marriage licenses?
it's probably, probably
Lloyd.
they've
Well,
been
no,
passed.
I'm just looking at this, I'm going 33, 34, for,
Oh, as it goes down.
yeah, is it,
Yeah, the last years it has gone down, but for this whole COVID,
I thought it went up.
No, we're steady.
still
We're
staying
still
steady?
steady. Yeah.
They're staying home more,
There's still
Lloyd.
love in the air besides here, right?
yeah,
Okay.
They're finding more love at home now, to being together instead of apart.
it's like
Some
you
people.
marry me or you won't wake up in the morning.
Wow, I think that's what I said many times to my husband. Okay, well, thank you for your budget information. TMI.
Well, hey, Gary and I had to do, you know my husband, and Gary and I had to go through some certain hoops to get, so he didn't get killed.
Nice. Well, you guys did a great job, and we appreciate your input.
Okay, I wanted one thing on
Okay.
the M&P. The M&P, the 2500,
Tell us what M&P is.
it's Modernization and Preservation
Okay.
Information Fund.
Okay.
That one doesn't fall into the general fund at all. It has its own money. It builds up its own pot. I just have to go through you guys to show you how much I'm planning on spending for the year. And you double check on me to make sure I'm not going over the budget. And when I initially presented my budget, I had the repair and maintenance 5% change, increase, because that always goes up. That maintenance plan that I have with Tryman goes up 5% each year because they're always doing stuff for us.
Well, this year it didn't go up 5%, right?
It will be going to 5%.
Oh, you're just telling us now it will.
Well, the thing is, I would like to have the 5% that, see, I don't know what you guys are looking at.
Should be looking at the original one that you submitted to me.
With the 5% in it?
No.
No?
The proposed, that's the same as last year, because that's what we were.
Oh, what you do. And I would like to have that changed, that my 425 in the M&P is increased by 5% for 2021.
So this 33,670 would go to what?
It would go to $35,353.50.
35,300.
And 35,353
Okay.
and 50 cents.
Let's just round that up to 54.
Okay.
Okay. 56 or 54. Okay. So Holly can put that down, and that would be under repairs and maintenance.
Correct.
Or do you guys care? We just let her.
I like to keep track of it as to how much
Yeah. Okay.
how much
Cindy,
I'm,
you're
how much
okay.
I'm spending on it.
With the M&P
M&P,
Yes,
because
that's
right
what I
now
was gonna say.
makes perfect sense that she should be able to increase that one.
Are we in agreement, board?
Yeah.
Okay, Mark? You in agreement that she can take it? Yeah. 5%? Lloyd, okay. You're good.
Okay. Cool. I don't think there's anything else.
All righty, thank you.
You're
You guys
welcome.
are awesome, you do a great job.
Thank you. You guys too.
Have a good day.
I went and stuck my face, you might have to clean your glass over there, stuck my face on your thing and
Well, I thought
scared
maybe
your
left your
people.
handprint.
No, just one thing. So when I was talking to the girls, they said that there's only a little space there, which most people are happy about, but they can't hear them, so is there anything else that, I mean, it's not like you can cut a big hole in it, but so people can hear and stuff, or is that really not a big complaint?
I don't think they like the fact that they can't hear the people out there.
Okay, so maybe talk to Mike about something that would work so you can. Yeah, because they did a wonderful job. It looks totally awesome what they did.
I've been noticing some of them are looking at it, we'll talk about that the heights might be the difference, because it seemed like
If
when
it
I was
was-
at the clinic, that it was a bit lower and I could hear her better over there.
I've noticed that in one place that we remodeled, without the ceiling in it, you
Yep.
can hear better, you know.
Ours too, where we have it at the motel. So
That
maybe
is
talk
good.
to Mike about that. That way
Good
they don't
point.
have to get their mouths
Yeah.
open which is even worse.
Let's do sign language.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dawn.
Have a good one.
Who's next? Treasurer? Miss Saylor. We're ahead of schedule. Whew. Okay, first I'm burning up now.
Okay, so what do you guys want to know?
How much money you need and how much we don't have to give you any.
Trying to figure out where you're at.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't see
I
one.
don't have one.
Was that, you don't have a treasures? Way at the back.
I don't,
Should be, but
She's the last one.
I am.
Page 256.
Weed and pest is after treasurers, the
Well,
second to the
pretty much
last.
the last.
I got a loose page covering it up.
oh, there we go.
State's attorney.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah,
Just
'cause he
before-
stuffed his stuff in there.
Almost the last week. Okay, Jake.
Okay. What would you like to know? Did I follow the budget guidelines? Yes, I did.
Are you having any other needs or your budget, you have needs, not wants, of course? And what are your concerns with your budget? And
I
wage
have-
study is one of those things, right?
I have
guys?
wants. So we'll talk about those in a minute,
We got
okay?
$1 for those. We have $1 for those, and let's see.
You want to talk about the wage study?
Sure, let's do that first. You okay with that, folks?
Yeah.
Okay. In regards to the wage study, I haven't made it a secret. I've told John that I'm not happy. I tried to talk to Mark from Gallagher. I invited him to come to my office. I know John took pictures of the lines at one time and tried to show them to him. He didn't want to hear it. He didn't want to hear any of the suggestions I had or how much the people had to know according to the law or the harassment, the steady flow. He said, it is what it is. It doesn't matter. I don't care how busy you are. I don't care how much they have to know. This is the wage. Well, in the wage study, he says that he compared Minnehaha County to Pennington County. And I don't believe that. I've talked to Pennington County. Their starting wage is $16.49 an hour. Gallagher just dropped my starting wage to $14.32 an hour. How can that be? We are just as busy as Minnehaha County. The people have to know the same thing in Minnehaha that they have to know in Pennington. That's a $2.40 an hour cut. And we had a gal that started and lasted 2 weeks. Couldn't take the pressure. So I don't think that's a fair assessment. We have appealed it. We haven't heard back on it. I don't know where he is. And I haven't had a chance to talk to John about it. So have you heard back, John?
No, the appeals come to us.
Yes.
I gave you the update the other day.
We don't have the final appeal.
So Janet, what we're doing is, John is taking note of this, Holly's taking note of this, and then the areas that, in wage study that you're having issues with, he'll have the appeals, and then we will visit about, what the board wants to do with those appeals. How about that? Am I correct, John? Okay,
Okay, I'm sorry, John. I've been on other things and I might have missed it.
but you're on the list now, Janet.
I was
because
on the
Holly took
list. I just probably missed the email.
it. Okay.
Not like we don't have a lot of them. Anyway, I would like to talk to you also about the phone system. I know you've been getting a lot of complaints. It's not in the budget.
Had a guy talk today and he said I was on the phone for 22 minutes. I finally got a hold of somebody. Next thing you know, I got a dial tone. And that was just this morning.
And we looked into that the day before yesterday, and we were told that it's not us that are dropping the calls, it's their phone service. But I don't know that, but I know we're getting tons and tons of complaints that the phones are just going dead. I don't,
So we did talk to Janet about this, and Holly and Janet are doing some investigations on what could be done differently for our phone system. So they will come back to the commission at that time, and then with hopefully a different proposal than what's happening at this time for her phone service in her department, because it's getting overloaded and it's way past where we believe it's going to be efficient for the future or otherwise, so.
and I tried to talk to my friend Cindy and say, how about if we turn the phones off for about 3 days and catch up? And she threatened to choke me.
So, Johnny, you got roughly 21 employees. How many of those employees actually answer the phone?
Right now, all but 4.
Okay, question, thank you.
And those are the 4 that are waiting on the people that are coming in the building.
And how much of an increase in phone calls have we had since we've shut down?
Well, Holly, we've gotten a couple studies on that, but we don't know which ones are correct. They're
Well,
having problems with the program.
I apologize, Lloyd, I didn't bring those numbers in here.
Holly.
I'll just tell you it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's
It's
right.
a ridiculous number.
I knew that. I was just trying to clarify that it's increased dramatically and.
I would say over 50%, if I
Yeah.
remember right. I want to say it's 54 point something percent increase in the phone calls since we had our closure.
And
But normally before we were running about a 30% increase over last year.
Because me personally, I field a lot of questions from people that still don't quite understand the process. And so I bet you're getting those phone calls. You know, they don't know there's a drop box. They don't know that there's a kiosk in the middle and it's open 24 hours or at the mall.
2 kiosks.
Right.
So those are some of the questions I field. It's not that the information's not out there. It's just that I'm available. I'm easy to talk to.
And we're training people as they come in the building how to use the kiosk.
which is actually awesome, because then you can tell other people why you're training them. But there's some other issues with the phones because of out-of-state people, because a lot of the other counties are telling them to come to Pennington County because they don't want to process any out-of-state people anymore. So she's actually adding to it her issues by other counties saying, we don't do that anymore, go to Pennington County.
One question, Janet, and I'm sorry, I could have asked this way before Stum was in your office. Those kiosks, I mean, is it possible for us to get more than one?
We have one at the Rushmore Mall.
Yeah.
The problem is getting people to use them. It's not like they're lined up 10 deep out here to use it.
Mm-hmm.
Some people just refuse to use it. They don't want any part of it.
I get that.
I think the training that you're doing on some of them this year
Yep.
may be a benefit in the future, and
Yeah.
they may decide to use it in the future. But, yeah.
I mean, there are several ways, and I think Holly's changed the website many times. We've done many updates telling them how they can get their decals, what to do. But even talking to them on the phone, they don't listen.
Yeah.
Dealers send them notes and say, sign here, sign here, sign here. They still send the paperwork in and never sign it.
So basically, we have a phone call, and we might need something like a phone bank or something like that for the future. And you guys are looking into some kind of phone bank or something, which might increase like employees or something up there. And is it just because of COVID? It's not, if I'm correct.
It's not just because of
It's been an
COVID.
ongoing problem for
We-
service. And you got to remember, the more they can process those registrations, the more money Pennington County gets. So it's not like you're losing money you're losing money by not being able to get those registrations done. And you're also gaining if we have to pay employees because you're increasing service.
We,
I think it's
we have
So,
so many out-of-state
customer
people.
service, and I think,
We're not giving good customer
Yeah.
service on the phone right now.
so how long do you think for basically you two to do a study or figure out, I mean, is it gonna be, it's not
We're
gonna be done
hoping
during
to set
budget
up some
time?
meetings next week. I would
Okay.
hope to be in front of the commission within a month.
Okay. That way
That's what we're shooting for.
we probably need to know if we need FTEs or what that phone bank and what that process is. And then I think, too, we asked you, to kind of tell how much money we're losing by not answering the phones and how much we would gain by, if we could process.
I don't know if we're really losing money by not getting the phones answered, because a statement was made the other day at the commission meeting about people from are just going to go to other counties. That doesn't happen.
Yeah.
If somebody comes here that lives in Piedmont, we don't process. We tell them to go to Meade County.
But your service would increase for people in Pennington County as well if you have that many registrations for out of state. So that actually, I believe, increases
And
your
this,
money in the sense because you're gonna get, more people are gonna come in quicker. You're
and the
gonna know those
service,
numbers, yes.
and the service needs to be taken care of in Pennington County. That's why we've done the soft opening. We've maybe had 3 complaints since we opened on Monday. So, 4 at the window, 4 on the bench. It seems to be working very well. People are just glad. I've talked to some of the car dealers. We're going to get hit again because everybody's buying a different car, and the hailstorm didn't help us at all.
Yeah.
If you had to guess, what would you say the average length of the phone call is?
If it's out of state and we have to go through every piece of paperwork and help them fill it out,
Probably 20 minutes. Anyhow.
probably 20 minutes. If it's just a local call,
They're
people that
between 5
understand,
and 6 minutes.
between 5 and 10, we
Could
figured.
we segregate that somehow in the future where the out-of-state would go one area and the local could, so if there's going to be a backup, put it on the out-of-state people and not the local?
I think, Ron, one of the things that they need to come back to us with is a system that works for the treasurer's office. The current system does not work for them.
Right.
And so that we may need to separate and put in a separate phone system for the treasurer's office
I
to
agree.
accommodate any number of different things that the current one just doesn't.
Yeah, because IT's trying to do it, but it's not the system that's best worked for kind of like a phone bank type area. Might work for Pennington County overall, but there's a different load on,
And
on
you-
the
it's
registers.
gotta be a specific.
And to answer
the
your
treasurer's
question,
office.
Ron, you can't tell anymore who's really long distance and who isn't, because everybody that moves here still has a long distance phone number.
Yeah, but you could say, if you're from out of state, please call back.
If you're soliciting.
And then put Ron Ross Connect's number on it. Please call Ron if you have any complaints.
Come to South Dakota and make that phone call.
If you're outside of Rapid City, call this number.
We've called some other states, and it says on there that you are number 29 in the queue. Your wait may be this long.
I just leave my phone over here while I'm doing hair and then when it.
I tell you what, the best one I've heard so far is when you call them and they say they have a busy signal, but you want to leave your name and number, they'll call you when it's available. That's the best one I've.
That's what I asked Janet, and she said that usually doesn't work why didn't that work very good if they left their name and number and then you would call them back?
Because we can't get a hold of them. We're calling those people 2 and 3 times. It's taking us twice as long to do that drop-off box. And now, since we've opened and we're working through the system, we can't get any of the mail done. So we're going to have to probably work this Saturday and next Saturday just to catch up. The drop box is getting smaller. This morning I picked up at 8 o'clock and I had 5 in the drop box when I picked up at 1. So that's helping. But now we need to get to the rest of the mail and catch it up so that we have a smooth transition when we do open.
Miss
Well,
Cindy?
that's where those numbers, if that wait time is longer than an hour to call back, yeah, I could see that problem, or a half hour. But if it's 10, 15 minutes, most people are around after that to be able to answer.
Yeah, but with the amount of phone calls coming in now, we don't have the staff to keep the phone calls answered, let alone call them back.
Okay, Miss
They might
Cindy?
not get called back for a week.
I'm just here to stand behind Janet on this one. Just like I wanted to strangle her when she said 3 days with no phones. I said, please do not do that to us. Because as I'm sure you guys know, other departments are getting phone calls when they can't get through to the treasurer's office. My staff's getting chewed out because we try and transfer over there and then the people call back and say, how dare you transfer me over there when you knew nobody was gonna pick up the phone?
So can we use some of your space?
You know, it depends on where they wanna work, I guess.
Yeah, well, because you still need, and I don't know if that's true, but, you still need for a phone bank, or maybe you don't. When you do your little thing, they might say you just need 2 little cubicles and we set up these panels and we do this.
And we don't
But,
know that until we go
well,
look at
that's why I
some
said.
of the other
So,
places. So that would be
Yeah.
premature to,
and that's why I said, it depends how much space it is. It might not even affect Cindy, or maybe we need to look at the building and what we're doing different or whatever. I don't know, but because I wasn't here, but when you're doing an office, or what we did in this building is we should have thought, and we thought we did, if I'm correct, Holly, you guys said that when somebody expands or what's happening in the future, are you gonna have enough space? So, pretty much if Janet hires any more or keeps continuing on her path too, she ain't gonna have enough room in her area. And where else would you go? Because you couldn't just take,
well, you were trying to shove me to Lacrosse Street a week ago.
well, that's what I'm trying to say. So there's got to be some options. Cindy might be doing something different. And I mean, we
And
need to have a serious building committee meeting on, where we think we're going for the future, and not wait till, okay, Cindy, guess what? We're going to take like half that room over there from you
Gonna
because
convert some bathrooms.
Well, I thought
we
we
don't
had
need them
one.
well, you're
upstairs, do
gonna
we?
have,
They convert.
you're,
Well, well, Janice, they do have seats in the bathroom.
I thought
and
they
you're
had.
going to get 1,500 to 2,000 more people with the base.
I thought we had some space over off of EOC somewhere.
Right over here.
Right over
We do.
here.
We do.
They
But
couldn't because of her, we talked about that, Lloyd, about moving, it has to be close
up
to her
there,
because her
you have to go
information
back and
is,
forth. Yeah, that's the only problem with
yes, sir,
that.
Have to move somebody else.
Yeah.
yeah. So Holly and Janet, you guys are gonna look into all this and
Yeah,
come back with a,
next week
okay. I'm glad you
is
two
our
brought that
plan.
today, so that was cool. Just so we're ahead of that game.
But, you know that we passed the resolution on the $25 admin fee, but we've been collecting it all along.
So we was thinking
So
about,
it didn't really add revenue.
we're looking into a
When
phone bank, but we're cutting you like a certain percentage more because your name is Janet Saylor.
you're cutting me,
Just doing things legally now.
Janet,
following
I think we
process.
got 6 months to try to iron out some of this Gallagher wage study stuff, so there is hope, just.
yeah, and it's no secret. I mean, John and I have discussed it many times. I mean, he knows how I feel, so I'm not coming in here backdooring John and saying, "Hey, John, you didn't do what you were supposed to do." Do you know what I mean? Because
You're about the sixth person that
he knows how I
pointed at him,
feel.
so he's good.
I've been kind of keeping a tally. I have 2 that think it's okay so far out of 12.
Yeah.
Well, y'all agree the
And
Not
first,
so,
batting too well.
But I'm not questioning the whole thing, John.
the first year is always gonna be the hardest, just making the transition. Then
Right.
I think once it gets up and running, it's gonna be a pretty good system.
well, bottom line, Janet, in the next couple weeks, hopefully, we're gonna get that ironed out, not, because it can't be, it has to be at least a couple weeks so we know what the budget's gonna
Well,
be,
yeah,
so.
because we can't wait 6 months because once the budget is approved,
John's gonna get on this right away, all these 10 people, and he's gonna get it done by tomorrow.
and I will go upstairs and look for that email, John. I'm sure I missed several emails.
Did we miss anything on your budget you need to?
I don't think so because we didn't change anything as far as,
We could take them all.
we didn't increase our operations.
Yeah.
We
DeSanto?
listened to Cindy and you and
Just me and DeSanto in this conversation, so do you have any questions?
Nope.
Okay, you're good.
So Holly and I will take care of that, and I don't know then, do you, once we get it all put together, do you want it to come back at a budget hearing? Do you want it to come back at a commission meeting? How would you like us to proceed when we get the figures and everything?
Come back at a budget hearing.
No,
Yeah,
No, we do.
yeah.
right.
Then it has to
We're gonna
come
be
to
meeting
the
again on
commissioners.
this.
That's a commission.
Well, but I was just gonna say, then don't we wanna just, I mean, try and do something about it in 2020, we'd want a regular commission meeting, not just
Oh, so we can vote on
budget
it.
hearing, so you could actually take some
Okay.
action on it.
Yes.
Yeah, so we can include it in the budget as we,
Include it in the 2021 budget, if you do take action.
right, okay.
Thanks.
We'll get it scheduled.
Thanks for straightening me out.
As soon as we get
Trying
the
to keep my
numbers.
days straight. We're in 20, working on 21, and I got budgeters upstairs, or auditors upstairs asking me for 19.
So Janet, just give us a little bit of an update. How's it working for the being outside and kind of,
It's working really good.
Is
It
it?
really
Okay.
is. People, we've had 3 complaints since Monday. That's it.
and what kind of complaints are they?
Oh,
Just,
one guy hadn't transferred his title since 2015, and it was our fault because we went through it and said, you're gonna have some mighty high penalties. And he just went off and ran up and down the sidewalk and left and came back an hour and a half later with his title, went in there and sat down and never said a word.
really?
So,
Once he cooled down,
we're-
he figured
yeah.
out that
It was his fault?
we are running back and forth because the people that are needing handicap stuff,
Okay.
we are going down and processing them right away.
Okay.
So that they don't have to stand, because some of them have just gotten them, they're gonna have surgery, they can't wait. So we're running down and doing those. We have to go do the people that have cash
Okay,
for the renewals,
sure.
because they don't own a credit card, so we're trying to take care of those. But actually, it's working very well.
Okay.
I'm surprised, I really am.
Good, good. Glad to hear it.
I
So,
tend to agree with Gary. I think once some of these people who've never used that kiosk before, I've heard comments about it, that's the only way they'll ever do it again. Once
I'm sure the end of the month it's gonna get really crazy. So, and we didn't want to do a press release, and I still don't think we should at this point, because we don't want,
No,
I mean, I talked to Pam, they have a 4-hour wait at Minnehaha County. They're outside for 4 hours, she said.
It'll get around soon enough, just by who's coming in here now.
And I
Jim.
think it's going to start increasing here once they all figure it out. So if we can just kind of lay low and get caught up, I think right now that's the way to go.
I don't know how they're doing that in Minnehaha County, but apparently at one point with the long lines, they funnel in and then they funnel back out of the building and then funnel back in.
I don't know, she told me yesterday,
like
she
a
said
paperclip.
they only allow people in the building that are at the window. They don't let anybody sit on the bench.
Oh, okay.
So only the people that are at the window are in the building, and the rest of them stand outside.
Aren't they supposed to stand up because, you don't want any COVID on the bench? Because like when you move over on the bench, you kind of rub it like this.
Yeah, but
They've been cleaning.
Right, right.
They're cleaning a lot. But, if you hear any complaints, call me so I can try to fix it.
I did.
And that's okay. It really is. But it is working better than I ever thought it was. We just have to catch up on the mail now.
You know what I'm saying,
Okay.
though?
Super.
So hopefully soon.
Thanks, Janet.
Anybody else have-
Thanks, Janet. Actually, we were done, but these two were talking.
I gotta
so
come talk to you
heard her,
about
and
a
then you guys
guy
brought
that
her
made a
back.
complaint, but it has nothing to do with COVID-19.
Don't we need some like plexiglass?
So we can't hear you on that side. We're doing it up to the ceiling.
Commissioners, John Morrow, Pennington County Human Resources. So I just wanted to call your attention again to the list of positions and salary information that Holly provided you in your packet. And remind you that the ones in blue have already been reviewed and approved by you as a board. There are several of those in the treasurer's office that have been reviewed and approved. What she's requesting now is to have the entry level, the tax and title accountant 1 position, tax and title assistant one position reviewed. The conversation has been such that we can't just review that because there's a progression. So I just have that job description. There aren't any others to look at yet, so
Well,
that we can't review that one without the understanding that the other ones would have to change as well.
what we're seeing, John, I think, and it's a repetitive thing, is those, most of the things that I've seen today are entry-level
Yes.
areas, so.
And you're going to hear the same from Joe when he gets up here.
Yeah.
So we reviewed his job descriptions a few times, and he's redoing them again. But
Okay.
the entry level for maintenance worker for highway is again another one of those where it's about a $3 decrease in starting rate. So, yeah, just kind of a heads up that that's coming.
But that's what I'm saying, John, so there might have to be something different if it's a repetitive pattern of, it's, like I said, Commission, it seems to be a lot of the entry level where we're
Yeah.
having issues with, so.
So again, and I don't disagree because it is, but it's some of the lesser skilled positions, very entry level basic. Once you get into progression, those things
Go away.
evaporate, they go away. But it's the entry level, so again, for custodians in buildings and grounds, for a maintenance worker in the highway department.
And even with the 5 steps
Oh,
as an entry level, they can't
no,
use that?
that's a solution, but most of the departments don't want that as a solution. They want it just to be regraded.
And we,
Okay, that don't make
we
sense.
discussed this at the beginning, we thought, oh, okay,
Yeah.
to nullify it, we said, well, they have that option, so we were okay saying that, but it's coming back, and
They don't want to
it's
use that
still an
option.
issue. Because they've had that issue, or, we told them that the initial part of this, they have the option to do them 5, but to advertise and stuff, they have to do it at the lower level.
No, it's
But-
not correct though.
No,
But really, I get what they're all saying.
Sure.
If our area and surrounding deal is averaged this, and we can now you're saying they can advertise at a certain.
We've been saying that all
up to
along.
5 levels.
Now they're
Yeah.
not saying, yeah.
Yeah,
So
they can start
I
at step
get-
5 and it
I'm
solves it
getting-
for almost every
Does
position.
it, like, when we're talking 911, then it starts, and if they did that 5 progression thing, they would be $3 ahead?
I'm not sure what the rate is for
That's-
their position.
that's what I'm asking
But
you,
I've
John.
delivered all of those reviews to dispatch as well. They just haven't responded with any discussion.
So that would be
So-
interesting to know of the ones that on the entry level,
Mhm.
if they're within that 5 and it brings it up to where they're thinking,
That-
then I would say, instead of doing anything different, just say, where did you want to start them on there and use that 5-step and you solved your issue.
I think that'll solve every problem.
It has on the ones that I've reviewed. It resolves it for everyone that I've looked at.
Okay,
So know that that's an option. It's just that it's tough to get your head around that process. If we're saying this is the starting rate, why do I have to start at step 5? You do for that position because the way it's evaluated compared to other positions in the
do they
county.
think they're missing out on more steps that they could progress them to? Is that the thinking or something? I guess I don't get it.
No, they're just disagreeing with the process, the methodology. So again, understanding that a comp structure doesn't necessarily make it perfect on either end of the scale or for every single position. There are things you have to do, whether it's a differential that's applied because of a shift or working conditions, because if it's a certain position and you might have to do a hiring bonus. The state of South Dakota, for example, for their maintenance workers right now are giving a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Okay, that's an option. It's one of those deals that no matter what you pay, it might still not be enough to attract enough candidates to hire. So there's retention bonuses, there's sign-on bonuses, there's differentials for working conditions. There's a lot of other options that we have available. We just need to figure out what might be necessary to fill those spots. And we won't know until we try to advertise at whatever rates we agree to.
Emergency management grants?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll jump up here really quick.
Please.
Because the auditor's office processes payroll.
Yes.
All of these, oh, but we could pay them $1.20 more an hour here, or we could give them this bonus here, or we could put it into this HSA here. That all complicates
Right.
payroll.
Yeah.
And it's been complicated enough the last year and a half. So.
So try to keep it within the
let's
5
get-
steps.
Let's get a simple structure going and stick with that.
With the 5-step, stick it in there.
Whatever it might
Something,
be,
you know,
yeah.
I mean, we do have FTO pay and, you know, out-of-class pay at highway and stuff like that. I'm just saying, please don't expand on that anymore.
Yeah, the fewer things we put in place, the better. But the 5 steps is usually sufficient. Like I say, in the ones I've looked at, that solves it. And it's only for that entry-level spot. The rest of the progressions, they naturally move up on the pay scale with every promotion. So it's just those entry positions for about 4 or 5 spots. That's really the big concern right now.
And John, since you're here, we were gonna do a, review some of our insurance policies.
Oh, yeah.
And, Gary said, just kidding.
Uh,
I'm just teasing Gary. So we looked at it and, we'd like you to look at some of our insurance changes, the risk management
Oh, cool.
review, or risk management policy review.
He
with
says that
Holly and-
now.
Yeah.
What?
No, I like the
What?
insurance aspect of it too. There's some connections where I think we might be able to change some things to help. So I did have a conversation with one of these gentlemen last year about our vehicle liability. It's a blanket policy. It doesn't require us to do any training or certification or even verifying driving records. I think there would be benefits for us to do that, however. I think there could potentially be savings, depending on the carrier and the policy that we have, of verifying, first of all, that our employees all have valid licenses and don't have 5 DUIs, or haven't had, something. What do they call it when the speed limit is 50 and they're going 100? Whatever.
Exhibition of speed.
Yeah, some of those types of things where it's severe types of problems.
So Mark and Gary, maybe if
We
there's
don't do any of that.
I'm
suggestions,
familiar with that one, but.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
if there's suggestions, because
Yeah.
there was cyber we talked about, there was riot kind of stuff.
You bet, the risk piece of it, yeah.
Gary and DeSanto, they know a lot about the
They're
insurance
the
stuff.
insurance gurus, yeah.
I
And
tell you what, I signed up to that Progressive 360 and got the little deal on my vehicle.
Yep.
Tells me how my driving is.
Yes. I do through mine
Better
too.
than having it on your ankle, Lloyd.
Yeah.
Woo,
No,
I like
get it.
that one. I
But
like
no, I'll help
Gary's.
any way I can. I definitely have an interest in trying
One
to
for
see what's
Gary,
mine.
2 for
On
Lloyd.
I need my other person hired first before I commit to anything else.
Hey, John, do
just-
you realize that they just gave you all the insurance for the county?
No. No, I thought it was just we were going to have a talk about it.
No, actually,
I may
HR,
have misunderstood the question.
so the HR usually, in other areas, they usually look at our insurance and review it. And you don't have a committee, you just have
Right.
a couple
Yeah.
commissioners that could probably, and Holly
You bet.
probably.
No, that's pretty common. The risk aspect of it is always part of that.
We're saying all
Yeah.
of it.
So,
Not-
well, I
not
don't
just
know about the
Rachel.
rest, but I know the risk analysis is something that they definitely participate in.
Oh, we're saying
From a
all of
safety
it.
committee, all those things that, yeah, we should be looking at.
Are you saying all of it?
Yep.
We're saying all of it.
Oh, wow. I might have to do some studies. I don't know that I know enough about insurance. Well,
Congratulations.
thank you. I feel special.
So John, on the,
Mike sends us that.
Are they good?
survey.
Yeah.
on the,
I'm sorry.
on the Gallagher, the higher the number,
Yes,
like
sir.
a B25 and a B31,
Is that
They're the same.
one's
Or
25.
B24, I think, and B31 are the same.
Well, the B31 is $3 an hour less than B25.
risk?
Very possible. So there's 8 pay grades you'll notice on that scale. I'm not sure if that's in there. But there's 8 pay grades that actually have comparisons or, okay, get it out of there. But
So the
you'll-
higher the scale, not necessarily the higher the dollar amount.
No, so there's a skill component to how it's rated, and then there's also a supervisory component.
Okay.
So you may have a higher level of skill required and not have the supervisory. So a base level supervisor could potentially be paid a little bit less than the skilled person in that same
Okay.
type of position. Yeah, no, good question. So,
Thank you, insurance guy.
yeah, I don't know how I feel about that one.
Bring the card of information down to you later.
Yeah, thank you. The whole part, yay.
Holly will help you, John, on some of that. She loves all that, investigative
Everybody hold
work.
on to your wallets, Joe's in the room.
As long as we're talking about space, if we're gonna actually add any kind of files, we don't have file cabinets anymore in HR. Because we had to convert our file room into
You have a
an
kitchen.
office.
Let's take your kitchen.
So we've moved our trash and recycling and everything over there. That used to be in the extra file room. So if there is a need for any additional storage of files in HR, we're gonna have to look at putting those somewhere too.
Don't
So
you have a kitchen?
I have a very small one. It's like the size of this table. I don't have the
That-
ones that most departments have. So.
Put it in the counseling, rest and relaxation room around the corner.
Yeah, no, there's we have to legally provide that, and I don't know that I can store files over there. So.
We can hang them.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
Okay, Joe.
Christmas stuff that the auditor's office stores.
I thought you started.
Got us started?
Yeah, kind of.
Oh,
Good morning, Commission.
The highway has room for files, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a full mezzanine. I mean, it'll fill up eventually, but
Morning?
Yeah, it's not morning, Joe.
oh, I don't even know what day it is anymore.
Joe looks like he just got out of bed. Just kidding.
It's been a week. It's been a busy week for us. So, Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Department. I guess to start off, we've got several large projects, as you all know. Sharon Lake Road is well underway. They're moving right along with that. If we could ever get the utilities out of the way, they'd move a lot faster. So we budgeted $3.8 million for 2021, based upon our best guess of where they're going to get this year. At the end of the year, we may or may not, depending on how far they get. We budgeted, I believe, $2.5 million this year. So came in under budget, as everybody knows. So we'll see where we're at come the end of the year, and we'll know a lot more. So that's our best guess as to where Sheridan Lake's going to go. Next big project is Deadwood Avenue. This is a joint project between the city and the county. I'm not sure where the city's at exactly on their funding for this project any longer with COVID and all that stuff. So we haven't had any meetings on it. We're still waiting on one landowner left, Mr. Bob Borgmeyer. We're still in negotiations with him trying to obtain that. We're budgeting $1.1 million for this project again this year. We're hopeful it'll get bid, late this fall or early spring next year. South Rochford Road, we begin right-of-way negotiations. We actually sent out 10 packets to landowners along the way. With all the stuff due to COVID, we didn't want to just go knocking on doors, so we're sending them a packet full of everything they need and direction sheets with what they need to fill out and to get notarized, and the initial offer. And if they have any questions, they can call us, and we can set up a time to meet.
How many have we acquired so far?
We've acquired one, have two, but we need to redo it because the H-plat wasn't correct. Two are agreeable to sign.
So one with the Octagon House and then Mary Alexander?
Not the Octagon House, it was across the way.
Okay.
Lauren Eggert was his name. He's agreeable, we haven't been able to connect to get the paperwork signed again because the H-plats were incorrect that were provided to us. So, South Rochford Road, we're having bi-weekly meetings on this project to keep it moving forward. So we're hopeful that we'll get this bid, the last letting in December of this year for the state. I don't recall exactly what that date is. To kind of hit that date, we need to get all the right-of-way completed by late September this year. So it's a pretty lofty goal, but we're working hard to make sure we meet that goal. Next up is bridge funding. South Rochford Road Bridge, originally scheduled to be constructed in 2018 and then 2019 and then 2020. Now we're for sure going to do this thing in 21. We've got the letter of consent from the Forest Service has been sent to the regional office. They need to sign it and send it over to Federal Highway and then back to the state. And then that's the last piece of the puzzle for the funding on the bridge. We should be able to proceed with the letting this fall for construction in 2021. Budget for that is about $180,000. And then with the wheel tax, passing of the wheel tax earlier this week, again, thank you. Appreciate everybody's hard work on doing that and taking another run at it. The Highway Department truly appreciates that. We're going to apply for a big grant for Sonquist Lane Bridge. We've got a set of preliminary plans for that, so it's bid ready. It should be pretty competitive. That is one of our 21 bridges that are structurally deficient. So,
Can I ask you something, Joe? Maybe you don't know. If someone decides to appeal it or whatever, does that hold us up in any way? I mean, Gary, so
The discussion I had with Jay yesterday says no, that it's not appealable to court or So he told me not to stop with anything that I was doing, because I asked that very question of,
Thank you.
do I wait to send it to the state? And he said, no, move forward.
So one other question. If I remember right, and Mark could probably know this, we had that 5-year plan already for this, that's part of the requirements for the big fund. That's another requirement that you had to have.
So that'll be coming to you next meeting, actually. Well, maybe not next meeting, maybe the second one in July. Because with that 5-year plan, we have to invite townships to a public meeting to comment on that. So that's one of the stipulations. You are right. So that'll be coming for your official approval and inviting all the townships to that meeting
Okay.
to allow them comments. Either, I think we got it scheduled for the second meeting in July, just to give us enough time to notify all the townships.
Okay.
Say, why do we have to notify townships?
Because a lot of our roads go through the townships, I believe, is the answer for that. So we have to allow them to comment on what we're doing as far as projects, road projects, bridge projects, because there are bridges on township roads that we're still responsible for.
That's what I wanted to know. Okay.
Where was I here? So we're anticipating around that $400,000 mark. We've got the money in there to build that Sonnenquist Lane Bridge if we don't get a big grant also. So it'll be, hopefully we get that. And then Thunderhead Falls, we just got the hydraulics on that completed, so we need to get construction engineering done on that. That may be something that we need to talk about. It's probably a pretty lofty goal to get that done by the end of this year, to get construction plans to apply for grants for January for that as well. So that's something that we're talking about in our office here, seeing if that can be done and just exactly what it'll cost. Then the capital outlay, the equipment purchase plan that you guys approved in 2019 includes basically the following equipment: one motor grader, one truck, a vacuum broom, 2 gravel trailers, 2 pickups, and then we were planning to build a salt storage facility this year, or a sand salt storage facility this year, due to the 10% cut. That was one of the projects that got cut, so we're moving that to 21. We did reach out to a couple, I believe Skull and RCS, to get a approximate price on what that cost. It's a lot larger than what we initially budgeted, so we budgeted $750,000 to build that. And that's been a long-standing need. I think Brittany will appreciate that for the salt leaching into the storm sewer and eventually Rapid Creek. So that'll help us in that. And then road and bridge maintenance, we're going to continue our crack seal, chip seal, approximately 30 miles. And then pavement marking programs, and then bridge repairs. We don't have any specific bridges picked out yet. We're still prioritizing that to determine what that's going to be. We got $250,000 in there for that. With that, I will stand for any questions.
And people have questions on how much money we get for certain things. Was it that you, Mark? And it's detailed in here of what.
No, I didn't have any questions.
These are all the revenues that go to the highway department, right?
Which one are you looking at, Ms. Hadcock?
Revenues submitted by auditor.
Yes. So
It'd be 0311 all the way through to 0335.
get up there here.
Delinquent property tax, penalty and interest, mobile home tax, tax deed. That money that goes to highway?
Are you looking at the unorganized road fund?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that's all on the property tax bill, I guess, and then that just gets transferred over to road and bridge fund. Correct, Cindy?
So Joe, on revenue, how do they do that on the port of entry? Is that based on population per county? Is that how we get it sent back to us from the state?
Are you talking about that line 201031, the line
Yes,
32
yes,
there?
yeah.
I guess I can't answer that question. I don't know for sure without doing some research. I'm not sure how they do that.
Okay.
How about, Cindy, you were talking about road and bridge to use all the money. That would have been at the beginning of your book in the pink. And it talked about unorganized road fund with current CPI, current year growth, stored CPI, and total available. What were you telling us about that, and that we should do something different, or did you change your mind on that?
No, I did not change my mind. My suggestion was to go ahead and use the stored CPI so that we can garner all of the available tax dollars for that.
And she's talking about the stored CPI for unorganized road, not general fund, and that would be $48,257.
Okay.
It gives you a little bit more in your budget.
So something for discussion to agree to or not agree to tomorrow, Holly, if you want to put that on your list.
Yeah, and that unorganized road, I'm not sure a lot of people have questions on what exactly that's used for. 14, 16, some of these roads that are farm to market roads, a lot of the places that aren't in a township or a road district or municipality use those quote unquote unorganized roads to get from their home to town. And that's what that money's used for is those unorganized roads. We have a lot of roads that are in organized territories, road districts, cities, municipalities, stuff like that.
So tell us what that does to the levy if we do that. It takes it from what to what?
If I remember right, it increased it by 20 cents per 100,000
Yes, ma'am.
on that levy.
Yep.
Yep.
Which isn't bad for something that could make a difference.
So I got a question. Under repairs and maintenance, 0425, it kind of looks like 2017, you're at 1.5, 1.9, then 2019, 1.4, 2020, 2,050,000, and then now 2,117,000. I'm just kind of curious, I've seen facilities spend a lot of money on maintenance instead of buying new equipment. Is that something that we're doing? I know we come up with a replacement plan for our graders and so forth, but is our repairs and maintenance on our equipment getting to be too much, or is there something that needs to be replaced?
I'm trying to find.
It's your first
So
page.
I know what you're talking about. I'm trying to look at our detailed budget.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's equipment and road and bridge supplies, all inclusive. It's
Oh,
not
so you got
just.
supplies included in repairs and maintenance? I was thinking it was equipment, but this is like.
What number are you looking at, Lloyd?
It's 0425, first page under operations. Because you got supplies that's right in there too, so that might be for road too then, because your supplies is 3,211,000, which would make sense, then you're buying gravel, asphalt.
Let me pull it up here.
Unless I'm way off on something.
No, I'm trying to make sure I'm speaking correctly here. What's in that
Repairs and
fund?
maintenance.
Yeah.
Because Cindy has explained earlier in the budget that sometimes there's multiple things, and as you guys, it all goes under repairs and maintenance, but it could be a multitude of, I'm just kind of trying to figure it out.
Yep, I'm just pulling it up here, Lloyd.
Now that I look at supplies, I'm kind of thinking that's probably a combination of the both.
Mark's going to ask Connie or Cindy, or, I'm sorry,
So,
Chris.
Probably
He's-
Chris.
he's
Yeah,
going.
Chris is watching. So, the 4250426 equipment repairs and maintenance and supplies. So, in our detailed stuff, I've got 1.2, and then we've got shop and fuel reimbursement under that same line item, I believe, that you're talking about.
So that could be also the fuel. So that would make sense too.
425. Correct.
Okay.
425,
That would be under
426.
supplies. It should be. Fuel should be.
So yeah, road and bridge repair and maintenance is also under that same 425. So there's 1.8 million for road and bridge maintenance, that 425 line item. So that includes your asphalt crack seal, your asphalt surface treatments, um, your bridge repairs, drainage work. And then this year, with our bridge repairs, we had to repair 4 on Nemo. We've repaired 1 on Reservoir. There was, I think, 6 bridges altogether that we spent about $750,000 on repairing
Okay.
bridges this year.
So it would be the 0435 would be equipment and vehicles. That would be the maintenance also, or is that our
The-
contracts?
The 435 is the purchase of your motor graders, your
Okay,
motor graders, your trucks, all that stuff.
okay.
So yeah, I think the 425, it's all inclusive as far as the repairs and maintenance, as far as what I'm looking at. Mark might come up with a different answer here.
And 0436, what are some of the major projects?
Major road and bridge projects for 2021 is going to be your Sheridan Lake Road, South Rochford Road, Deadwood Avenue. We've got 3 bridges on there that we applied for the federal funding that we got to make sure we have the matching funds at 140,000 apiece for those. I'm missing one here. South Rochford Road Bridge. Those are some of the major projects.
Just real quick on the South Rochford Road, you said we have to have all those right of ways before September.
The end of September, yes.
And we started what, 3 months ago?
We started the process. Well, we started the process in December. We've been waiting for H-plats from the engineering company. We just started receiving those here a couple weeks ago. But we had to have the process started in December to make that.
But if somebody decides they don't want to do the right of way, then that could hold us up.
Yes.
So I really think we need to move on that.
And like I said, we've sent out 10 packets. I believe today went out in the mail with directions on what needs to happen and if they have questions to call.
And when did those go out?
They went out either today or.
Oh, okay.
So
And
we are starting on it. We've been waiting on
Get any
H-plats.
dragging their feet, please let me know so I can try to step in so we can make sure we got all that right away before September so we don't get into another snag.
Yeah, we're working the best we can, and you're more than welcome. I can forward you the invite for it's a Zoom call with the state that we have I believe there's one coming up this Monday. So it's every other Monday at 2:30 in the afternoon, so.
Okay.
Joe, we also have a time limit, don't we, again, before we have to start doing that environmental assessment and stuff, don't they? You only get so much time before you have to redo all that again.
I think we've got a 2-year extension. I'd have to go back and look at the notes, but
Just in
that
case, look at those,
Went
because
past
that
it
held us up
once.
before where we had to start the process all over again.
Yep.
Because of that, so check that just to make sure so we don't miss anything and have to.
And having
2
these
or 3 more years.
bi-weekly meetings is definitely helping us keep on top of it and keeping it at the top of the pile for everybody, so.
Job.
So these packets that went out, did they get some kind of a time frame? Do they say, as soon as possible, or are they kind of open?
We didn't put a time frame on it. I guess we don't want to seem too pushy, I guess, right away.
Right.
So we've sent them out, and then we'll try and make contact if we don't hear within a
But
certain
most of them
time.
are small acquisitions, right?
Yeah, they're very little acquisition.
Square feet or 150 square feet or something.
I think the most that there was a little less than an acre. It wasn't, and that was the biggest one.
And then the ones that there's a realignment, don't we go in there and refence it too?
Correct. Any fence that we tear out, we'll put back in for the project.
So I'm thinking most of them, it would be beneficial to them.
I would agree, but it always seems there's that one person, so we'll figure out who that is on this project.
Are they all local residents? All the property owners?
I bet a lot of them aren't.
That's what I'm kind of curious. You're mailing it out. You may not
See it for a long time.
Yeah.
And we've got phone numbers that we've got, so we'll definitely, if we don't hear back, we'll start contacting those people.
Might not hurt
How
to
many
do
did
a
you
phone
said
call
you're
to
still
look in
working
the
on?
mail.
Sorry,
Who's,
Lloyd.
Oh, I was just saying, it might not hurt to make the phone call now, tell them to look in the mail for it.
that's a good point.
And how many is there left, did you say?
I believe there's 34 parcels. There's like 15 or 18 landowners. So,
How many you have left, or you just started?
well, we have one acquired.
Okay.
And so we've got 17, 18 left.
Those are great.
So the one that was acquired, how'd they, remind me, I thought we sent out stuff and then they responded right back.
The one we have acquired was Mary Helen. That's the one that we have.
They were notified somehow and they responded right away.
They were responded to the landowner meeting that we had last fall.
Okay.
Is kind of how they were aware of it. And then Lauren Eggert is the other one that we have, but we need to redo due to the H plat not being correct. So.
Yeah. Well, yeah, keep me in the loop on that. If you get some snags, try to help you out.
Absolutely.
How about wage study? There's been a lot of questions on that. How's that going?
I honestly, we've got it. It's been sitting on my desk here. I told John yesterday or Tuesday, I think. We're going to set 3-4 hours aside next week and just get it done. For the most part, I think we've got it figured out to where it'll work. We need to sit down and hammer out one of the last couple here to get them to where they'll work for us. So.
Okay. Any other questions for Joe?
Nope.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. Good job.
The reason why I ask you about that maintenance, I've seen Bobcats get rebuilt and rebuilt and rebuilt.
I can assure you, Dan won't let that happen. After he comes in the shop so many times, it's like, all right, it's time to figure something else out.
It is.
Brittany, you're up next. Thank you, Joe. Always do a good job.
I just have a couple.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
You can follow
She's got a
instructions.
book. It said you can't bring extra papers.
It's not too full. It'll just be easy to
Give her
follow.
too many compliments this year. Now she figures it's time to ask for something in return.
Get a couple left and they think they're gonna use us up.
At least use the fishing and put holes in
I got
them.
these guys right where I
That's
want them
true.
Holly told me to.
This replaced something we have in here
your
now.
Joan note if we don't.
It's in addition to, just that first page is the same as what you have already. Some of the other information that was in there is, because going back to the Gallagher study, our structure changed quite a bit through the Gallagher study and through some changes in our office. So that is reflected in some of our salaries. You'll notice some of our salaries are significantly lower than they have been over previous years. That's due to basically the structure, and that's on that page 2. It's this one here.
Are you retaining your people still that with what you're saying you're gonna pay them and all that, and no one's complaining and
Yes,
saying,
so
what are you
what we
thinking?
had done, I worked with John and with the Gallagher. So there's essentially 4 paths in our office. You can go through the regular planner path, you can do an environmental planner, and then the code enforcement, building inspection, and then the administrative assistant. So that had changed from our previous where we just had a planner and planning side and an environmental side. And each of those sides had a supervisor and then a planning director. So some of those wages with having the 2 supervisors and the planning director, that's why some of the salaries were a lot higher than what you're seeing now.
So what we do, you guys, is see this layout? So, we have 17 department heads and make them do this layout. And Brittany, you get to be the assistant, help them all get this layout. Did you see this? It's color coded.
No,
It's,
she did a nice job.
see how amazing that is? Not that they aren't all amazing, but.
If you want that as a requirement in next year's budget, you can do that.
So moving forward with what we had budgeted for 2021, in that planning structure on the right-hand side, the ones that are circled will tell you where we are seeing people and where we're going to put people in the budget in the Gallagher study. This was done with the understanding that we weren't going to have any reclassifications. our performance steps going into 2021. So that may change a little bit. We do have a little funding in our budget right now that if we did have a reclassification or two, we could probably absorb that into our budget. But if we do anything more, we may have to move some funds around. I don't think it'll increase our budget significantly. Our budget is about 75,000 less than it was last year, going in. The other significant change is the addition of a building inspector. At this time, with the current structure, I'm not proposing adding an assistant director at this time. Working through this structure, it would allow someone within the department to actually move up into either the senior position or the assistant director position. So that's kind of my intent at this time.
Nice.
So the FTE that's not filled right now would be a building inspector. So if you look on, there will be another page in here that has what the building inspector information, it looks like this one.
We're like kids.
So if you
Good
look under
job,
our
Sam.
revenues, there's a change in the permit fees of about $8,000.
Hold on just a sec, Britt.
Okay.
Everybody got the page set for me?
Yeah.
The
Third one
next
she handed
page.
up, yeah.
Sorry, Brittany.
Oh, you're good.
Okay, sorry.
So there's an $8,000 change or increase in the permit fees. And if you look at the table below, I went through the past 4 years of the number of permits that we had that would be applicable to a building inspector that would actually go out and verify those structures. Right now, I'm anticipating just the single-family residences, mobile homes, cabins, hotels, garages, and then residential additions. All of the other ones, like sheds and things like that, we wouldn't go out and verify at this time. And then that's just anticipation of a cost of per inspection, like for a single-family residence, we're anticipating an additional cost of $50 and then $25 for the other one. So that would potentially increase the revenue about $10,000 based on the average number of permits that we've had over the last 4 years. So what we're looking at with that building inspector is all of our building permits that come in, they would be the first one to review those building permits and then pass them on to the appropriate staff member, because we have staff members that review the septic, we have staff members that review floodplain, stormwater, things like that. So that person would be the person
More
that
efficient.
yes, that does that instead of a planner that's doing it right now, because that's taking away from a planner being able to do other planning items, plats, rezones, things like that. So that's the intent with that position. They would also work with the state to verify on single-family residences that they're actually pulling their electrical and plumbing permits and things like that.
Question on the
Sure.
building inspector and ordinance officer. Let's just say it gets slow and we got a person that's a full-time employee and there's no need, there's 2 or 3 days where they don't have to do anything or they don't have to inspect anything. So can they fill in somewhere else?
Yes, the intent is to help Dwayne out with the ordinance and building inspection, so Dwayne would be kind of the oversight of that, and the building inspector would be underneath him. I did look at, if you look on this chart, it says total permits, there's 351 on average. The payroll work days is 251, the PTO days, that's saying they took off every day that they get. So that's about 227 work days. So they would average 1.5 inspections per day. I was trying to see how many they would need to do, depending upon the inspections. It'll depend on how far they have to drive, where those inspections are. So I believe that there's enough information, enough permits, even with the taking in the building permits and reviewing and distributing them out, that's time consuming also. So I
Brittany?
believe that they would have enough.
How long has Dwayne been in that? How long have we filled that ordinance enforcement officer?
He's been here since June of last year.
I'm getting a lot of complaints. And, I mean, we can talk about it.
Oh, sure.
I just wonder if he's got so much time that and people have been, they've been in a situation for years and all of a sudden they're telling me, all of a sudden some, major requests by Dwayne. So Just want to point that out to the commission, and we can talk in person
Okay.
on a more on one-on-one, but I just wonder if these, they have too much time if they don't look for problems instead of being called.
No, our office is a complaint basis only. We don't go out and look
Okay,
for,
that's encouraging.
yes, we don't go out and look for, violations. If we find a violation during a permit review or a request, like a conditional use permit or something like that, then that would trigger that. But as far as him going out and driving around and looking, he has enough complaints to verify and work with people that call in than doing that.
I wouldn't mind seeing a log, each month. This is what Dwayne has been called to, just so that I could get a grasp on it.
Sure, we keep in our track it, we have a violation tracker, so he keeps track of all the violations that are open, all of them that are closed. He does any status ones that he works with Michelle, with the state's attorney's office, and things like that, so we have that
Okay.
information.
Yeah, he's
Brittany,
always
do
been very
they-
kind, but
With, I know with the city code enforcement, it's complaint based also, but when they go out and they look at it to address that complaint, they look at the surrounding properties along with them as part of the deal. It's, so if they're gonna look at one, they kind of look at the surrounding properties too, so as not to be targeting.
but we don't do that.
Dwayne only will if it's something glaringly violating, but typically unless there's a neighbor or a person that complains.
And that could be different, cities' lots are a lot smaller and closer together. You don't want to be enforcing something on one and 2 doors down, they're doing the same thing. So,
Yeah, for instance, I believe if he went out on a complaint for tall grass that's, over the 18 inches, if he notices there's a couple other properties that don't have,
Yeah.
he may send a notice to them. As far as like unlicensed vehicles and things like that, most of the lots in the county are relatively large. So unless someone notifies him, we don't know, essential circumstances and things. And he just deals with planning violations. So Cody deals with any stormwater erosion, sediment control, and then TJ deals with any septic, surfacing, things like that. So they're all kind of separated.
And there's a difference. If it's complaints on his attitude and how he treats people, that's different than complaints that he's doing his job. I mean, it depends on what that means.
I
You know
don't
what
think
I'm
it was
saying?
an attitude, it was just people that just said, all of a sudden, somebody come knocking on their door and said, you got to do this, and I ain't going to go into details, but I've got about 3 in the last 2 weeks, and
Sure, and I know.
time to get with you on.
Okay, and I know too, with Michelle as a state's attorney, we've taken a different process. So if we go through all of our avenues, we do a first notice, second notice, and a final notice, and we get no response. We've worked with the sheriff's department now, so the sheriff's department will actually issue them a citation, like you would a speeding ticket. So they would have a court date to bring them into compliance. So Michelle has worked with the sheriff's office, with that, so that's been effective. But that's usually long-standing complaints that we cannot get, people into compliance.
That's why I said if he's doing his job, it's different than if he's doing his job with an attitude or making people, not being respectful. So
And like I said, typically it's a complaint basis only.
yeah,
I
no,
know that he doesn't do that.
Yeah.
So,
It wasn't
yeah,
the attitude at all. It was just,
right.
Code enforcement's a tough job because they
he
gotta
wanted to
walk
drive
up
through the Black Hills, and Steve, I could sit there and we could do that, and
It would
we
be
could fill a notebook very easily.
endless. It would be endless.
Treat people equally and don't pick on one and then 2 doors down, the next person doing the same
Is it
thing.
all in your district?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good then.
Yeah, good.
Well, and he does look at other properties surrounding, so if people have, I know Commissioner DeSanto has dealt with one where, if it's kind of similar to how other people are in the neighborhood, we hold them kind of to that standard, not the immaculate standard of one person. So that's also something that he considers when he goes out, something that's reasonable. Dwayne, I've never had any complaints about his attitude. He's very respectful. He's very easygoing. And he likes to talk to people in person because it's more effective than just sending notices and sticking stuff on people's doors. So.
We did go in your area a few times. It could use a little cleanup.
What did we do before Dwayne?
Pardon?
Not trying to be.
And who handled the complaints?
Mike King.
Okay, same position though?
Yes.
They've
Okay.
been living in the hills.
So those are my major points. Our operations hasn't changed much. In our services and fees, it was high for a few years because that was due to the comp plan, the study that was paid out of that.
So bottom line, Brittany, you're asking if you can get an inspector, or you already built it in your budget with the money you have in there?
I built it into the budget with the money I have based on the new Gallagher ratings and the new Gallagher study.
I appreciate the way you did those numbers. It doesn't, we don't make enough money off it to be able to afford to do one. So being able to spread it out until you, and the way you got that detailed, 1.3 inspections. I mean, you'd have to at least get 6 to 7 inspections a day to really afford, right?
Right, but there's time that goes into the inspections because they'll have to write
Yeah.
reports and verify things. So I would say, 4 inspections a day would be the most that someone could probably do, depending upon where they are in the county.
Yeah, that's true. Travel times.
And what they
getting
have to
be-
look up for, if they got a plumber and electrician, state permits and all that. Because that's our biggest complaint is someone built something and they come back and then they're madder than hell at us for, we can't move it. So, and then they don't want to pay the extra fees, and by the time they're done, that inspector, by that time, probably save the citizens a lot more money than the county.
So I'll entertain any questions.
Impressive.
Pretty straightforward.
Thank you.
Thanks,
If you could
Brittany.
do- We're gonna have some Brittany training for the staff that need more help, and the other ones are impressive.
And Brittany's
Oh, Gallagher?
training?
No, because if she
You know
says
the
something
answer,
nice,
apparently.
then we're not gonna tell you.
I'm gonna put her in my good comment.
I think it's gonna work good for your department. We already see your layout.
He's
Yes,
been well trained, John. See, did you see
Yeah.
that?
I
This is
did
the
work
most
with-
organized person in the county.
She knows the
Joe
flow
put
charts and
together a pretty
structure
good-
because that's beautiful. I mean, I wish every department had the structure and the flow like you have, because that, as commissioners come in, it's easier to read and understand.
So why didn't you just do PJ stuff for him all the time? So then it would have been perfect every time. I'm not that PJ's bad or anybody else, but I'm just saying, if I had you in my office, I'd be like, Brittany, come here, we're doing our budget again. Because that's amazing how you figure everything. and
My
get
prior
one-
employment, I worked with, did the budget at the city of Thornton, and it was pretty detailed. So that's where I come from, I guess.
I'm just
that
impressed
background.
with the department heads and their budgets and the things they've been doing this year. Very,
Great till.
very, very, just pretty cool. So.
Yeah, I think it says it.
So yes, Gallagher does work for our office. I worked with HR. I worked with HR quite a bit. I worked with Sandy and John on doing that.
Wow.
Initially, we only had 3 planner positions. Now we
Well,
broke it up to 4.
if you
So-
agree with John on anything, we give you a strike against your thing.
There's a house on Bluebird Court, or is it Blue Jay?
Are you talking budget or are you talking about something else?
Code enforcement.
Oh, stop. And Cindy, to you as well. I mean, you are a department head, but also how you've done this budget this year, you and Holly, and working hard on this stuff. So pretty impressive. Makes our job a lot easier. Anybody else have questions for Miss Brittany?
No, thank you, Brittany.
Self-explanatory. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Brittany.
I was just thinking.
Whoa.
The whole
Cake
building
break?
inspector.
Yep, half hour. Okay, Jerome, you're up.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to discuss with you the future of the Pennington County Fire Service. I'm Jerome Harvey, and I'm your Fire Administrator. With me today is part of our Fire Service Board Budget Committee. We have Carrie Schell from Wasta Wall and with the Eastern Pennington County Ambulance District. We also have Caleb Dustman with New Underwood. In the middle here, we have Todd Tobin with Johnson Siding. We have Charles Maud, the fire chief at Scenic. In the back, we have Pepper Massey, and we have Dave Limbaum, and we also have Shannon Rittberg out in the foyer out here if we have any technical questions from him. And Mr. Mueller is here to discuss some things also. We're missing two of our members today from our budget committee, the chairman of the board, the Fire Service Board, Cliff McClure. He's currently assigned to the Mount Rushmore Fireworks, and the Secretary of the Interior and the Governor were up there today, so he's tied up with that. And Jeremy Walla, the past chairman of the board, and he's currently assigned to a fire in Colorado. The Budget Committee, since the 1st of January, has put in over 500 man hours putting together this budget. And this clearly is one of the better budgets that I've had a chance to work with. And we've had an excellent group of people here that can help us understand where we've been and some of the information that we put together for you. We're really here today to focus. We appreciate the fact that you continue to fund us, and you funded us this year. But our focus today is to discuss about the future and the issues that we're facing. The fire service in general is a very conservative group of people. We're in western South Dakota, and we reflect those values as far as being conservative. Our budget does stay conservative, and our asks are staying conservative. But we are in a position of looking down the road, and this budget committee has put a plan together that looks out 5 years with feelers out to 2030. So we're actually looking out through 2030. Now, last year, you guys challenged us to get better about our presentation. We weren't happy about our presentation last year. We're very happy with the information that we're going to bring to you today, again, to discuss this out through 2025. We've gone to the other sources. We've gone to the legislature. We've talked to the federal government. We've looked again, all of the grants that the office and our volunteers look at for any possible funding sources that can actually help us look out to that. But our focus here, again, today is discuss about the future. We have several projects that are coming due as far as the infrastructure. And that's the thing we need to emphasize, is the fact that the fire service, the fire administration office, provides the backbone for the fire service here in Pennington County. That backbone extends out to all of our ambulance services, our search and rescue, our water rescue teams, our dive rescue teams, all have some sort of benefit coming out of this office. We have a lot of value-added services to our volunteers. We roster, and our roster that I'm speaking of here is different than our workers' compensation roster. We roster right over 500 volunteer firefighters. In the country, on average, you'll see about 70% of the fire service in this country is volunteers. In South Dakota, it's 91.8%, and we see that here in our county here, and it truly is our backbone of volunteer fire service. What do we do with our volunteers? Do we have our volunteers as far as being volunteer firefighters, or do we have them as volunteer fundraisers? And really our emphasis in talking to you today towards the future is we need to get out of that model. 33% of our fire service in this county has no steady state income whatsoever that they can rely on. All of our fire departments rely on fundraising, grants, and any other means that they can pull together to meet their needs as far as financial statements or being able to meet their financial needs. But it does come down to this. There was a lot of vision when this was first put together back in the 70s to make this really the premier fire service in South Dakota. And people ask me all the time, said, Jerome, you grew up in Lawrence County, you did this, you went off to Georgia, and you came back. And why did you want to come here? And I'll tell you, growing up in the county adjacent here, Lawrence County, we always looked up to the people in Pennington County because they were organized around the county. And it is a unique relationship that we do have. And I came back here attracted to the fact that the county was leading what was going on. And again, that puts us in the position of being the most mobile fire service that we have in the state. And our strength when the rubber meets the road is the fact that we can out-mobilize everybody. And that comes down to the backbone that the county commission has provided for us. So the issues that we're looking at in the next 5 years that are coming due in that 2025, 2026 timeframe is several projects around our communications infrastructure. It is aged. Some of our communication infrastructure dates back to 1990, and it's past due replacement. Some of it was updated 10 years ago. We're looking at working with the radio shop, updating that and expanding that to a degree. We have areas north of Quinn where there is no communication. Cell phones don't work. Our radio communications don't work. Even adjacent counties' communication don't work. In the scenic and Kanata Basin area, the west part of the county, those areas are dark to us. We need to make sure that our communication infrastructure stays in shape and is able to help us into the future here. And that's a big thing for us as firefighters to be able to communicate with each other. Again, my emphasis to you, it is not just the fire service that benefits from our communications infrastructure. That's all of your ambulance services, search and rescue, and so on. We also have some rolling stock that we have concerns and issues with. We have a Cascade trailer that we use to bring breathing air to the scene. That allows us to stay on the scene and fight the fire and stay engaged with the fire instead of having to drive our air bottles back and have them filled at a central location. That trailer also supports your dive team, your search and rescue. We can bring it to the scene of a building collapse. We can fill up and run air tools off of it. It's a very valuable piece of equipment. And that trailer will age out in the 2025, 2026 timeframe. We have an air compressor that fills our bottles that we have a cost share with the city that's going to age out in the same time frame. Our other trailer that we travel or use our training maze for a confidence course is aging out. So all this is coming due within the next 5 years. So what are you talking about, Joe? Why are we talking about all this equipment that's aging out? Because we are a conservative service and we don't want to come back to the future commissions and say, surprise, you got $1 million bill or you got $300,000 for the paging system, so on and so forth. We need to be able to build up a bank account that can be gradually built up. And then when we need it, when these things age out and it's time to come due to replace those items, we can do that without having a surprise to the county commission. That's not fair to the county commission, and it's not fair to us. We want to be conservative, but we want to build up that fund so that we're able to replace those types of items. We have a lot of infrastructure that's coming due. We do have emergency funding needs. The ability for us on private ground, specifically east of 79, to get on a fire and suppress the fire. And I know some of our ranching community here will talk to you about how valuable grass is to our agriculture and ranching communities. And when we need to call in, for example, air support, we're looking anywhere from a $5,000 bill, maybe upwards of $30,000. The problem with that is we need to be able to have the credit card number with the money behind it to spend it now. If that turns into a major event and goes into a longer duration situation, we're calling for additional resources. Our ability to spend that money now gives you as a commission time to make that decision as what additional funds are going to need to be paid for or used on that, such as contingency funds. Some of our fire departments, again, we talk about 33% of them do not have any type of sustained funding. They can simply not even go get community development block grants. They can't get help from the USDA Development Fund. They can't get a loan because there's no steady state funding in that whatsoever for them. And they consistently are turned down on that. And there's nothing more saddening to me to go with one of my fire chiefs and go to the USDA and say, hey, you got this great program that's supposed to help fire departments out. We need a new fire station. We need this new equipment. That's what this money is for. And the first thing they ask you is, do you have a steady state means of funding? They don't. One of the things that we like to do and start in the next 5 years is a true development fund for our fire departments that are in need. We'll talk with some of our members here that are actually using hand-me-down equipment. And they'd like to get out of that, and they'd like to upgrade their facilities or build new facilities because the stuff they're in just simply is not sufficient for what they're doing now.
So Jerome, do me a favor, you're talking about a fund and you're talking about some of these things. Can you tell me what page that is on here that you're
I
looking
certainly
at?
can. If you'd like to follow along, my apologies for that. Would be on page 17 of
Page
17 of 28. There's a little more detail in there. And then in the financial piece in their reserve function, we'll have some more breakdowns there for you.
So 16 is where you have all the information and it breaks it down basically between 17 and you're asking, you're wanting to build reserves up to about 290,000 and you have about 164 right now?
Yeah, there's the reserve fund, and I appreciate the information that Cindy's provided to us in the last couple days here. That reserve funding, you'll see it in the financials that are in here. The reserve fund that we do have, and that we continue to work on is tied up. That money is not available for us to use on anything else because we have these things already laid out. We know what that money's going for. We have not been able, Commissioner LaCroix challenged us last year to explain that better. And we've gone head to toe on that. And that is part of this issue here, really. Todd, do you want to speak here?
I just wanted to clarify, Todd Tobin, Johnson Siding, and a committee member of the Fire Service Board Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to share our future thoughts as to how best to level set this so that we planned it out and didn't have an emergency that we all can't handle together.
Todd, could you use that tall man mic? I'm just kidding you, Mike. I'm just kidding. I've not seen that before, so it's like, hey, Jerome, can you leave that here? Because some people they're very tall and they have to
Thank
use
you.
that little stand. Did you make that, Jerome? Sorry, Todd, to interrupt you, but I was like, okay, I'm ADD and I can't focus with that.
I'm 6'9", and part of the problem is you think I'm slouching and being disrespectful to when I'm not. So we now have a special device here to help with that
Did
problem.
you
So
make that, Jerome?
I made the prototype, but Chaplain Tully, one of our fire chaplains, again, part of our mental health program, built that for us and put the logo on it. So.
I think that's pretty cool because,
Jerome, we
like
could
I
have
said,
saved you the money, just gave you a chair.
sorry
So-
to interrupt you guys. Okay.
On page 16 in our handout, what we've done here is just sort of try to put down into bite-sized, tangible pieces of understanding the complexities of any budgeting process. And of course, we have a special tax that until last year was the only funding for the Pennington County Fire Service Administration, or the fire administration. And from that, that number to the latest number that we have is 230,187. And then you have so generously last year and again this year assisted us in the workers' comp, which by state statute, if by removing that approximate $45,000 range out of the fire tax, then it frees that up. So we are very, very delighted. In the OIT number, and this is a bit confusing, basically is a wash for that minus 10,000 that's there. So we're funded in that respect. But the purpose of today is the parts underneath of that, and I wanted just to clarify, we have valid and researched costs of 1.45 million that are in the next 5 years, as Jerome outlined. And if we just simply average that number by 5, that's how the 290,800 came about. So that's in addition to the budget that we have on a year-to-year basis. And so by looking at these infrastructure costs that were put in years ago that need to be updated and that's coming down for replacement in the next 5 years, we look at how are we going to do that. And in there, one of the things that happened in Pier this year, when we went down unrelated to this budget to do lobbying to get legislation passed that when we do search and rescue on specific events that are on public lands or other, we don't always get reimbursed. Nobody does. We're not asking for a lot of money. We're just asking for basic gas and other expenses. And so we were able to pass legislation to get $1,000 that we can bill up to $1,000, and State House and Senate passed that unanimously in both. But in that process, the governor's office and their staff through DPS, as they come out and say, on behalf of the governor, we're opposed to this. And we were kind of confused as to why. And what they came back to share with us is that they had assumed that we were getting the PILT money, the payment in lieu of taxes, which is Title I funds that was established in 1976. That one of its, in fact, when you read the information, firefighting is the top of the use for it. And unfortunately, it came back, and Deb thought, why are they coming back at us on this? It was a matter that we get in the county about 1.6 million annually on that, and we have never tapped into that allocated fund that comes to us as is sanctioned to be able to come to us. What we're looking to do in the general fund where that resides is maybe that is the location, and we'll certainly leave it to you as to how that comes up. But we do know that we have a $290,000 annual next 5 years average to pay for all of this, but we also wanted to bring forth what potentially is a solution, not just give you the problem, and but there's a potential solution that really none of us had leveraged or were aware of to its accessibility in years past.
Hold on,
But
just a sec. Okay, so what's that amount? Was that 1 point that we get, 1.8
1.892.
this year?
this year is 1.892. Thank you.
So bottom line, guys, not only the state asked, but Mr. Limblube, he's on Battle Creek, volunteer fire department. He was helping in Mount Rushmore area, and the federal government as well. The people there said, well, Mr. Limblube asked him if they could get paid back some of the expenses, and he said, no, you guys are supposed to be getting PILT money for your volunteer fire department. Don't you guys get PILT money? Well, we have been getting PILT money, but it's put in the general fund. So, based on those two areas, and they were thinking our firemen were using some of that, our volunteer firemen were getting some of that in order to help with some of their equipment and stuff. That's what I guess we're here today asking, if we could have at least 100,000 out of that PILT money to put in our account that we talked to Miss Cindy. If we could put it in tell me what it's called, Miss Cindy. Sign reserve for fire every year, so we could start building somewhat of a fund for the fire service board to buy some of their equipment in some of their safety areas of communication and training. Because even this year, when we were going to take 10%, they were ready to volunteer and put some more time in doing that for free. And it's, guys, I'll just tell you, if you've ever been on the volunteer fire department, guys, they're volunteers, they already have other jobs. So all of this is volunteer. So having them having to keep doing fundraisers and keep putting their own money in for fees and doing stuff like that, when they're going above and beyond for us already, I think it's time that we use some of the money that I'm finding that the state and the federal think we're already getting anyway to help these guys, to make it a lot simpler for them to buy and be more efficient, keeping them more safe and keeping that training so they don't have to keep nickel and dime and everything every year and coming back here and going, I'm short 10. Guys, we might need this, we might need that. You said to go get grants. Well, Gail went and got a grant for, how much was that, Todd? For
Well, we've had two grants. This one has been over $1 million. And the way that we've worked grants in the past is that when the AFG, which is Assistance to Firefighter Grant, it's a federal grant established after 9/11. And we went as a county to say, why don't we go? But we found that in the qualification and review process, we would have only got about a third of what we were needing when we were doing the sustained breathing apparatus grant of over $2 million 4 years ago now. So learning from that, we ran it through two different departments because one department would be a lot to handle. And that what we've been able to do is achieve millions of dollars in federal grant money through the department, which is only possible because we have a unified fire service through the county fire administration. And we would have gotten less if we'd gone direct. And the one thing I'd like to share briefly, all of the infrastructure costs that we're talking about now, the two priorities in the fire service always are safety. And how do we do safety is through communication. So for the equipment, for the training, but specifically on the communication platform, everything there is about safety. And it's not a cliche. I mean, it is literally when somebody's down somewhere and there's no communication and a fire is coming on the wildland side, it truly is a safety issue, as is the same to be on a structure fire, again, in these dead spots. So we're simply trying to build out in East County, which half of our county has non-tax-based fire departments and very minimal, very minimal communications capabilities. The reason the Black Hills has all the capabilities that it has starts back to the McVeigh burn fire in 1939 that resulted in, is in your book, the Black Hills Fire Protection district, which federal, state, and volunteer systems in the county have all worked together and established. There's very few dead spots in that grid, and we'd like to be able to have that same capabilities for the equal number of all kinds of incidents, not just wildland fires, not just structure, but certainly on the emergency response level as well.
Madam Chair.
Yep, Commissioner Drews.
I appreciate the information that you've provided, and I really appreciate the fact that you're looking forward to future years, putting at least a 5-year plan together and looking out 10 years. And I think that it is our responsibility to be responsive to the needs that you have throughout the area. I know for a fact that our fire administration office in Pennington County is looked upon throughout the state as one of the most favorable organizations that have been established over the years. And there's many of them that wish they had something similar to the organization that you have. Financing for fire departments is always a difficult situation, and I know that at least 3 of us sitting up here are former volunteer firefighters ourselves. And when we say we're volunteer firefighters, that means we do all the other things too. That is to go out and try to raise the funds to operate the departments and so forth. And so I don't want to discourage you at all from continuing to do those efforts and looking for grants and so forth too. But I do feel, and I agree with the chair on this, that we have a more of a commitment than what we've had in the past. And I would certainly be in favor of dedicating part of those PILT dollars for the volunteer fire departments and for the fire administration. And I would hope that that's not just a 1-year situation, that it'd be a continual thing, but we can't commit future commissions to doing the same thing. But that would be my encouragement, is that we start the ball rolling at this point in time, of providing some dollars out there, and hopefully be able to continue that each and every year to try to meet the needs that you have coming up.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner LaCroix.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. You know, I took some hits because I think some of you guys thought I was pretty hard on the volunteer or the administration budget in the past, but look what's come out of all this. I mean, you guys got the 5-year plan set up. You found this PILT money that none of us knew about. And this come out from a little agitation, a little tough meetings, but we got there. And that's what my goal was last year and the year before, was to find something. And you guys really come together and pulled it off. I mean, you guys put your head together, did a budget, looked 5 years ahead. That I did not expect, but I'm really proud of you guys for that. And stumbling across the belt and finding out some of these resources, kudos to you guys. I really appreciate it.
I know we had, sorry, Lloyd.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what I got to say. I mean, I was never once against what you guys do. It was just, we had to all come together, and I think some of us, just like we all do, we get comfortable in doing the same thing every day. And you guys got out of your comfort zone and you stepped up and you did something about it. And I appreciate that.
Mr. Mueller, if you'd like to come in, Deputy Mueller, he came here special and then he has to go back to work. So I appreciated him coming in today and wanting to speak about the Fire Service Board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brian Mueller, Pennington County Sheriff's Office, and I appreciate not having to stand at Jerome's mic. Wow. And I appreciate just a couple of minutes of your time today to be able to make some comments in reference to our volunteer fire departments and the Fire Service Board in particular. And I know that the sheriff called our volunteer fire departments out during his budget hearing yesterday when he talked about the sheriff's volunteers. And I just wanted to take a minute to talk about, I've worked for Pennington County for the Sheriff's Office for 25 years and worked very closely together with a lot of the people in this room and their predecessors as fire chiefs and volunteer firemen and women in this county. And we've got really a great working relationship at every level. And it's been really fun to watch them work together over the last few years in particular, to reach out, share resources with one another, share resources with us. Anytime that we have questions or issues related to wildland fire or structure protection or anything else, they're willing to share time, equipment, training with our office, and we just really appreciate all that they do for the citizens. And for somebody who's been paid to work in public safety for 25 years, to be able to look at what these men and women do in their volunteer capacity, how much time they give for not only responding to emergencies, but training, keeping their service at the highest level as all volunteer time around taking care of their families and all the their full-time work that they have to do is just extremely impressive. So from the sheriff's office, we just wanted to pass that along today. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Commissioner DeSanto, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, I just had a question as far as the PILT money was concerned. Did it start going into the general fund back when it was established in 2004? At what point in time was that
1976, I think.
established?
Do you know anything about that, Todd, about when the PILT started going in?
Which board, or doesn't matter which board, it just imagine. When
Briefly,
did
I'll
it
read
start
from the
going?
Department of Interior federal website on that. It's actually since 1976, but I'm not sure when it first came to Pennington County through, but it was allocated initially. There's been some years where fire was taken out as it would ebb and flow with Washington's decisions. But it says today in their website, PILT payments help local governments carry out such vital services as firefighting and police protection, construction of public lands or public schools and roads, and search and rescue operations. And it goes on to explain furthermore. But that's on the federal website. And so 1976 is when it was established. The vast majority of the years fire has been in that. And so when it actually came to our county, we're not sure when that first started, but it comes through the state because the state receives it first.
Well, I'm with these guys. I agree that.
By motion of the board, we'd have to go back and find that
Right.
motion.
But I think that, I mean, if, obviously that's what it was meant for, that's what should be used for.
So you guys were looking, when we discussed it, for 100,000 out of that PILT to start on the, well, like Gary said, we cannot commit future boards, but to start with, Dave, were you thinking, would you like to come up and speak, Dave?
I'm gonna take the short guy route.
Dave's he's a really quiet guy.
I would like to make a few comments on that, on the Battle Creek's relationship with Mount Rushmore, and we serve them in the structure fire capacity. The Park Service relies on National Forest for a lot of their wildland fires, although we do respond that way. But the Parks Service wishes to be treated just as a regular resident when it comes to structural protection. They want to make the call, have us show up. That's where we inquired about PILT money for our operation, Battle Creek's operation. When we talk about the PILT money here, we're talking on a different level. We're talking about funding for the county level budget, not a operations budget for a fire department. So those two, in my mind, are separate, and that's a separate conversation. The way you as a commission handle the PILT money is your business, and I don't think it's proper for me to weigh in on it right now, but I would strongly encourage what we've talked about, that starting at the $100,000 level, because what we're going to be seeing in the next few years are real dollars. This is a real problem that we have saved ourselves into over the last few years, and I'm glad we're getting ahead of it now.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
if I understand it, it'd be we would receive about $1.9 million this year in PILT money. And based on this presentation and the various folks that have got up and talked, I would recommend that we take 100,000 out of that 1.9, which would be roughly 5%, and allocate it to the Fire Service Board.
Okay, and do we just put that on discussion tomorrow, Holly, or we just make it a motion?
You can give that direction now if you so choose.
Second.
Okay, motion by Roskinek, second by LaCroix. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. We do need to make a motion on the assigned. Okay, go ahead, Miss Cindy.
I just would like to know if you want that in the general fund or if you actually want that to go to the,
Assigned,
okay.
Yep, yep, assigned, what's it called again, Cindy? Assigned
It'll be assigned.
fine service.
You can give us the name and all that.
Yep,
Thank you very much, commissioners. We appreciate your support.
good job, you guys.
We appreciate your support.
appreciate you
You
keeping
guys are
us
pretty,
alive.
You don't know how important the volunteer fire department is until you have to make that phone call. They start showing up in your yard.
Yeah, in North America, as an adult, 18 years of age or older, you will experience 2 incidents in your life where you feel it's serious enough to call the fire department. And it's surprising the amount, when you talk to people about that, where they're at in that scale, is it number 1 or number 2? And you can always tell the number 2s. So, but we appreciate your support and everything you guys have done for us. Thank you.
good job today.
Thank you.
Are we
Good
recessing?
presentation.
Madam Chair, just a quick comment here. And Jerome pointed out that over 90% of the firefighters, I think, in South Dakota are volunteer. And for most of these communities and entities, they could not afford to have paid fire departments. And so it's not only important, it's critical for throughout, especially rural South Dakota, to have the active volunteer firefighters that we have.
And Gary, you're right, because we did look it up and the average fireman per guy was 61,000 per year. So, us even dedicating 100,000, for some of this equipment, and if we can continue to do this, is pretty amazing for these guys, because, they need it. And they, like I said, they do have some reserves, but they also have retirement and stuff coming out of those reserves that already are designated, and anything we can put and add to it is only gonna help them be more efficient and effective, is what I told them. So, board, that's pretty awesome what you did today, and as a liaison for these guys, you just made their whole entire lives today.
Like, I tell you, I'm still
Girls and
ecstatic.
guys, sorry.
I'm still ecstatic on how you guys presented this, you know, because that's what I was after the whole time, was a plan, and that 5-year plan and what you guys just come up with is fantastic. I'm
Well,
proud of you.
Jerome and all this team out here, sorry, Germs,
No.
they were amazing, because I came into it, I said, you guys get it ready and then I will critique it, and I didn't have to do hardly anything, because I just wanted them to be ready. We, based on Lloyd and others, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, Lloyd, it makes us more efficient in any type of person to figure out what's going to be the best. And that 5-year plan and those things, and that's why I kept referring to you, not as a bad thing, Lloyd. It makes people better when you critique them, and it's positive critique, even though we take it negative at first. It makes it better at what we did. And Jerome was the first to say, you know, as much as you critiqued me last year, it made all of us better, and it also stepped him up to get a budget committee. And we'll all admit, without sounding mean to Jerome, he's not best at the budget sometimes. And I always tell people, I'm not the best at something, but I'm going to go find people that are. He went and found people that are. And, but I can tell you that Germs has the best heart of anybody in order to take care of his firemen. So, like I said, all of us have a deficiency in some area that we need a team. And he stepped up in doing the bylaws. He stepped up in doing this budget. Todd Tobin, you're amazing. You know, you always kick our butts and make sure we're in line. Todd is the one that did these packets. You want to see a guy that can put stuff together and be more organized than anybody. If you need an organizer, just call Todd Tobin. And all the ranchers and the people that are on this committee. It's kind of funny if you sit down and listen to everybody. I think we talk more about everything else than the budget. So sometimes it takes us longer to do our budgets because we visit about everything else. But what a great team you have, Germs.
Thank you, and I appreciate everything that our committee has done. If I could say 2 things.
Yes, sir.
One is, in what, reference to what Commissioner Drews was talking about, the Wall Volunteer Fire Department, their first response or first due area is larger than the state of Rhode Island.
What?
It's larger than the state of Rhode Island. And then, Commissioner LaCroix, just a couple of things that if I could say, and I appreciate the comments and appreciate you helping us with everything you've done. I don't think there's a challenge you haven't put before the board that they haven't met. And one in particular is your challenge to us on the mental health picture. And not only do we have the fire chaplains are up and running, Chaplain Tully built this for us, and that group has gone from Pennington County, is now throughout the hills and is growing, and they're getting additional training. And then we spent quite a bit of time in Pierre this past spring speaking about mental health issues and first responders, and all you guys have been down that, you've been down that road. But you challenged us to do that, and we've got to the point where we have a summer study, and hopefully there's some things will come out of the summer study in the legislature because of what you did on that. So it's a two-way street. So thank you very much.
And I can also honestly say Gary too, as with the PTSD and stuff that he's working on with his team of people. He's
Correct.
watching your backside.
Yeah, I'm not trying to take away from anybody on that, but, just getting the chaplains up and stuff and going before you even got to, we'll be able to get it to the peer level. And Commissioner Drews, everybody's doing something on that mental health issues. We can't speak enough about it.
So we're keeping your little mic riser for you. I've seen you build benches and stuff that maybe you could build us one of those.
I'm going to say I need a drop for that. I'll make one so we have a spare.
There you go. That'd be cool.
Jerome's probably got to carry that thing around with him like I carry my coffee cup. It never leaves my side.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to recess
Recess.
by
Second.
Ron, second by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries.